Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, we're stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal, staying on cold. Some of y'all doing too much, straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for down, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us or against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the white end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait, I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great, with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you sort of don't take them up with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait, I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait, I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, man. All of this talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing it like we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the graves, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we're back in the house one more time. 1 second, make sure we get that out the way. There we go. All right, we back, y'all, for another edition. I think I got that going. We got the link in the chat. What's up with it? I asked B1 made it over. Yeah, y'all can switch the title up if y'all come up with a topic. In the meantime, we're just gonna leave it like this. Gonna rock it out to Psycho do his midweek set later this evening. Been kind of busy the last few days. Hadn't been going live, so went a little bit over on the last stream. Unfortunately, none of that info was saved. But if y'all want to come back up and put something on the record, we'll make sure this one make it to the archives for the record. But coming close to the end of the month, I think this is the last Wednesday in the month. Kind of floating some headlines across the board. Of course, this one, a lot of people talking about different things that are going on in Washington, D.C. A one-man name in the title. Certainly to draw various responses depending on what's going on. So I'm not up to speed on the latest celebrity news. We got NFL coming up back at us, so I'm pretty sure we'll be lined up for that. Rappers, entertainment, music. I think Cardi B is in court, and somebody just got not guilty. We've been kind of slow on the celebrity court dates ever since the Diddy situation. Not sure what's going on with that particular sector. And it's not widespread, but I'm still in recovery from hearing some disheartening news last night. I was told that an entire decade specifically the 90s, there were large amounts of black people that had a big issue and spread it around and was telling other black folks that they didn't want to be black tied to Africa or anything like that. There was no pride in being black. Black was being something quite negative according to this perspective. So I'm trying to deal with that. Of course, we see rhetoric floating throughout social media, but yeah, when a lot of people online on AOL talking about they didn't want to be black back in the 90s, maybe he can give us some evidence of that actually occurring. He said he had some witnesses, but one thing that's failed to be expressed is that how not uh, using the word black and not wanting to be associated with black show how that what the benefit and how you benefit from that. Like when you say black, okay, you can show okay, this happened, you were done this, you were treated like this, but when you didn't claim black, you received this happened. That was strictly a result of not claiming to be black. Like I want to see the job application where you marked you're black, but you marked something that wasn't black. Like you marked white, you marked Latino, and you got the job and stayed there. Something like that. Is that possible? I was hearing some references to the TV movie series or TV series Roots, Alex Haley from the book. Some people didn't have but one TV in the whole house, so I'm not sure what was on the TV during its first run. A lot of people in the northeast corner, y'all had different types of people come through. I know in the south, there was still a strong Southern Baptist movement that was somewhat still in high motion. The Essence magazine editor in chief stepped down because somebody claiming FBA didn't go to the festival. That's why they stepped down. And the Target CEO stepped down. And the reason why the CEO from Target stepped down was because black people boycotted their store. Yeah, wouldn't you would have known if the African braid shops when they have posted videos? Look, this braid shop is empty, or this braid shop closed down, or this braid shop is
The braid shops ain't going nowhere, bro.
them the boycott videos came out fast as hell.
Them braid shops ain't
It
going
was it was it
nowhere.
was uploaded quick as fuck. It had a excellent Wi-Fi connection on them videos.
Where they boycott them at, Dev? Because they
We
weren't boycotting
went
them.
live to try to get some on the ground coverage from
Yeah,
coast
they
to
weren't
coast.
boycotting them around here. Shit.
Shit.
Girls got braids going all the way down to their goddamn feet around this motherfucker.
Summertime, yeah, man. Shit. Maybe if you
They
talking about
got,
in the winter,
we
yeah.
talking about Minneapolis last night, Dev.
Huh?
You know, we was talking about Minneapolis last night. We was talking about Prince and Minneapolis.
Yeah.
They had a school shooting up there, the Catholic school in Minneapolis.
This morning?
Two kids killed, seven injured.
This morning?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about the hoaxes yesterday.
Yeah. You're talking about Minneapolis.
Yeah, shit. But was that 97? It was before, because Jordan was still playing. So it was this Somalian, part of his family lived on the north side of Chicago. And he was trying to get him to move up to Minneapolis. And shit, he was trying to sell his goddamn Acura Legend. I drove that motherfucker half a Saturday and all of Sunday, thinking either I'm gonna take him back to Minneapolis and then just drive back. Something happened with his girl. I'm not sure, but the whole time I was with him though, he made sure I had money. He made sure I didn't spend no money for nothing, for food. Well, I wanted to get something to do whatever. And he paid for everything, man. He was just like, he wanted to do the damn cell phone shit up in Minneapolis. I mean, he's straight from Somalia. He just now learned how to speak English like 4 or 5 years before I ran into him. He coming straight from Somalia over here, getting money in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Not talking about black folks over there or black folks over here wasn't fucking with him. I ain't heard none of that. That's blue in the back.
Oh, that's blue.
Yeah.
Got
What's up, y'all?
What's up,
What
Dad?
it do, blue?
Yo, y'all was speaking on the Somalian in Minneapolis. What did y'all think about the Somalian cop that shot that white immigrant? She was an illegal alien here.
A Somalian cop shot an illegal white illegal alien, European.
It was on
Yeah,
camera?
it was I forgot his name. She was she called around the 4th of July because she heard like noises and she went out. So the cop car came up and she like tapped on the window and the Somalian cop shot across his partner and shot her. But she was illegal. She was an Australian. She wasn't legal here.
Oh, I think I do remember that story. I remember that story when it came out.
She knocked on the window and he just popped her ass. Huh?
Yeah, he kind of got scared. But she wasn't legal. She was illegal.
Yeah, he was in fear for his life.
I saw that headline.
Ain't that what they always say, Blue?
I don't know what made me not click that damn title.
Yeah, she said that
headline, but I didn't see it. I remember somebody saying later, yeah, she was from Australia.
Did he unalive her?
Yeah.
Yeah, he killed her.
Hey.
He got like 10 to 15. He got 10 to 15 for that.
I think I seen
Yeah.
the headline.
Nigga rule, bro. Nigga rule for every fucking thing, bro. How he get 10 to 15, these other motherfuckers still walking around here and killed all these black boys. Shit is insane, man.
So
he was in fear for his life, right? Ain't that what they always say?
Yeah, he couldn't use that. But the story was that she was marrying this white rich guy in America. But she was here illegal. And he like he said, she knocked on the glass and he just popped her. And yeah, he got like 10 to 15 for that.
Her people had juice. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, more than like, and they sued the police department.
Rich white boy had some juice.
Right, but how you sue the police department for shooting an illegal alien? Like, I'm kind of confused.
Well, they always, I mean, I can understand them suing the police department. That's standard protocol. But usually, don't nobody go to jail though. He didn't have.
I remember
proper representation.
I remember the Somalian that graduated from the police academy, and she was still on her H1. She wasn't even a U.S. citizen, full. You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember that one. But damn.
Law enforcement, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't remember that, GQ?
No, I don't. But I know Chicago was trying to let the illegal Venezuelans and shit become police officers and shit. They had a lot of backlash though, pushed against that shit. So it didn't go through. But yeah, they were trying to pass that through here this year. Over the last 2 years. But yeah, it got voted out.
Well, you know, I hate to say it, but the problem is that that's not a deemed desirable job within the black community. Like nobody really wants to be a cop.
Damn, I can't wait to get grown so I can be a cop.
And right.
Somebody wanted to play the cop.
Yeah, I never played the cop in Cops and Robbers.
But listen, the crazy thing
thinking about that, out of all of maybe a million times, I just lost count after 1,000. But I didn't even consider, like it wasn't even. Well, maybe this time since I played the robber last time. Let me just. I never considered it.
Oh, fuck! Want to play the cop?
I never considered it. We even had a woman one time. We were like, you know what? You play the cop, man.
It's sad, though. I mean, we do need more representation in law enforcement, but it's just that the system is set. The way the system is set up to mass incarcerate our people, it's hard to get down with that, and it's hard to tell your kids to get down with that.
I know in certain environments, I probably can ride with that, man. But like I said, my dad was the first black police chief in my hometown in Arkansas, man. So right, I don't really have any relation in terms of being disassociated with law enforcement from police officers, sheriff. You know what I'm saying? They're just trying to operate without or navigate around, and you know, having this rap sheet, you know, developing a rap sheet while you're a teenager. It just that wasn't. Yeah, it was too much other shit that should have been in place. If you ran into some trouble, okay, boom, get back on track, stay out of trouble, keep your nose clean, but. They're the enemy no matter what, even if they're black. I mean, it took a lot for the police to show up on my block. Like somebody had to be bleeding. Yeah, it had to have been some very extreme situation.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this from and this is from being a son of a cop. My dad was a cop.
Oh, okay.
And it had its plus and minuses, you know, from the street cred, you know, oh, your papa fucking cop, he a nut ass nigga, you know what I mean? But from getting out of jury duty, from getting out of situations where I should have probably been locked up, you know what I'm saying? It was a plus and a minus of it.
Yeah.
But my pop was different. Like the dudes from the corner, they kind of bang with my pop because my pop would pull, you know, if somebody pulled him over, my pop would show up and like, yo, no, he's a good kid. You know, I mean, he plays with my son, you know, him and my son, they grew up together. So he would kind of get him out and just tell him like, yo, if you try and be over there, don't come over there with that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, you know what I mean? My pop was I would say he was a dirty cop. I ain't gonna lie. He's probably a dirty cop. Because I had a lot of jewelry.
Like taking jewelry and money and shit?
Yeah, I had a lot of jewelry and a lot of fly ass jackets and stuff growing up, Cassell glasses, all that stuff. So, you know what I mean? But, you know, he made his living and he did what he had to do. I mean,
It's an argument to be made, but I mean, I
yeah,
guess
yeah,
by the letter of the law, they would call him dirty. But for the brothers that he was letting go, by only taking their little shit they had and letting their ass go and not putting that case on them,
right.
they'll argue with you that he was one of the best cops around them.
Listen, he told me a story. One of the guys from the corner actually told me the story that my dad told me later on. He pulled up on the kid and he just said, "Come here." And the dude came. And he was like, "You got to be the dumbest drug dealer. Why would you come?" You know what I'm saying? So he was like, I was expecting him to run or something. And he was like, "Yo, I just went up there." And your pop was like, "Yo, my son need a chain. Just give me the chain. You can go on ahead." Like, you know what I mean? You're not really committing crimes. Like, he was one of the dudes that gave book bag drives, and like some drug dealers do positive in the neighborhood except for selling the drug. You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird concept. You know what I mean? They feed the community. You know what I mean? Like this one dude, he was legendary. Like he kept the neighborhood clean. He ain't want no shooting. Like fiends gonna be fiends. They gonna get their coke or they dope from somewhere.
Yeah.
Like when they come down here,
shooting and violence and shit, that's bad for business, man.
Yeah. The dude was he was legendary in Southwest. Like, no, we gonna sweep the block, we gonna clean it up, and you know what I mean. When the fiends come, we gonna exit north. They gonna exit north, and ain't no hanging around. We gonna make this community look good, but you know, unfortunately, somebody shot him, killed him, and now then the neighborhood went to
shit.
Alcatraz. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Everybody for self, and it was like, damn, like he was a good dude. Why would y'all kill him? So I mean, I'm up and down with the crime and the like. It's a weird dichotomy, man. Like I fuck with the show Dexter. I don't know if y'all watched that show, but
yeah,
like he was a killer, but he killed people that harm people. Like, what's wrong with that?
Right.
I like those type of guys. Like, you know what I mean? A mercenary. Like, you know what? You harming little kids, you gotta go. I'm gonna cut you up in 17 different pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, Dexter was my shit. That the first one, the first series. Yeah, the first.
But series. He got a new one out now. I ain't check it out yet. I didn't. Yeah, because he came back.
I caught a couple episodes. It wasn't as good. But that first season when they had that black cop on there.
Yeah, the boy that was on him.
Yeah, the captain. Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, I know something up with this guy right here.
Man, he was cool than a motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, that was a really, really good show. Like I've been with people who do that. Like I ain't mad at you. Like you out here killing people, you need to be off. Like somebody need to take you over there and cut you up. A lot of people ain't gonna think that. They think the jail system is good. Like jail system is terrible.
The justice system is broken, man, especially for black folks, man. It's a nigga rule for everything, you know.
I think I proposed something and somebody said they wouldn't do it. For me, I think if you're a criminal or a thug on the street and you like to shoot people, you getting signed up for the army. You in the army for life, bro. And I'm sitting you over there, whatever country we gotta defend against us, you won't be on the front line. Since you like to shoot guns, that's your job. I'm gonna even pay you, so your family can have some money, your kids can have some money, but you ain't going to jail. You going on the front lines. You're a gangster, so we're gonna see how a gangster you are.
Yeah, boo, that was being implemented for a minute, man. I mean, there was a lot of back in the day, there was a lot of judges that was giving brothers them ultimatums too. You know, like, okay, you want either you finna sign up for the army, or you finna go to jail. You make your choice.
Right.
And a lot of people was doing that back in the gap. There's a lot of those stories, and a lot of time it be life changing for them too, because you know you get in there, and you have upward mobility. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
You making money to send home to your family. You out there doing something for your country, and you might come home like, yeah, I was on some nut shit, like I was crazy.
Yeah, you come home on business.
Right, but you know what I mean, sending you to jail and then you got to go in jail and deal with the same shit that's going on in the streets. You ain't getting. What are you doing?
Come home, be a better criminal.
Right, right. I mean, that's just me. I would just send them straight to, yo. You know what? You shot 32 people. You going to war, or you going to stand in front of this firing range, and you going to choose war.
Damn.
You going to choose war, but we gonna need your services. And see how you feel when somebody firing back at you. I mean, that's what, like when I took my training for my permits, and the shit just fucked me up was they were saying that, excuse my language, they were saying that since I have a license to carry, if there's like a shooting, a mass shooting, I'm supposed to fire at that person. As long as no other kids or people are in the way, I'm supposed to distract them. I'm supposed to shoot at him by law, by carrying a concealed a weapon. Which is crazy, but that's what they say. You're supposed to try to, take away as much casualties as you can by shooting at him, so he won't focus on killing innocent people. But yeah, I just hopped on to talk about that Somalian cop. I'm about to get ready to go to work, so I'll be in the chat listening to y'all. Be safe, bros.
All right, peace, Blue.
All right, yeah, that was cool. I was trying to look up that story actually.
Yeah, Blue got an interesting perspective, you know.
Nah, police didn't mean enemy to me coming up, man. I mean, police was in the same category as firefighter and ambulance driver, EMS, paramedics. Uh, from my perspective. Let's see. Damn. Associated Press saying a third person didn't make it.
The Minneapolis shooting.
Yeah, man. 17-year-old, 10-year-old, and an 8-year-old, like you said.
Yeah, I was looking to try to see if they had an idea who it was. Pretty sure it was another child. Oh, that's Yasa. Yasa. What's up, Gullah Gullah?
What's going on, black man?
Having with you, brother.
That's
Not
a lot
too
of kids
much.
to hit. 17, 14 kids and 3 adults got hit.
Damn.
Yeah. What? Let me see. Weapon. The gunman died. Damn, who had a gun on the scene?
Oh, okay, so they shot his ass.
Yeah. It says self-inflicted though.
Oh, he whacked himself.
I don't know about all that.
Hey, somebody
Hey, what
got
up
a.
with y'all? Good morning. Good morning.
What's
What's
up?
up, Domo?
What's up,
Domo,
Domo?
Domo, Domo, Domo.
Hey, somebody got a A high frequency sound like a heart monitor going on.
That's dead.
So it is.
Shit, I ain't got no machine over here. Shit, I need one after somebody told me that black folks was ashamed to be black in the entire decade of the '90s. I can
Nah, I hear it too though. It's something. It's like a beep beep
it
beep
might be
Dev.
sound like in the.
What
shit.
is that, Dev?
Oh shit, that's outside, man. They redoing a parking lot. My bad.
Oh,
I didn't know my mic was that strong. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's picking all that.
my
It's
bad,
picking
Joe.
all that up.
Yeah, my bad. That's my bad, bro.
yeah, they've been working all night because they was doing that
Yeah,
shit
yeah, it
all.
is. It's a church. It's a church parking lot. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So they got to get it ready for Sunday.
Nah, but this is why I was saying. This is why I was saying that black Republicans and black conservatives, like that's not even who we need to be worried about. Because like, ain't nobody thinking, all right, somebody just shot up a church. It could have been one of them black conservatives. No, no. We have a very good idea the type of person that shot up this church. 'Cause they the same people who shoot up all the churches. That's what I'm trying to see.
That's a fact.
I'm trying to see where if they released the identity yet.
When you do find them cases when you do find out it was black, you be shocked in the motherfucker. You be like, what? Very few cases. Like that DC sniper, he was a shocker because nobody believed that motherfucker. Was like, what the fuck?
Shooter was Robert Westman, and they think they found the manifesto. I don't know if you
Yeah,
heard me.
I see they had some house they went into. I guess that was his crib. Trying to see what was going on. I
Yeah,
thought they.
a psychotic obsession with mass shooters.
Mm.
White boy, red hair. If this is the photo of him. Yeah, white boy, red hair. New York Post just released this like 30 minutes ago.
Carrot top.
No shock there.
But no, GQ, you can't be anti-law enforcement as long as your superhero is badass. You got to pick a side, and you got to hold on to what that sentiment he expressed to his family was when they asked him, "Why is he working for the white man's law?" And he replied, saying, "The law is all we have to combat the white man." When I read that, I don't know how I was pre-20 when I read that, GQ, and that changed my whole perspective of it.
Yeah, but it's been an uphill battle since the 1800s, man. They manipulate every fucking thing. That fraternal order police is a terrorist group, if you ask me.
I think we're going to see that anytime you see systems of power. Looking backwards, you're going to see that corruption and fraternal protection.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? You're gonna have people that's gonna protect the wrongdoers in the church. It's gonna be everywhere. School teachers protecting school teachers. So do we? You get what I mean? Do we get rid of these entities because of that, or do you just get rid of that bad fruit? Keep the tree, get rid of the bad fruit.
That's a good argument, man. And I do like Bass Reeves. I don't know, man. It's just
And I say that because it's a slippery slope,
yeah, it definitely is.
often in the youth to not be able to distinguish criminality from activism.
That's a fact.
You get where I'm going? We'll full fledged embrace criminality and hide it underneath the banner of fuck white supremacy. I
Right.
ain't about to go work for the white man. I'm about to go hit the block and get this real money. Not paying attention, you doing white supremacy more of a favor by poisoning the community than you would at just taking a job at McDonald's.
Yeah.
15, 16. You get where I'm going?
Yeah, for sure. We had this conversation a couple of times, and I fully understand where you're coming from, because all too often the crime that the black the black folks do is against each other, so you know that's what makes it all so more problematic, when we getting down on each other, and then um we anti-police because they come in and do what they do. You know what I'm saying? It's just that be so many variables to it, because so many other people end up in the in the wash when they do over police our neighborhoods, and they have no attachment to the neighborhood. I was never for really defunding the police. I just wanted more police to look like us in our neighborhood. I think it should be a certain percentage. Not saying that black cops are also good or shit, but at least, if it's somebody that look like you and grew up around you or your people, when you smile, they don't think you trying to bite them because you're showing your teeth. These white boys, they come in our neighborhoods, they be hunting and shit, man. They not trying to really police the neighborhood. They come over here hunting and shit. And a black cop told me that. That was his exact words. He was a sergeant of detectives, and he was the kids was having one of them big raves, like where they all hook up on social media, and we all gonna meet up over here, and we gonna, and so the police got wind of it, and it was up the street from my house, so it was a big police presence. It was, man, about 20 cops. So they was walking and shit. And we were sitting on the porch, and one of the sergeants, he walked up, the black guy, he smoking big cigars, shit. He come talking to us, telling us what was going on, and so we started having a conversation, and me, I started talking about this, how the white police come over here, why there ain't more black cops, this, that, and other. And he said, man, when the white boys come over here, they hunting, man. That's what they own.
We got two issues with that in my lifetime. Well, one issue with that, and then the other one about the policing they own. One of the things I learned just looking at ancient China, that if you have a position or entity like your police department, and you put good cop, bad cop, it don't matter, in their own neighborhood, they can render power in that community. and then overthrow the mayor, emperor, etc. If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So I get the idea of sending them outside their own community. I can understand that. The color thing, yeah, mix it up. But where we shoot ourselves in the foot is we got unemployed people in the community, elders, single parents. This could be a system of policing the neighborhood, but we anti-snitching at the same time. To the point we'll bring more drama to the people who tell than the people that's doing the bad. And
Yeah.
we have to combat that, GQ.
Yeah.
If and I ain't saying that to what they call it, brown nose on our own, but I honestly believe if we implemented a system like that, let's just take the Panthers for example. If we had a modern day version of that, we
Mm-hmm.
might be able to negotiate it to where you see less patrol units.
Yeah.
You get where I'm going, but we got to
Yeah.
be serious about it.
If we had less crime in our community, we can negotiate. We shoot, like you say, we do shoot ourselves in the foot because we don't like the police, and we anti-snitching, which came from the slave plantation. It didn't come from gang culture, as I always reiterate. But at the same time, we have a large criminal presence, so in our neighborhood. So it
Because
just
there's neighborhoods in Oklahoma in black communities, the police won't even go there. Period. Full-fledged shootout. So what is Big Mama to do when somebody's shooting at her baby? While this
mm-hmm.
baby's in the house, who does she get to call on?
That's a fact.
You get where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
And this ain't areas as big as Chicago.
Yeah.
So where that shit could be taken care of instantly, but here we go with this nonsense. Everybody, you get what I mean? Let's say it's me, you, and Dev roll up on the scene. Did nobody see nothing?
Right.
How we supposed to do our job at that point?
Right.
So it's a lot of complications into it.
And that's another reason why, and that's definitely another reason why I say people who look like us. Like if you got 100%, 99% black community, because now they don't know if it's any 100% with the immigration shit, but we just go 99% black neighborhood. At least a 70% police presence in black police presence in that neighborhood. Okay, you can have maybe 20-30% white or whatever, but when it's the opposite and it's 70% white and 20%, 30% black and brown, that'd be the issue, man. And that black cop definitely will get more out of the community as far as information. Who want to talk to the white boy and tell him what the fuck going on with their kids and they, in their community. You know what I'm saying? But when you got a black cop talking to them, they definitely, I feel like they will get more out of them. You know what I'm saying? They will tell them a little bit more of what's happening around there, and who did what, and who causing the ruckus. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I just say, we do, go back to the original point that we do need more black officers, especially when you got a chocolate town like Chicago or DC, or, you just need more black officers.
Oh, before I forget, peep that link, GQ, that Noble, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement.
Yeah, I did. I pulled it up. I got it in my Google already. I pulled it up as soon as you dropped it.
I think it's no guarantees in anything, but that might be a way for us to get more representation is supporting the ones that's already there.
That's a fact.
You get where I'm going? Because we can't automatically assume that they sell outs because they trying to make a change in the community. And then depending on what era We have to look at all the bullshit they go through once they put that badge on in house. I learned that from the law enforcement in my own family that they probably dealt with more racism wearing the badge than they did not wearing it.
Yeah, so um, yeah, we got issues in the black community, man, with criminality, the youth being ultra violent these days. But I think it's just simply put the racism that causes black folks not to really want to deal with the police, man. You don't even want to talk to them, man. You want to have nothing to do with them. So many stories of abuse of power, um, you know, just leaves a bad taste in your mouth, Paul. The story a few years ago where some of y'all might have seen it or heard about it. Young black boy who had little mental issues. He was acting a fool, and father called the police, and police come on the scene and killed his son, man. And you know, just came straight through, just shot his son. Didn't try to, you know, talk to him, assess the situation or nothing. They just seen the son wilding out. He didn't have no gun or nothing in his hand. I think he had like a baseball bat or something. They shot and killed him. So I know that father just really hates that he even called the damn police on his son. You know his heart still broke, man, behind that, you know. And I mean, we can't act like it's not because it was a black boy. I mean, we can't because we see them bring in mass shooters and all type of shit in handcuffs when it's a white boy. They are afforded a different type of respect. You know what I'm saying? When it's us, it's just man, shoot to kill, man. They violent, they irrational, and they must be taken down. And when you got that mentality with a whole system, it's hard for black folks to deal with that type of shit, man. You don't even want to call them half the time. It be some serious shit going on. You still don't even want to pick up your phone and dial no fucking 911 because you like these motherfuckers worse than the motherfucker that's out there doing what he doing. So yeah, how do you deal with this shit?
We need our own departments, GQ.
Say it again, bro.
We need our own departments.
That's a fact.
We need our own departments with the ability to discern what's handcuffable crimes and what's not. I'll just say it that way.
Yeah.
Not to bend or break laws and still kind of keep a respect for city and state laws. But we live in different worlds when it comes to communities and the reality of being black in America.
That's a fact.
But if we was given some kind of authority of self-governance, even something as minute as a police department in our own neighborhoods, we could clean the shit up.
That's a fact.
We could clean the shit up swiftly.
Mm-hmm.
But without that self-determination and the ability to self-discipline, how can we change anything?
Man, don't even want you to whoop your own kids' ass, man. You know.
I ain't even talking about that. You know what I mean?
I
That's
know,
just
but I'm just saying that
yeah.
it goes into
Yeah,
what you
I get
say.
what you're saying now. Yeah,
You know, I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm just saying this. You know, you go. You know, if you can catch them even a little earlier, but they don't even want you to discipline your children, man. You know, they want to
yeah.
tell you how you should discipline your child, man. You
No,
know?
I get what you're saying too, because
Yeah.
once I thought about it from the different angle of seeing them babies in the streets as yours.
Mm-hmm.
You get where I'm going. Once I looked at it from that lens, it's like, oh yeah, I get where you're going,
Mm-hmm.
and we need it.
Yeah.
In time, it truly changes the dynamics because now you're getting back to that rites of passage, and
That's
that
right.
rites of passage starts going into respect and all those variations of what organization looks like. So now, when the D boys is garnering all the respect and it's getting the kids' attention, now you're going to see a shift to where I want to put on that uniform. I want to
Mm-hmm.
be this kind of man. You get what I mean? But they're robbing us of the ability to exemplify manhood
Yep.
unless we work for them. And if you work for them, guess what? The first thing you do is get sent out of your own neighborhood.
Yeah. And you get indoctrinated into their shit.
I think you just get stuck. You may not even get indoctrinated, but you're going to get stuck in it. You get what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? You join up to be a soldier and you spend 8 years across seas and you may never adhere to what they're trying to do to you, but you stuck.
Yeah.
When your intentions was, I want to join this because they killed my big brother and I want to make a change. Now, 8 years later, you come back and the situation is even worse, and you're getting disrespected because you got that uniform on. Or you accept, you get where I'm going? All that shit that you're going to have to deal with. So now you to protect your own self, you go into self-isolation.
Yep.
Mentally and emotionally, that is. You get where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
What's up, Chris?
what's going on, racist? Bubba.
Not too much. Who we hating on today? What form of racism is we practicing?
Oh man, we finna do some animal racism, man. I done evolved from turtles to tortoises now.
I got you. I was gonna scream "fuck them skunks," but I can rock with you. Fuck them hard shells.
Yo, Vasa, you actually funny, bro.
Ain't he, man?
Yeah, he be saying some shit in the chat.
Witty than a motherfucker, bro.
Yeah.
I like to put my jokes in the chat because I think a joke hits harder if you read it. A lot of people can be funny on stage, but you got to have a special mind to make somebody read some shit and laugh. So that's where I practice my jokes at. But since you're here, I get to talk to you. Did you get that link about John Horse and how in his early days he was hustling turtles?
Bro.
For real,
Man,
that's
I
where his
thought you
name
being
came from.
serious for a minute.
I'm dead ass serious. That's where his name comes from. Another name for John Horse is Gopher John, and it's not the damn. I don't know if that falls in rodents or what. Not that kind of gopher, but in Florida they got a turtle called gophers, so they called him Gopher John. And what he was doing was he was selling turtles to the military, and he would hustle them. He sold the same turtle to the same officer like 5 times.
Damn.
True story. That's where he got the nickname Gopher John, because of that story right there.
Dang, nah, I definitely ain't hear nothing about that.
Let me find
Nah, I don't want to see that link. You be finding random shit.
He got
My
a link for that shit too.
Mm.
That's the killer part. He got a real link for that shit. Hey, my uncle did me like that, bro. I told you, Viasa, the man sold me a barbecue grill, came back and stole the motherfucker. Then my neighbor seen the motherfucker. He's swearing up and down on my mama, on your grandmama, on your mama. I ain't come get your grill. I say, man, my neighbor saw you take the motherfucking grill, man, when I was gone. I was like, man, that's all right, man. You open that motherfucking barbecue.
See, that's why we need them black officers.
Man, the motherfucker go get me he go get another barbecue grill better than the one that he sold me at first and took. So he bring the grill. I said, all right, so we good, right? Oh, hell no, you got to pay me for this one. Hell no, I told you I ain't take your grill.
But did we need them
This my
crackheads
mama
every
little
once?
brother, bro. I'm talking about my uncle, bro.
Did we need them? I don't want to call your uncle a crackhead, but that story sound all so
Yeah.
familiar.
Oh, he's a good fucking crackhead. I
Oh,
tell you, he's a crackhead.
see, look how all the communities is the same. Did we need them crackhead plugs every once in a while?
Of course. And
You
when I
keep
was
my
young,
auntie.
growing up, he was my idol, bro.
One auntie brought to the other auntie, right?
Mm-hmm.
She got one of them heavy ass patio sets. I don't know
Yeah.
how the fuck she carried that shit down the street. $20. I was cracking up laughing, but yeah, I know them stories. Steal your shit and help you look for it.
Man, look. My uncle something else, man. That motherfucker there, boy. My Uncle Joy. And he was my idol when I was growing up, man. He was the man, man. Pre getting strung out on crack shit. That nigga was He was the shit, man.
That's the sad part about that. Yeah.
But that motherfucker, man, don't nobody in the family be want to fuck with him. I'm the only motherfucker that fuck with him, and he always do me in, man. I ain't steal your girl. I said, man, my neighbor saw you, man. I swear on your mama, man. I ain't. Man, get the fuck. You know you took my goddamn barbecue. Man.
Now
I
just
don't know.
imagine if you was one of them. I don't know what we would call it. Let's just call it neighborhood warriors instead of police officer. To where
Mm-hmm.
you could take him and you don't want to ruin his life by putting a criminal record on him, but you got the ability to put him into a work program / rehabilitation
Yeah.
and help him wing off that narcotic
Yeah.
without damaging his life even more. Because you know how the shit goes with them weekend visits for them.
Mm-hmm.
They just go in there, link up, learn a couple of new tricks, and then repeat the cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Opposed to having an entity there to actually help these people. And it's not to give them slaps on the wrist, but how else do we clean up the community and give everybody purpose within the community if we don't think there's one?
Man, some of them Bammers need to be locked up.
Forever.
Man, Uncle has been locked up through damn time.
Yeah, I have no sympathy for people who shoot people and hit innocent people, man.
No, no. There's no sympathy. I mean, there's no reason to have no sympathy for that.
But I think things gonna get better. It ain't gonna. I don't think it'll ever be perfect, but it can get a lot better.
You're an optimist.
Um, I say everything starts at home, and what was impressive. I know y'all heard about this years ago, in the city of New Orleans. One of those schools was so bad there was fights every day, and the dads got sick of it, and they teamed up and they went to the school, and every day just hanging out the school, and the fights went down to zero. Did y'all see that on the news? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm. Where that was
What?
that?
I had to see it, but I can
Where was that, Chris?
It was in New Orleans.
100% believe it.
Okay.
I'll find it for you. Let me look it up.
Yeah, that's
I would have
totally.
took one of the crackheads and said, "Y'all niggas gotta fight him. He don't get tired.
Mm-mm.
Look at his knuckles. Look at them knees. What y'all gonna do to him?"
Bullshit.
And all we gotta do is give him lunch. Sit your little ass down. But Chris, to your story, yeah, they've done studies when it comes to fathers taking their kids to school or to church.
Hmm.
It impacts the child far more than the mother doing it. And it's no shot at the mamas. It's just saying that our presence is needed.
Correct. And I'm putting the link in the public chat and the private chat if y'all want to check it out. And these are black men.
Just just a matter of how cool fathers are, man. Coolest motherfuckers in the world. Especially to a kid,
Yeah. Black men did this shit, bro. You ain't need no government, no law, none of that. There's people stepping up.
Yeah, that's what it takes.
Yeah, how you gonna get past 40 of them seafood bread Negroes? That seafood be blowing them up. How you gonna get past 40 of them?
You ain't.
But GQ, that just feeds my sentiment of just imagine if we took it in our own hands in a positive way.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? They if the district was smart, they would hire them to be the school security and push that officer out the way.
Yeah.
That's exactly if they had the time to go up there every single day, or is it just once a week? I don't know the full extent of the details of how they implemented this program, but just think you hired them to be the security now. And that changes every if you know dad is upstairs, you're not gonna disobey Miss Jones. As much as you don't want to be in class, you know subconsciously you can only do so much protesting before it's all right, we'll go upstairs and talk to your father on why you don't want to take the test.
Mm-hmm.
It changes everything.
Bro, I didn't even think about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm not against cops being in the school because we just had another school shooting today.
Right.
But that is a good idea, bro.
It changes everything.
Yeah.
And you know it's gonna be them heated situations to where pops get pops and say, all right, lock that gym door. You two little niggas come here. Y'all hurry up. Y'all got 15 minutes to get it out your system. Then we going all to lunch. But I better not hear a shit. I better not hear this shit again after lunch. We done spoken cold on how they can get their little frustrations out. Nobody has to know about it unless somebody got lumped up. But even then, we could keep that shit hush hush. But to GQ sentiment, if you got people there who don't care and they're trained to see criminals
Mm-hmm.
and they become blindsided by that. So now that you fit the description, you're that criminal. Versus that's my nephew and he's just dressing like whoever the rapper is of the day.
Bro,
You
that
get what I
is a
mean?
good idea, bro.
He just you get what I mean? They can't distinguish. No, my nephew just got a Boosie fade because he listened to him versus he from this set. He not no criminal. That nigga go to church we think he's sweet. You get where I'm going? But
Man. Like
if
we
you're
need
only
people like that
trained
going to these town hall meetings.
if you're only trained to see loud music, whatever the clothes are, and a skin tone equals criminal, then we all fit the description. We all fit it.
Bubba, you need to go to these school meetings, man, and tell these folks that, bro.
Yeah, but they don't want to hear that shit down here. I'm surrounded by Buckra.
Hey, gotta get more people like you, bro.
Yeah.
Enough people. God, that's a good idea.
The sentiment
And
down here is
when the mama up there to pick the child up and they see you, who was that? And they ask the other child, who was that? Oh, that's Ronnie Daddy. Oh, that's Ronnie Daddy. And you start talking to that mother. That mother gonna tell her son, man, Ronnie Daddy tell you such and such, you better listen to him. Because if he come tell me, you know what I'm saying? That's what you got that's the community, man. So she looking
and
at
notice that
Ronnie,
whole
looking at it
that
like, damn, Ronnie
whole
Daddy coming up to the school, you know?
that whole gender war, the kids was never discussed, GQ. What you just said was never discussed on how we need to be involved in the children.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all 40-year-old, 50-year-old failed relationship philosophers don't care about these children. Don't care at all because what you just said is ever so true, and it don't take that many
Yo,
of us.
yo,
In fact,
Chris,
one would
that
make a
article.
difference.
Yeah, I'm listening, Dev.
Yo, Chris, the article.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm listening, Dev. I can hear you.
yeah, that group with dad. Yeah, with the group with dads.
Mm-hmm.
One of their members was on the panel.
For real? When this happened? When was this?
Yeah, he came on the panel.
Was
Last.
this today?
Yeah.
Dev,
No,
can you hear me?
last summer, about a year ago. It was before you
Last.
came.
Oh, all right.
Did I go up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It
You
was
breaking up?
last summer before you came. Yeah.
Oh,
My bad.
yeah.
Can you hear me
Bring
now?
him back. Y'all got his contact.
Yeah. Buddha should get in contact with.
Mm. Dev, if you still talking, I see your avatar moving. We can't hear you.
Still no
Everybody.
sound?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you clear now.
I'm clear.
Yeah, you clear.
Yeah, they was on Dateline. But yeah, I forgot his name, but he definitely they was setting up some sort of event. Yeah.
Mm. That's tight, man. And like I think like 2 weeks ago at Meadow Creek Elementary, this kid brought a handgun to school and shot the toilet. I'm like, bruh. Nobody got hurt, nothing like that. But what are you thinking?
They not thinking at all, man.
Man.
Thinking he cool because he got a
Yeah, they
gun.
should have been out in California.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got a couple of those programs here in Chicago too. They've been having some success with the dads going up to the schools.
Yeah. Yeah, it ain't named dads. Don't have, but they do similar events.
Yeah, it's not
Boys
dads
only, father figure. Yeah.
Yeah, certain
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, we got a program in Georgia, the prison doctor. Man, they helped out a lot of in trouble youth. A lot of kids went from bad to good. Yeah. Hey GQ, did you hear that the Trump administration they got 10% stake in Intel? GQ, Bubba, Dev.
I heard you. I was gonna wait for Dev to respond, but he fell off the panel.
Hmm.
What you mean 10% stake in Intel?
Yeah, the government is the primary shareholder in Intel now.
Oh, I got you. You was
Bro,
talking
that is
stock wise.
that's fucking socialism, bro. I'm like, oh my god.
I don't see why that's a shock.
Yeah, man, why? Intel need to fail. You know, they made bad decisions, and I own some Intel shares, but you know, government don't need to be involved with that. When Obama was in office, they took 65% stake in GM, General Motors. They ran that shit down. Like, man. And then what they trying to what's the word I'm looking for? They trying to mislead people by saying that these are not voting shares. But when you go to the Intel website or when you go to their filings, because you know they gotta keep all that stuff public, right? They issue the government common stock. Because you know we got two types of stocks. We got common stock and preferred stock. They got common stock, and that's voting power.
No, I didn't hear about that, Chris.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I could see they trying to make them competitive because you know Intel ain't even competitive in the chip market right now. You know what I'm saying? With NVIDIA and
Intel do more than just computers, though.
microchip.
Yeah.
So you know Intel and NVIDIA and Taiwan Semiconductor.
Microsoft was responsible for that lawsuit, though. That's case law. Nobody had ever been to court for it before. Supreme Court was going against one man, Bill Gates, for that antitrust.
Oh yeah, well he had the game in a chokehold with Windows for a long time. So
yeah, Intel was caught up. Intel signed. There was one document that they signed that tied them to that. If you was gonna get the system, you was gonna get the chip. You didn't have a choice to get an AMD. All the computers I made, they had AMD processors. They were spending at least $500.
And I don't want this shit to create precedent, man, because
that's what tech companies have been doing since time. TV. Remember when there was no TV? And then bam, it's TV. You don't remember that era, do you? It's crazy.
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember how to write something? When the last time you wrote a whole sentence?
I
put a question mark at the end.
Yeah, man. I don't write.
You forgot how to write? Don't worry about it. Get in line. Take a number. Now I'm serving number one. I don't know how many million. Umpteenth million.
Yeah. I can still write in print, but my cursive, man, I forgot some letters.
How you forget how to write?
Your cursive, you forgot some letters.
Yeah.
Forgot?
What the hell?
Yeah, I can't.
This is even worse than the "We Don't Want to Be Black" story. Now, I'm never going to get any sleep. Not only do you not want to be black, the motherfuckers actually confess to forgetting to know how to write. That's extra wild.
Yeah,
I wasn't ready for that one.
Yeah, it's been a while.
You knocked me out the box with that one, man.
Yeah, I could probably write 15 words in cursive.
15?
I mean 15 letters. 15 letters.
What?
Come on, Chris. Cut it.
One word?
Yeah, I don't remember all the letters in cursive.
I'm gonna get no sleep for the rest of the month.
You remember all the letters?
This is an actual live confession, Camille Burt. This is no TikTok video.
Well,
I could write in print though.
Thank God.
You want credit for that?
I'm the polar opposite.
I
could write everything.
I'm blown out the box, man. I'm trying to Google something for a response, coming up with 0 results.
Man, look.
Who would have? I would have never thought it.
Chris is crazy, man.
I mean, like we stopped writing in cursive. I think for me it was the 7th grade. Yeah.
You agreed to that? They came to you and said, "Hey, you know what? Fuck this
You sure
right."
because these
You
children
and
don't
you
learn
went for
cursive. Damn, these children don't learn cursive these days. I had to teach my nephew how to sign his check, man. He got a little job this summer, and he didn't know. I said, he tried to, can you cash my? I said, you got to sign it, nephew. So he like, how I sign it? You know,
how?
Yeah. I said, you don't
He
know how
was
to,
looking for
you don't
a
know
set
how
of
to write
keys.
your signature. So I had to go over it with him on a piece of paper, like, here, practice right here. I showed
I'm
him.
not denying that it happens. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, they took it out of the school though. They don't even teach cursive writing.
It was in Indiana. We can point to several schools. I'm not denying all that. I'm just saying for the people who it still was in practice when they was in school.
Yeah,
I never would have thought that I would hear a black man say, "I forgot how to write."
Yeah, once you learn it, I don't see how you forget it.
This is more devastating than the we don't want to be black connected with Africans.
No, ain't more
devastating. They don't outdo that.
Hell no, Swarty.
The saddest part, Dev.
Swarty tripping with that shit, man.
The saddest part, Dev, is through my eyes, black people got the prettiest penmanship.
Yeah, I agree.
I can still sign the check.
Sign.
And what's crazy? Here's a crazy one, GQ.
Nobody's gonna grade you on if you cross your letters or not.
Nah, I know my signature. That shit, I can't even read that motherfucker.
Here's where I lose Chris at. Majority of the babies that got those odd Latasha names, I got my theory that they was picking those names based on how pretty the names looked in cursive.
Yeah.
Like that's how the names got picked, is how pretty it would look in cursive.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's so many laws and Tasha's and you get where I'm going? Talishas and y'all know some of them names from around the way.
Yeah, Chris. Usually when the government get involved in a company, man, the company is not doing well. It's not. It don't be too profitable. Government had to keep it afloat, like
below fair market value.
Yeah, and like Boeing, they haven't been profitable in I don't know how many years, but you know the government keep them afloat because they did for the government.
It's that damn Commerce Secretary because they trying to get Lockheed Martin too now.
Did you know they got a documentary out on how they got started?
What, Lockheed Martin?
Yeah. It was spelled Lough, according to the brothers. Then they just changed it up because couldn't nobody pronounce it. Then once they made it Lockheed, World War II was breaking out, and nobody else had the contract with them.
And like what I'm concerned about, because like Bernie Sanders, he was like, yeah, that shit a good idea. One day there's gonna be a crazy president, and and what I'm worried about is, you know, when it comes to gun rights, because I like my guns, they get stake in these gun companies, and then next thing you know, your ammunition gets reduced, and you can't buy certain firearms and things like that.
What was the gun used in this Minneapolis thing this morning?
What reports say he had a handgun, a shotgun, and a rifle.
Damn.
He got all that off?
I can see him getting a rifle off, but a shotgun, I don't see how he got that off.
Between shots, how much time he needed?
I don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
but you know, he barricaded himself in a church.
Yeah.
And start shooting.
Yeah, I'm not buying he killed himself though. That part.
Look at Domo's bitch ass typing. And words complaining about not being able to buy ammo while kids are being murdered. Clown. It's my right, bro. What you
Right?
talking about, pussy?
Carrot
Oh
top
shit!
people.
Good.
Yeah, man. Oh my god, bro. I slapped the fuck out this pussy, bro.
How y'all leave Northrop Grumman out?
Man, I'll beat the shit out of this dude, bro.
That boy Chris, no, he can't stand Domo. Hey,
I'll beat the fuck out of him, bro. But yeah, man, let me get off before I get mad. I'll talk to y'all fellas later.
all right, Chris, in a minute, bro. Oh shit, man. YouTube beef is amazing. Yeah, I'm like Chris Rock, man. They need to just charge more for the ammo.
Who, Remington?
All these motherfuckers, whoever selling ammo, they need to charge more for it. Motherfucker bullet need to be $5,000. That way you know ain't nobody wasting no motherfucking bullets.
Hollow Point.
You think that's gonna stop white folks from buying that shit?
I
Higher
don't think it's gonna
prices.
stop white or black folks, but I guarantee you they ain't gonna waste none. They ain't gonna shoot no motherfucker they ain't trying to kill. Ain't gonna be no
Hell,
innocent.
it would.
Ain't gonna be no innocent
Value of the
bystander.
bullet.
It just mean niggas can't afford
Maybe,
it no more.
yeah, maybe before the Gatling gun was out, I probably give you a little bit more. Motherfucker don't give a damn about wasting bullets for. As long as you know you got access to another one.
They ain't gonna we wasting. I don't think it'd be no innocent bystanders. I'll just tell you that.
Yeah, you can ask. Just ask somebody. Yeah.
Making the bullets more
Motherfucker, you know he got 30. He can dump
ain't
off
gonna get
30
these,
in 2 seconds.
yeah, that ain't gonna get these blind shooters more heart.
All you gotta do is keep what you call the button press. Next thing you know, it's 150 bullets on the case.
Yeah, they put the switch on that motherfucker, and that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Flooding.
I don't think he's counting the bullets to see. Oh, I hope the next one don't go. I might not have another one for the next hit. No, they're not saying that, man. They don't give a damn about them goddamn, however much the fuck it costs. Shit. They'll come up with a way to come up with the extra money. Yeah.
GQ sad to say it, but these niggas would stop buying their kids groceries before they stop buying bullets.
Texas, yeah. All the Carolinas, everything, yeah.
No, they ain't gonna stop getting them, man. But like I say, it shouldn't be too many innocent bystanders when the motherfucking bullets is hella expensive.
I just don't see why folks need them in the city.
For protection.
I got a dual upbringing, so city in the country, and I'm used to seeing guns. But
Yeah, me too.
none of them country folks would bring them into town. Damn sure not while they shopping.
Shit.
It might be in the truck, you get what I mean? It might be scattered bullets in the truck with their country asses. But they not walking around the grocery store with it.
When the last time you been to Memphis?
Oh, I'm saying upbringing,
Oh yeah,
opposed to now.
yeah, because you know them states with that open carry.
Yeah, these motherfuckers be in Home Depot, Walmart, the gas
Yeah.
station, every day I wear with it. It don't make sense to me, GQ.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I see it because it's for protection. Because the bad guys, you know, they don't give a fuck. You know, they gonna have them. So shit, you gotta have yours with you. You know, you gotta have your protection, man.
Just be
Sad.
on a
Did you
tidy
see
ass
the one at
town.
the
These people don't need that shit for protection.
protection?
They do not need it.
Well, if they don't get it, they know the next motherfucker going probably won't give up his. Did you see the one at the marathon in Memphis?
What happened at the marathon?
He missed him and then swung the car back around and got it on the U-turn on camera. Yeah. You didn't see that one?
No, I missed that one, but I know Memphis is when I was down there, them boys is all in the I'm standing in the gas station, buying get my gas. Boy coming there, he got a big ass like a fucking SK or something strapped around him. I thought the motherfucker was finna come in there and rob the gas station, man. I'm looking at this motherfucker coming there. Let me get 3 packs of
He ordered.
Dutchess and whoop de whoop. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What this
He
dude got
ordered.
strapped around?
Yeah, usually they don't order. They got somebody with them. Yeah.
Long gun. I said, man, I gotta get the fuck up out of Memphis. These motherfuckers is crazy, man.
Yeah. The security camera, they be catching a lot of shit.
They walk
Like,
around.
damn, man, how you gonna shoot a motherfucker at the place where they can motherfucking blow up, man? Damn.
No, they always catch motherfuckers at the gas.
40 bullets. They shoot right across at the gas station, at the pump.
Gas station's dangerous for the gangbangers, man. They always catch them at the gas station.
That's the only place where they know they're gonna stop.
Yeah. No, they gotta come.
Can't keep going. You gonna go at 7:00. Wait in the morning. In daytime, motherfuckers, they don't give a damn if the camera there or not, boy.
No, I don't care.
Let's see. What's Minnesota? Open carry?
Probably concealed. Check it.
Yeah, what's Swati at? He right there.
Please don't call that mom.
That's the same person that gave us breaking news from what happened in the 90s.
I was about to say the same thing.
He ran into somebody that was saying, "Ah, damn." Motherfucking this black shit ain't working out, man. Using that word.
In Minnesota, yes. In Minnesota, you can carry a handgun either openly or concealed.
Openly. Open.
Openly or
That's
concealed.
law. What's the law? That's the state law.
A valid permit to carry.
You got a dot. You got a number. The law that says open whatever the text in the word open, is there a law, like a set of numbers, tie that together? Open.
Openly or concealed.
Open.
But you need a valid permit to carry.
Valid.
While open carry is generally permitted, there are restrictions on where you can carry, including places like schools, government buildings, and establishments that serve alcohol. Minnesota is a shall issue state, meaning if you meet the requirements, you are entitled to permit to carry a handgun. Okay. Minnesota also allows for concealed carry with a valid permit. Permit requirements. To obtain a permit, you must be 21 years old or 18 if you meet specific criteria, complete a firearm safety course, and not be prohibited from possessing a firearm.
Man, damn near every motherfucker in Minneapolis.
Yeah, pretty much anybody can carry that motherfucker as long as you ain't got no criminal record. Yeah.
God damn. That's the law now?
Yep. That's what I just read.
You got a number?
Let me see.
State law should have a -MN or something like that. Like all the Illinois shit is ILCS.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Minnesota state gun laws and regulations.
Yeah, you just copy and paste it, put it in there. It's got like 25 goddamn paragraphs. Because according to Chris, if it's got more than 15, he's not going to be able to know how to write it.
Yeah.
It's going to be total destruction. So what's the use in saying it if a motherfucker can't write it down to tell the actual motherfucker to actually know how to turn that word into reality? The reason you didn't get the message is because I forgot how to write. How do I sell that? Are people requiring people to know how to do that before jobs are being paid for? Do people say, before I give you this job to do this job, do you know how to write? So if you're saying up front before the job is even up for auction, like I gotta bid. I'm doing the bidding. I'm paying $300 to make this grass look like a golf course, like a football field or an NFL game. Smooth, no, And one team ready to go, got this shit. The next team got the same shit, but one dude done already said to the next motherfucker that couldn't keep his mouth closed, I forgot how to write. What the bidder is gonna lean towards what? If it comes down to it. Half the alphabet. Which letters did he forget? Yeah, he got a long list of questions. Is the bidder gonna scratch their head and wonder if the team got the dude that forgot how to write, what's the use of giving them another job?
Oh, shit.
The other team got just as up to date. As far as I know, everybody know how to write, even if it's the same money or more money. You know, if it's $20 more that the person with the everybody know how to write team is ready, and then the person that don't know how to write is $20 cheaper. Am I going to try to save $20 knowing I got somebody that's responsible for giving directions and detail, you know, carrying out a process that's paying $300? I forgot how to write. Am I going to spend $300 on that in team as a bidder? I just don't know. So
this shit is crazy.
Yeah. Apparently, it's more people that also don't know how to write. He's saying that it's not saying that. That's his defense.
Chris said, I don't know how to write, but I know how to
Oh, man.
I don't know how to write, but I know how to fight. And I'm whooped on my ass.
I never would have thought I'd hear that ever. I thought I was going to just pass away.
Yeah, you listen long enough, you'll hear it all. That's for sure.
Well, apparently that's, yeah. Because coming up as a kid, if somebody would have said, hey, that dude just told my friend that he forgot how to write, that wouldn't have flown. Yeah. Nobody, yeah, they would have had to commit him to a mental institution. They would have called some sort of services. If they actually confessed. Definitely, if a bidding of a job was up, and somebody said that were on their team, I mean, what's the use? Are they up for a reassessment possible for the next job? Knowing that you got somebody doing your job, but they forgot how to write. And they fucking with millions of dollars of equipment. Liability.
Yeah, man. Hey, shit. There, you be surprised how many incompetent ass motherfuckers we got in these different positions, man. They don't know what the fuck they doing. They just there.
Yeah, but
got lucky and got the job. Now they in there and don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, but for me, I would have thought of a lot of things before I check out. I forgot how to write. That was never on any of my lists of ever. Okay, one day I'm gonna hear this. So a lot of things that's not on there. That was one of them. That was not on. There's no way possible. I figured shit. Once you learn how to write, shit, that should be it. It should be cool.
Yeah, I never forget.
Yeah.
That you got Alzheimer's.
Yeah, there's other things that's going on. Yeah, but just to come out and say, hey, everything else is cool, but was that right shit? I forgot how to do that shit. And then I'm supposed to call you in for a meeting, for a sales meeting. Yeah.
to specifically ask you to write shit down, but you didn't already say it going before you get through the door. I forgot how to write. Why are you in this meeting? You gonna remember everything I said? Yeah. If you forgot how to write, how you gonna remember what I said? That's crazy. Well, instead of doing the monthly job reports, Chris, from now on, you're going to have to start writing down the job report. That'll be your rehab. Start at January and then right through December. We're gonna come back on the did you remember how to write again? Checkup monitor every 30 days. How much do you remember? So far, 15 letters. Get up to 17, 20. There will be side bets taken. Will he make it to all letters before this month is out? Like that. Pin the link up, man. Yeah, I went over, man. That's on me, man. On the last one, that's on everything on me, man. I extended it. It was already after 12. My first kept coming up. I was dealing with compression hour. Oh yeah, I know. I ran into several people that forgot how to count money. Yeah, that's true. I could go somewhere right now and I ask some motherfucker to count out tell them to count out 45 cents and then ask them to give you the nickel dime quarter breakdown. Can't do it. They'll reach for their phone quick as hell. Yeah.
Couldn't work in my store.
Yeah, at the Dollar Tree, the one guy never counts the change out. He just puts it in one pile and hopes that electronic works. You hope you got a card so you won't have to even open the fucking register. But if you got to get change back, that motherfucker be struggling. You can't count forward. You can't do $5.75 from a $10 bill. None of that. You can't do none of that. I was at a truck stop one time and the motherfucker gave me an extra 20. I don't even think I gave him I think that's what the fuck I gave him. No, I gave him 50. I gave him a 50. The shit was only 17. And he gave me $47 back. I ain't say shit.
Looking at that damn computer, looking at the screen. That's why I said,
he hit the barcode. Yeah, he had to take something off there.
Mm-hmm. Instead of putting $10 in, he didn't put $100 in that one.
Yep. And he was trying to do something else at the same time. I think somebody was looking for their scale ticket. Then when I handed him the 50, that kind of shook him up. He was kind of stunned after that. He reached for the waist slick, and then when he was counting for the change, I think another car that came in. That's what fucked him up. The motherfucker reached in there, had that other 20. He was like, "You need a receipt?" I was like, "Nope." All that, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna stay and eat the rest of my food, but shit, I think I went to the next town. Shit, I think I blew a red light actually. What's up, dude? Yeah.
What's going on?
What's up? Streaming over from last stream.
Wow, that's interesting. I was reading about
Oh, my bad.
blacks was.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Huh? I'm fine, actually.
Yeah, I'm moving.
Young guy then pulled up on the scene.
What he do? What he do?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, I'm getting situated, you know, just taking care of business, man. Speaking of that, this agency apprenticeship program just hit me too. So this is the ITAC. It's called General Service Tech Apprenticeship Training. Requires 2,000 OJT on the job training. Automotive Service Advisor requires 2,000 hours in completion of online courses. Master Tech requires 8,000 hours. But this is for apprenticeship for automotive technology with the ITAC.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's just giving me the information on what I need to do. So I need to apply. Basically says you need to apply to shops like you would for another job. Be sure to mention you're interested in entering the ITAC apprenticeship program with Northwest Automotive Care Alliance, and basically letting them know that they're just giving me the initial steps I need to do in order to enroll into an apprenticeship program with cars, though. So Cars.
Go to
They just hit me again today.
Google. Yeah. But that they be. I hate to be negative, man. But look, just do this. I'm gonna go straight positive. Go to ASE certification.
ASE certification.
Yeah.
In my state, or do you know if it's
in your state? ASE certification. But it's actually federal certification, so it's valid in any state. Once you get certified, you're certified.
Okay.
So that's what you want, ASC certification. And and once you Google that, see who's offering ASC certification classes or courses or something around there. You know.
Yep, I see it in my area. I cut you off, but yep, I don't know. There's a series of entities that how can I say that how can I say this? There's a series of entities that incorporate the ASC into the paradigm.
That's what you want. If it's not that, it's not shit. It's a waste of money, waste of time.
Okay.
Because if you're not ASC certified, you ain't on shit as far as automotive is concerned. You know. So you got some of these junior colleges or automotive schools. Like we had a big scam here in Chicago, Lincoln Tech, and they they were charging all this big money to take their little courses. And I'm not gonna say that they ain't teach you nothing about vehicles, but when you came out of there, you couldn't get a job because you wasn't ASC certified.
Yeah, that's like DeVry. Those in the other parts of the country.
Yeah, like DeVry, Lincoln Tech. So you got to beware of some of these schools, bro, that just be in it to
it's for profit. You mean for profit? Schools are just for profit, right? Yeah, they're not really. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Sure. My auntie's daughter went to Lincoln Tech.
Right. You know about Lincoln Tech, Dale? Shit.
Yeah, she went there.
But scam. They had big time lawsuits against them, bro. People, they had acquired so much student loan debt, messing with Lincoln Tech, couldn't get a job, in any fucking auto shop. You know. Now, once you get an ASC certified, you go through that and you see who's offering courses. We gonna get you ASC certified. Then that's who you want to deal with. If you you're serious about messing with being in that industry, and then you could once you get certified, once you get certified, you solidify, bro. It's simple as that. Once you get ASC certified, you can go work anywhere in the country with your ASC certification, bro. Work at any shop in the country.
And in most cases, you don't even have to finish the school program.
Nope. Once you get certified, you go get all you gotta do is go get your money then, and they gonna be happy to have you. They love you because you got so many shops. It'd be hard for them to find ASC certified people that dealerships that you damn near name your price what you want to come fuck with them.
Yeah, I came up when there was a time when there was no such thing as a Lexus dealership, and then bam, it's one.
Yep.
Like that. Yeah. Just like we came up before Tesla, and then there was that's how Lexus was in the 90s. And if you were black and you had that ASC blues.
Oh man, look. Once you get that ASC certification, brother, sky's the limit because the shops, they got to have ASC certified people in order for them to get their insurance.
Yeah.
In
All
order
State Farm.
And if you're in a state where they have emission tests, you get your work done by an ASC certified person, even if that light don't go off. And you done pay so much to an ASC certified mechanic, they'll still pass you. You know what I'm saying? Because you went to a certified shop. Yeah. So
I wish that was the only issue I face down here, y'all. That shit is ran by them good old boys.
yeah.
It's hard. It is hard as hell to get on in the shop here.
Mm.
So
They'll
you
hire
think
a motherfucker with no experience, no degrees, no certifications before they
Let,
even think about one of us.
let them work off their cert.
so? Do you think it would be better to matriculate into like a to do the automotive technology course at a technical college, or should I do it like because this one is like this? They sent me a list. So here are the shops in the area requested. If you talk to a service advisor and they look confused about the apprenticeship program, ask to speak to the owner or manager. Mention that they should be a part of our association, which is like I said, which is the national. Pardon me, which is the Northwest Automotive Care Alliance. So they're basically telling me, like I basically they give me a series of shops in my area that I apply for a job, and then I mention to them about the apprenticeship program. And then once so going that way, or should I go the route of going to an actual institution and then just incorporate myself into automotive technology course?
My bad.
Yeah, whoever
Yeah, it depends on what
offering
you want.
whoever offering ASC certification.
Okay,
That's me.
ASC. Okay.
Yeah. I don't that that A-Tech shit, and you should tell them that they need to. You go to a shop and you're supposed to tell them that they ought to be part of the alliance and all that. I don't know what the hell them people talking about. Because them people gonna look at you like, man, you ASC. All they want to know is you're ASC certified. Are you in the process of getting ASC certified? Does that school, that particular what it's called, ITAC?
It's it's called ITAC court. This is a ITAC apprenticeship training program.
So are they offering ASC certification?
Yeah, definitely. I just asked him in the email, but
You
I'm
see
pretty
those
sure
three letters?
there's a series of zero
If
service.
somebody need need their screen fixed on their Audi, and then one mechanic don't got one, and the next mechanic got an ASE. Yeah, we already went through that on which one gonna get the job.
Yeah. So you got to get the if they're gonna get you ASC certified as part of their curriculum before you get up out of there. Yeah, we guarantee you ASC certification. Then okay, cool. But all that apprenticeship program and all that old different shit.
Get paid to learn. Like I don't want to necessarily like go to a school and I'm not getting paid though. I like the concept of earn while you learn. I like that.
Yeah,
I'm getting a paycheck. I'm just going somewhere and not getting no
South
bread.
Seattle Tech did.
So they got a union. So they part of it.
Yeah. They got union, labor unions, and all that. They got
No. I mean the ITAC is part of a union.
ITAC? No, I don't think that's unionized. No, it's an apprenticeship. It's an
So how you got apprenticeship and you're not not a union? You see what I'm saying, young guy?
I don't think you got to be unionized to have a apprenticeship program. I don't think you got to be unionized.
Oh shit. Yeah, I think you do.
Like a union, and then like a. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Because the apprenticeship usually comes through the union.
But I'm saying it's probably cheaper though. But I don't think that's not mandated to get that sticker.
Send that, young guy. Just send it to me. Send it to my phone, bro.
Because I figure like out of all the apprenticeships, I really like I mess with cars. Like when it comes to trades and all that, like I have a history. I mean, car. I work on cars, so why not get a certified in what you have a history in doing? More so.
Yeah, what you like.
Yeah, why not? It just makes perfect sense. I mean,
yeah. I'm with it 100%. So I'm with it. That's all I've been. That's the only trade I ever had outside of devilment. As the old folks say.
Okay. So yeah, yeah, man, it's a
DOT, it sounds like you need to look up South Seattle Tech instead of this ISE.
Okay, South Seattle Tech.
And yeah, look that up instead of the one you're talking about. Because
Yeah,
they ASC certified. This ISE that you're talking about, it don't look like they ASC certified.
oh no, they are, brother. They are, because I'm reading now. Now it says this apprenticeship program can combine structured, paid on the job training, which I like, and ITAC employer and ASE education foundation approved online and / or face-to-face instruction. So it's definitely they ASC founded or they're founded on. Let's see. But I ain't gonna lie though, I got a little I caught a glimpse of I caught a glimpse of what's his name, of Taz's premiere or live, but he's about the 40 acres and a mule. And I disagree with that based off my readings and my findings. Like the brother was saying, that's something that wasn't just a promise. That was inscribed into. That was actually inscribed into like, that was something that was documented. And I ain't even saying it right. I want to find the page in here, but the brother's outlining how that wasn't just no, yeah, we know it was a war measure, but that still was a promise. That's that still was something that, so I disagree with him when he says that we can't use that as a that's where it starts. That's where the wealth chasm starts. Just imagine if black folks had that land and was able to service that land and build upon that land. That would literally, so it's hard to detach away from not including that into the reparations argument, because that's literally where, like, I ain't gonna say, I don't want to say where it started, but that's clearly, I mean, the brother's using that as a and the brother, I mean, William A. Darity, he's using that as a prominent, how can I say this? I'm trying to articulate this correctly. But essentially, when it comes to 40 acres and a mule, that whole situation that was, that never manifested for black folks at that time was in fact, like the beginning of stripping. It was the beginning of the white wealth chasm in America between black folks and white folks in America. So I can't get away from not, like, us not including, not us not, using that as one of the many periods that wealth was maldistributed to white people. Trying to find that excerpt in here, man, and then not just find. I want to find it because he has a citation. I want to find the citation, not really just him saying that. I want to find it where he, where he got that information that to say that this was not just some verbal. This was something that was inscribed into. It was inscribed into. I ain't gonna say law. He didn't say law, but it was inscribed into the. How did he say it? Basically, implying that this ain't just a. This wasn't just a what's the word? A preliminary agreement where you just shake hands. You feel me? So it's not formal. It wasn't just a preliminary type of. So let me see. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, man, that's you know. Plus, they always gonna need somebody to work on that car. Somebody need that car, need that car worked on around this joint, man. For real. So right here. So while some maintain that this planned payment of land in a work, so yeah, while some maintain that this planned payment of land in a work animal to a newly yeah. So while some maintain that this planned payment of land in a work animal to newly freedmen and women in the 19th century is a figment of the Black imagination, historical records confirm that the promise of reparations was not a myth. It was inscribed into federal legislation. He's saying it was inscribed into federal, so law essentially. I was right, but yeah. So like I said, so he's saying that was not just a promise. It was literally, in fact, he says it was inscribed into federal legislation. In fact, the allocation activated in 1865, 40 acres for formerly enslaved Africans was at least the second such measure the federal government had developed to assign land to the former chattel. So yeah, I just I had that marked. I had that part marked. So I had to, but basically, yeah, because I find it interesting because you just find people that not even just tag, but people like to they like to, what's the word? They like to disregard that, and they feel like it's archaic, and we should focus on other realms of white tyranny, like nah. We got. I disagree with that respectfully, but yeah. So confirm. It said historical records confirm that the promise of reparations was not a myth. It was inscribed in federal legislation. So that right there, that's why I was harping on the feds being capable and culpable. So it's interesting. Boom, boom, boom. Come on now. It says the idea that reparations could be an effective method of addressing the effects of slavery and white supremacy has a long history, cycling in and out of popular discourse in the national policy arena. Reparations are as timely today as they were in the 1860s. Come on now. What do you say? He's being like, meaning that we've been trying to get that check. We've been talking that restorative, reparative justice talk since 1860s, basically. It's not it's not new, man. It's new. It's been ingrained, So, but yeah, man. The ultimate goal from here to equality is to help rejuvenate discussions about and to promote reparations for African Americans. So yeah, this is deep. It's deep. Okay. You Kaka. It should be good though. Yeah, should be good. Definitely by 1 o'clock though. Like I said, 1 o'clock. Yeah, man. So, and that's like we can't, we can't get away from that, and so I gotta find. Okay, not a myth. See, and he has it cited. I gotta find because I want to find that. I want to find it too. So it would be. You'll have to go to the back of the page and go to the bibliography. Let's see. And then you go to the chapter. What chapter is this?
What you looking for, Didi?
Introduction. No, I'm just finding that citation because it's he cited. He basically saying that it's not a myth. He's saying basically that some people claim that pardon me. So he said basically, some people claim that it's a figment of our imagination. That the historical records confirm that the promise of reparations was not a myth. Basically saying that there's a historical record, inscribed into federal legislation that that was supposed to be, meted out. Met with an M-E, meted out means, distributed out to black people, black chattel. Former chattel. Come on, man. That's deep right there. Chattel, man. So I'm basically about to find that citation. I'm going to the back looking for the because that's one thing the brother did his thing on it. He the brother came correct. He ain't saying a bunch of gibber. And they say don't take nobody's word or believe half of what you see. He's seeing half of what you hear. But when it comes to this certain thing, like okay, introduction, boom. Okay, so introduction. That's it. That was the introduction. That was page. Okay, so let me see. Okay, yeah, I think I found it too. Yep. While the prospect of receiving land in a farm animal made the freedmen targets of swindlers and scam artists, West Virginia University historian Walter Fleming declared unambiguously that the expectations of the blacks were justified by the policies of the government and the actions of its agents. 40 acres and a mule. Okay, so yeah, I found that citation too. Citation, introduction, page introduction. Just so you know, I know how to find the citations in the back. It ain't rocket science to do that. What's up, baby? For real. So yeah, interesting though, man. So as far as basically what I'm saying is, will Taz change his mind being that it was inscribed into federal legislation? It was inscribed into federal law. Would you change your mind with that information? Basically, with the information, if you knew it or not. It's not oh, I know. It's just don't. So saying people take this as a no. It's not. It's not about who knew no information. It's about just presenting this information and seeing if that changes, your original premise of us not being fixated on that as a remedy for reparations. So I was just curious to wonder, not curious to wonder, curious to know what has changes sentiment on that, being that it was something, being that it was inscribed into, it was inscribed, not ascribed. It was inscribed federal legislation.
Does that book cite the code that it was under?
That's what I was about to get at, Chris. Yeah. Can you demonstrate where it was mandated on a federal level to be law?
Yeah, you said, can I demonstrate?
Yeah, can you show evidence?
I found a citation, so I can find it. Yeah, I definitely could demonstrate. Like I said, this person right here, he's been studying this for 30 years, so I'll take his word for it. I'll take somebody's word who's been studying this for 30 years. He ain't gonna just write a book and just put a bunch of fluff in it, and then niggas know he gonna do his due diligence. He gonna put his citations, and it's on me to figure out if that's true or not. And I'm going to do that because I'm like, I don't think he's gonna put that in there and it not be true. You know what I'm saying?
He didn't give you a citation to prove
it? Yeah, I found it. I'm not let my blunt up, but I found it. Yeah, I definitely found a citation. It's right here, introduction, because that was in the. This is in that chapter is in the introduction area. That segment he talked about the the reparations. That's in the introduction area. So what do? You go to the introduction in the back, and you go to the page that you found that on was page 2. So like I said, it ain't hard to find the and he has this, and he had it marked. He had that particular point marked, so let me know that there's a citation. But yeah, I'm gonna find it. Water, big glass water. Yeah.
Are you working at a
I definitely want to find it because me finding it would totally illegitimizes anybody's claim on why we should not be using that as many of the elements, the 4 elements that attribute to the Black White Wealth Chats. The picket fence period, the bloodlust period, the wagon train period, and the federal freeway period. Yeah, those are 4 periods that broke or they created the black white wealth gap in America. So yeah.
You're in there with whoever. Yeah, I see. That's not something I would ever sign up for because I don't even like being around strangers when they're not around me. Yeah. In reality. No. Hi, guys, come to the air headset. Get your hot. They all mean to each other, like little the gaming and all that. There are people calling each other the N-word and all that. That's more like those calling.
Yeah. Hold on. Pardon me for a second.
Damn, boy, your TV was loud as hell.
No, that was my radio there. I seen my avatar.
What you listening to? Rush Limbaugh?
No, it 95.5. The Eric Von Hessler show.
A MAGA show?
No, they're a bunch of comedians.
All right. All right. I think Diddy was trying to make his case.
No, this ain't a call out. And it's not confirmation bias. Hit the link. Well, niggas always got something to say. Hit the link. Well, niggas think they know everything. It's confirmation bias. It ain't none of that.
What up, real? Yeah, y'all keep posting the link up till we get it pinned. I was trying to get it pinned earlier. But we'll get it pinned up.
I'm gonna find it just because I'm. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about it. I didn't know that. That's that right there. Hold on. It was inscribed into federal law. I mean, it was inscribed into federal legislation. Oh, damn. And that literally destroys anybody's argument trying to say that we shouldn't be focused on that. That fact right there alone. Once I find that information, then nobody should be talking about what we should be worried about that. We know it was inscribed into federal legislation. What you mean we should be worried about it? But we should hold them accountable for that. What do you mean?
Can you pop his source out?
You see.
It should be very simple. It would be called an act.
Okay, so 2.
Until then, all we have is an order.
Yeah, you talking about that order? I'm talking about legislation, though. Federal legislation.
We waiting on that.
I ain't talking about. I ain't talking about no order. I'm talking about legislation.
Where is it?
Congress.
Where is it?
That's what I mean. I ain't talking about no order by.
Where is it?
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about legislation.
Okay, don't talk us to death. Where is
it? It's 3 bodies of government, right?
Where is it? We don't need all the extra. Where is it?
He's trying to trigger me. That's what it is. He's trying to say slick shit to try to trigger the guy.
Nah, he ain't trying to do that, dude.
Yeah. He's trying to trigger the guy. I know what's up. I see through shit, man.
Nah, dude, trust me, he ain't trying to do that.
He said all we have is an order. No, we don't. All we have is not an order. I have evidence right here to prove that all we don't have. So that's literally a disingenuous comment to say that. You have is that. I don't have an order.
Then show us. Quit talking about it. Show us.
I got the receipts, you feel me?
Show us the receipt.
Niggas be threatened by a nigga with a book. I peeped that. Niggas be, all you do is go get a book and you read it. And nigga, I want a nigga to go get a book and school me. School me, young black man. The fuck? That is weird to me. Niggas be mad because niggas got books to read. The fuck? What type of self-hate shit is that?
Chris, this is why I don't fuck with turtles.
Yeah, nigga go bust a book out. Correct. Niggas don't like getting correct. Oh, go get that book and you correct the nigga. Niggas don't like that, baby. Niggas like, who's this nigga with a book reading like he knows some shit? I want to bravo, young black man. Go get that. I encourage. I salute you going to go get a book like some of these niggas just talk out the side of their neck.
Clapping is a sign of autism.
Who that black man?
He found the law. I
Ain't
stepped off.
one dead.
Oh, I
no,
thought. Oh shit. Everybody
ain't
waiting
no.
on the law.
It's not one. All we have is Special Order 15. There was
That,
no
that oh, that's
congressional
that's
act
what you
or
was talking
law.
about.
You ran her over. She
Yeah.
left you. Shut up.
Wait a
You niggas
minute.
don't know nothing, man. Niggas
That's the law you talking about? Number 19.
No, it wasn't a law. Is what he's talking about is
Special
Special
order.
Field Order
Yeah.
15.
Oh.
But there
Did he
was
say
no.
that? Did he read that
No,
off? Oh, he didn't.
no, he's implying that Congress passed a law or an act which would have made it federally mandated, which is all new to anybody else outside of deity in the book he's reading. So if he has the information to show where Congress implemented this as federal law, we would love to see that act.
I'm gonna find it, and like he said, it was described in federal legislation. Period. So
It would tell you what it is.
He said it was described in federal legislation. Period. In fact, the allocations activated in HCC 5 and 40 acres for formerly enslaved Africans was at least the second such measure the federal government had developed to assign land. Do you think he's lying? This thing ain't gonna lie. Write a book and lie? Think I'm gonna find it, but you niggas think he's lying? Somebody who's at PWI school education. We uplift education. Go get that degree. But as soon as you bring up book about somebody who's highly learned, who's been studying this shit longer than I damn near been alive, I'm gonna take his word for it. Coupled with the fact that I'm gonna still go to the back of the back and find the goddamn facts. What the fuck? Like, come on.
And when he pulls up Special Field Order 15, and that's all he's going to have to work with, then what?
Breathe, brother. Take a deep breath.
What up, Pretty Black?
Now, the acts that you can point at is the Confiscation Acts. It was 2 of them. Oh, I can't remember the years, Dev, but this is when the Union was taking everything from the South: land, Negroes, tools, weapons, whatever they could get their hands on. That's how a lot of us wind up there in those lands and were classified as contraband. Those are the acts that we can point at. But as far as an act distributing land to us from Congress, that don't exist. All we have is Special Field Order 15. Another thing we could look at was Sherman's proposal to make Florida an all-black state, but that was just a proposal.
You gonna make your food?
Sherman.
Baggy, where's words up?
You want me to make it?
It's cool. I got it.
But trust, if there was an act, y'all know full well, I don't even have to say his name, Truth would have been grinding that until our eardrums. If there was an actual act implemented by Congress. You find it yet, Deity?
I'm on the hunt right now. I'm on the hunt. I'm on the hunt. I'm about to find it right now. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Into federal. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Come on now. Okay. Let me see. Okay, while the prospects of receiving land, let me see. North American. North American. View. Walter Fleming. Fleming. What is this? Is this okay? So. Okay. Page. What page? What page was that? What page? Page. What is it? Let me see. Okay.
Oh man, what I missed? Hey, so the shooter was trans, though, Mo? What the fuck is going on? So was he in his trans outfit when he shot the motherfucker up? The fuck is happening around here? New developments. So the Minneapolis shooter was trans.
Yeah, part of the manifesto, he was talking about how he didn't like Christians or some shit like that.
Did he attend that school?
I think he just had a problem with Christianity.
Yeah, I'm not.
And it's always somebody who done been
18 pages. I gotta read this. Yeah, because it's about 18 pages. I'm gonna have to knock this out. And this actually it's the 40 Acres and a Mule, author Walter L. Fleming, the North American Review. So May 1906. So this is definitely okay. So this is some dated intel, but it's still relevant. But I'm gonna 40 acres and a mule. I'm gonna try to read this. Like I said, it's 18 pages. It's not long, super long, but I did.
You found the law?
Huh?
You
Not
found
a
it?
law, but I
Oh.
found the source
Oh.
that the source for the brothers referencing that it was inscribed. Because I just did a quick. This is what I mean by information. I just did a quick Google search, and Google just tried to tell me, no, it was never ascribed. That's what I mean by you can't depend on Google for a lot of information. You can't just go to Google and ask Google. Oh no, that's not true. And then like it's Google's not. Yeah, Google's not a. I'm not a Google scholar. Like real information is in. You have to dig and find sources and Google going to Google and think you could just type in some shit and get the answer all the time. That ain't proper scholarship in my mind. It's not. It's not. Really.
Well, in the meantime, Google Special Field Order number 15.
I see. I'm gonna have to read this. This is 40 Acres and a Mule, professor of history in West Virginia. Okay, exactly. So yeah, I'm gonna have to check. I gotta read this, and I'm gonna just come back. I'm gonna read it, and then come back. I ain't gonna rush through it though. I definitely want to take my time with this, but it's 18 pages, not too extensive, but I definitely ain't about to be. What's the word? Skimming through shit. Skimming through shit. That's how you skip shit. That's how you miss shit. Trying to skim through some shit. For real, babe.
All right. Yeah, I wasn't prepared for that. What was the original topic? I think the news of the shooting came through.
Yeah, they saying he was a trans gender, I guess. I'm trying to find some more information about it now. I'm trying to see, was he a student there, former student there?
Man, what is that noise?
Yeah, that sounded like a microwave.
Oh, that's on your end, Dale. That shit been going on all night. I think you said they was working on something outside.
Yeah, they gone now. Yeah, they done. They finished it in 72 hours flat.
Why it's still beeping?
Yeah, that ain't me.
Yes, it is.
Deb, you better not be in the hospital, man.
No, you just heard me outside. Sound like a life support. Yeah, I got some good ass ears.
Sound like a heart monitor. It's beeping loud as hell. It's been doing it all day though, since last night.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear.
You can't hear it,
Nope.
and it's coming from your end. Hit your mute, and you'll see that it's coming from your phone. See, it's gone. Nobody hears it anymore, right?
I don't hear it.
GQ, you got that out of a book.
What I get out of the book?
You'll catch the joke in a minute.
Oh shit!
I
Man,
guess
leave
you
my little
missed a
brother
lot.
alone.
It's not about pressing him.
Freaked out, then he just dropped off. Come on back up, young guy. Goddamn, just tell him you was wrong. Viasa was right. You know this motherfucker is a teacher, young guy. He know about this shit, man. Nigga know about the motherfucker sold the general of turtles 37 times. You think he don't know about the think he don't know about the 15 shit? You know about this shit. No reason to get upset about it, man. He wasn't trying to trigger you, young guy. He just trying to make sure you're on the right track, brother.
But see, GQ, nobody talks about those, and I stumble on this word, but those confiscation acts. We don't talk about that and how that plays a part in the origin of this story. Even the whole idea of Lincoln setting slaves free. No, he kidnapped them and then forced you to work or made you contraband. Even saying that he put you in the military, he was digging ditches, transporting goods, but we don't tell that side of the story.
Right.
You get where I'm going? So just imagine what that did to all them rednecks in the South. You think that you think they had a humane moment and was like, "Oh, that's the right thing to do," or you took my shit. You get where I'm going? This is going on during the war.
Yeah.
But now Lincoln is faced with the dilemma of what you gonna do with all these darkies. This is how you get the idea of Lincolnia down there in Panama.
Mm.
You get where I'm going? But
yeah,
he didn't live long enough to fulfill his ideas, and we're not going back into it. We'll take tidbits. We'll pull up the quote of if he could maintain the union by not messing with slaves, that he would, and I'm paraphrasing, or how he had the sentiments that white people should always be above black people. We'll pull that out, but we're not going to pull out a 400-page. This is where deity comes in. We're not going to pull out a 400-page book on white people and read what white people was doing.
Right.
We're going to go for them confirmation bias books and them feel-good books. Or let me say some shit that this nigga ain't read to make me look smarter than that nigga books. But the actual work, no, we not gonna look into that boring shit. And that's where all the jewels is at.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's where they all at. In the
I
cut.
ain't, you know what I mean? I
See
ain't
that
trying to put
cracker.
them on black. I mean, I ain't trying to put them on blast, but just to try to help them out. I looked up that ISE and if it was ASE certified, because I am. And they're
Right.
not. That's why I told them to go to, what is it, South Seattle Tech.
That's a
But
fact.
he wasn't trying to hear the shit.
A little stubborn, huh?
And that's my fear about all of this that goes on in these YouTube streets and TikToks, GQ. Imagine a 12-year-old picking this shit up at home and then goes to the teacher.
Mm-hmm.
This is what my argument used to be in the clubhouse days with all the elbows. Y'all keep saying this. That 12-year-old goes into the classroom and says, no, we was here before Columbus. The
Yeah.
teacher says, no, you wasn't. Now he wants to buck up against the teacher, get sent to the hall office or suspended, and we want to pull the race card versus, no, this little wrong Negro was just wrong. And we won't have the integrity to sit back and say, little nigga, you wrong. And that makes it harder when a legitimate race claim comes to the forefront because we pull the race card on every fucking thing.
That's a fact. Too much confirmation bias, man. You gotta look outside of what you're looking for. See what you know what I'm saying. Look from the outside looking in. That cracker legacy means so much to him though, man. That's why somebody was talking about last night how Hank Aaron received so much hate mail before
They're trying to kill that dude.
Yeah, before he broke that record, man, because they don't want their kids later on. They don't. That's why Chris gonna whoop your ass, though, man. You quit fucking with people.
He ain't gonna get in the ring, man. It's over with.
No, but they didn't. The crackers didn't want their kids, man, to know that a black man held that motherfucking home record, man. That meant that much to them, man. They want threaten to kill Hank Aaron and everything, man. Not to break that record, man. Then, fast forward, you got a Dominican hold the motherfucking record. I think a lot of times it'd be anything but a nigga. I don't really be looking for confirmation bias, man. I try to stick to the facts, man. Some shit just be common sense. I mean, I was looking more at the common sense aspect of a lot of this shit. What the fuck is this keep calling?
That's ice, man. Nah, Judah, I ain't beefing. Like I said, it's done because it ain't gonna happen. He keeps on bringing me up for some weird reason. He had a problem with me when GQ made a joke about the trans outfit. He's like, well, kids are being murdered. You laughing at trans? It was the joke that GQ made. Like, the shit's stupid.
Damn. I wasn't even trying to be funny. I mean, I was really like just wondering, like, did he go as a man or a woman when he went and did the shit. That's what I meant by did he have on the trans outfit. I wasn't trying to
and
crack
that was
no
the funny
joke.
part,
I was
bro.
just,
Like,
yeah, I wasn't trying to crack it. I was just trying to say, like, was he in his female identity or was he in his male identity? That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, you never know with these motherfuckers. This shit is crazy, man.
this sensitive over nothing, bro.
Yeah, they be so outraged about something. They could joke about whatever the hell they want to joke about. Fake outrage. I'm the one brought the damn subject up. I feel sorry for them babies, man. I don't want to see no kids getting unalived. I don't give a damn what race it is. It's not good.
Yeah, most people feel that way.
I'm racist, but I ain't that goddamn racist. Yeah, this white on white crime got to stop, though. You know.
Yeah, as long as there are people on the planet, there's always going to be evil.
He had a name change recently.
Here's how women are able to earn.
This shit just, yeah. I'm going to wait till this evening to get back onto this one because it's just steady piling up more and more shit by the second. Just 3 hours ago. Let me see something more recent. 1 hour ago. Okay.
You buying your new stocks this week or last week?
No. No, I didn't. I ain't buy nothing new. I've been buying the same ones. I've been DCing. You know, I just do $20 a day, Monday through Friday, and do crypto Saturday and Sunday, $20 a day. I haven't
crypto on the downturn.
Huh?
I said crypto going down.
Yeah, it's going
That's
down.
good.
Yeah, I'm still DCing. $20 a day on the weekend for the crypto, and $20 a day Monday through Friday for my stocks. I've been just adding on.
I need another big sell off, man. That's what I need, bro. I need Trump to talk that shit so the market can sell off.
Yeah, I made a bag, man, off them options after that sell off. So I've been chilling, man. I've been enjoying my summer. Get some work done around the house. Mess with these raggedy cars.
Yo, you know what was crazy? And the tax part of what's that shit? The big beautiful bill.
Yeah.
If you hold your stocks for 10 to 30 years, that shit is tax free. I said, ooh.
Yeah. That's a fact.
I was like, okay, then.
There was something else in there too.
About the kids. I think from 2025 to 2028, they get basically like a investment fund. $1,000. You talking about that one?
No, I wasn't talking about that one. What? No, elaborate on that.
Yeah, if you're born, I believe in 2025 up to 2028, there's going. They call it. Trump calls it like the Trump Fund, some shit like that. $1,000 towards your kids' college, or just whatever.
From what? As far as like a tax write off, or
no, it's like an investment fund
coming from the government.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Because yeah, me and Truth, we talked about it for a few minutes a few weeks ago. I was like, that shit always ain't bad. And then I've been reading some articles. Trump want to fire one of the chair governors from the Federal Reserve, some lady from Atlanta, for mortgage fraud.
He want to fire that motherfucker.
Powell.
Powell, yeah. He want to fire that motherfucker.
Yeah.
What up, though?
What's the word, Taz?
Where was you 15, 20 minutes ago, Mr. Taz? We
Oh,
needed you.
damn. I gotta move.
On my way to the crib. What I missed, bro? What I missed? Goddamn, I just missed it too.
Your scholarship was being critiqued.
For real?
I didn't know you did a show on it, but yeah, your scholarship was being critiqued. Allegedly, you wrong about Special Field Order 15.
Mm-hmm.
Congress passed a law.
Wait,
Ain't
so
nobody find it, but you wrong.
Who's challenging that? Is somebody challenging that?
Yeah,
me,
the young God.
Oh, so what you got, bro? Oh, he ain't up here.
No, I just felt like saying me.
Yeah, you know what though? I should know though that some of the people that's married to that as a point that challenge it. But yeah, I'm here, so hopefully he'll bring it up, because it's one of those things we keep getting told. So you know what I'm saying, I do think we do need to hash out a final understanding of that, because I'm just not of the belief that we saying the right information, fam. It's right there documented.
What all did you cover? I didn't know you did a presentation. What all did you cover? Was you just solely at Special Order 15, or did you go into the history of it? Like the confiscation acts and so on.
That was more of a that video was old, so I have to look and see how far I went into it. It's like an hour long, so I'm pretty sure I just kept it simple with the field order itself and what I'm arguing as to why it wouldn't be a reparations claim. Now everything else around it still viable as far as conversation, but my point in the video was the 40 acres weren't given for reparations. We have to stop making it seem like that was a reparations or a give or a present or a gift. It wasn't.
Did you cover how the young blacks had to serve in the military and all the nuances nobody talk about?
I think that's in that video. If not, it's in another one, but I think it's in that one too, because that's written in the field order. You're talking about as to where that they said the young men would be working for the military and the families would stay on a reservation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the field order, so I probably just covered the part that's written. It's just because I took it at face value, most likely, because it does say that. It says, you know, y'all come work for us and we'll give you people a home. But I would like to hear what he's challenging on it, because a lot of times I think we just married to the 40 acres. You know what I'm saying? Like like that there's nothing else there. Like it's more there to talk about. Hell, you got massacres going on around that time, that like the Memphis massacre, for example. I mean, that you got a better reparations claim for that in Memphis than you would 40 acres that have nothing to do with Memphis.
I know y'all don't want to hear this, but the Memphis riots, that's your first black transsexual going before the Supreme Courts. And that she helped pass the enforcement acts on the Klan.
Wait, who you
Y'all
talking
know that
about?
story?
What's the name?
It's Francis something. Give me a second. Francis Thompson. I'm gonna grab a link and throw it in the back.
No, I don't think I know that name. That ain't the name I was thinking of.
My bad, I got bad background and shit. Alright, I found a beeping noise.
What's up, Dad?
What's up? Yeah, the Minneapolis shooting. I think that's probably the only brand new shit last year. 2 kids.
What happened? What happened in Minneapolis, Dad?
School shooting. 2 or 3 kids unalive, 17 wounded up in Minneapolis. White boy then went crazy again.
Yeah, they acting up that way this year, ain't they? God damn, we were just about Minnesota the other day.
Yep. This time he happened to be a transsexual also. The verdict is still out. Was he a member of the school or a former member of the school or not? I'm not sure yet.
Either Man Williams. What's good, bro? I ain't never seen you around these parts, bro. What's up with you, family? You don't know who this is. It's Tag, bro. I know I ain't got my name up there, but good. He up in Seattle, I think. He up in Seattle. That was Swarthy who up in Minneapolis. But yeah, they've been in the news a lot lately, though, man. That's what that white girl did that shit out with that kid. And then something else happened recently up there too. We was just talking about.
Yeah, they freaking out up there.
I dropped y'all that link. I'm not promoting it. It's just a part of history I stumbled across, and it's there. Salutes on helping pass them enforcement acts, and heart goes out to what happened during that Memphis stuff. But it's a part of history we got to hold.
Why you laughing like that, Chad?
You could have kept this shit, bro. God damn, you could have kept this shit right here. Whoa, I'm telling you.
Can't let you get blindsided, though.
It's
giving their ass some ammo, ain't he, boy?
It's a bad look for 1876, my nigga.
Viasa slick, man. Viasa slick. He gave their ass some ammo on us, man. Hey,
yeah,
but man, that shit go all the way back to the 1800s, man.
No, you ain't gonna get me cussed out and get.
Is that a pause statement? GQ goes all the way back.
Pause.
You just don't
just in case.
This shit won't come. Oh no, Taz will not be doing a presentation on this. Guarantee you that. I got my years in of history that niggas hate. I ain't doing this. That's what I might pull all the videos back out and rename them. History that niggas hate. Boy, I'm telling you, this can fit right in that shit. Nah, bro, this one escaped me, and it's a reason, I guess. I ain't gonna see it. Shout out to the chat, man, that y'all didn't have to see this shit, bro. As much as niggas hate talking about that type shit, yeah, in history, That's a bad look. It's a bad look. Just know, nigga. It's a bad look. Shout out to Beyonce for fucking my day. But yeah, that's the
But the
thing,
flip side,
man.
Taz, is does that add to the argument? Because was they turning these individuals into that? If they was using them for those purposes, did they
God
make these
damn.
people?
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm skimming through it right now. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone. I ain't got nothing to say.
Because to
This is
me,
sad.
there's worse stories than that one. Damn, I can't believe I forgot the sister's name. But there was a sister out in Virginia. She wound up killing her master. She was trying to get the boyfriend to do it. He didn't have the heart to go through with it, so she pulled it off. And when they began to investigate the story, you come to find out that she was tired of being raped by her master. And the main reason she was tired of being raped by her master is because she knew that was her father. But he didn't see it that way. He seen her as property. He didn't see that young girl as his child. He just seen his property. She mentally couldn't take it no more and took him off the planet. And of course, they tried to keep it hush hush, but as the investigation and other slaves get brought into the investigation, the story leaks out. And I think her boyfriend, and three others got killed behind it. Those stories is worse than the transsexuals to me, because that's a
I
father
mean,
doing it to his own child.
but nah. See, this would make it bad though, bro. The picture they got on here though, bro.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like this picture is just like, bro. Like, what are we looking at, bro? What in the modern day is this, bro? Like, what the fuck? This shit is crazy. Oh man. Yeah, that is a legitimate question in itself, though. How much of that would be based on attempting to remove their masculinity and make some of these men into because they couldn't make them eunuchs, let's say per se at this point, but still you could put that out there in a way in which a man wouldn't feel safe unless he was a woman, I guess. I don't know, but it's a legitimate question. I would have to look further into that story, which probably will not happen. I'm telling you now, I ain't fucking with old Francis. Francis about to take that L in history. Ain't too many niggas in history I would say can be written out. We only need to talk about him when we talking about testimony of the Memphis Massacre. You ever been there, Beyonce, to that site?
No, I haven't been to Memphis.
Okay. Check this out. So I didn't come across this Memphis Massacre story studying. It's right around the corner from where Dr. King got assassinated at. So if you walk around the corner, I mean like literally one block. It's Army Park. It's literally right there on the corner. It's maybe 500 feet from where Dr. King assassinated at, going the opposite direction. Is literally right there. So all of this history is in one little square. You got the Army Park right there where that's at. You got the King assassination right there, and it's something else right there too. It's a Masonic lodge that's right there that was built in the 1800s that kind of had me tripping on it, like, yeah, what the fuck is that here for? So it's a Masonic lodge. You got the site of the Memphis Massacre, and then the site where Dr. King was assassinated at, all in one short square block.
Yeah, I can't go see that shit, Taz. I think Dev was telling the story of how he went there at his younger days, and I opened up to him about that's mentally too much. Like I get preserving that building, But that ain't no
Yeah.
shit I want in my. I don't want that in my psyche.
The only
'Cause that
thing I
man,
was
that man didn't deserve to get shot on that damn balcony like that.
I
And real quick before you continue, I hate to say this. That slave master's name was John Francis, and the girl's name was Peggy. I'm trying to look through my
damn.
notes and find out what year that was.
But yeah, that I would say because of the lie that's told in regard to how the King assassination went, I do think it's important that maybe if you don't go, just have an understanding of why certain parts of that is questionable. Because the story they told us about the dude shooting from across from Bessie Brewer's rooming house is just not plausible, and you can kind of see that when you go. And then when you juxtapose that to the picture of where people was pointing from, where the shots came from, if you do that in Memphis, you can see what it is they were trying to hide when they built that that extra wing onto the Lorraine Motel. So a lot of people just think that they added a museum, but in reality, they blocked the location where people were pointing at and saying the shots actually came from. So I'm saying like no conspiracy shit, none of that. Just pull out the pictures, look at them, and you'll see that where they're pointing at is not where they tell us those shots came from. And then upon further investigation, you'll see you couldn't even made that shot because they had trees and shit all in the way. And the next day they cut them down to make the shot seem more plausible. So I do believe that that's more of the U.S. Army and things that we've never had conversation about what happened to Dr. King in Memphis. That wasn't the story they told. And that's why I went, because I wanted to see it for myself. You know what I'm saying? And there's a reason they don't let us on the third floor to look at the exact spot. Because if you do, you'll see it's questionable. It's questionable the story they told us.
Oh, 100%. Even the dude just driving away so nonchalantly is weird. I can't remember that white boy's name, but yeah, I'm with you.
Damn, I was gonna say John Wilkes Booth. You know I'm in the wrong goddamn
Yeah, you
James Earl Ray.
You want to know some crazy shit about Booth? They said he came to Oklahoma. That's a
Who?
rumor myth. I can't
Hey,
remember
oh,
what
you
his
said
name's.
that he didn't
Yeah,
die.
yeah.
Yeah, bro, yeah, but look, that's another one, you know. Hey, shit, I entertain it. You know what I'm saying? I entertain it. I've read a lot of that shit about that. It's is that the Brushy Bill Roberts story? The dude who went up there in Oklahoma in the last few years of his life, he tried to get a pardon and all that shit, saying he was Billy the Kid. Didn't happen in Oklahoma too?
Billy the Kid did come to Oklahoma. He got shut down in Boley.
Yeah,
Booth, they said he switched his name to David E. George and moved to Enid.
David George.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I definitely remember reading that shit. It's questionable. I mean, they never truly identified him. So I don't know, bro. That's one of them stories in history that's kind of crazy when you look at it, because like to see a woman get hung and you know what I'm saying, all that type of shit that went along with that story. That was a crazy ass assassination story. It's one of them. I think they keep it secret and don't talk about it because of how many white folks was involved in taking out the president and undermining the country. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of people that was cool with it. A lot of people that didn't want the Civil War to end. Not that way anyway. Hey, you came back here to hang out with your papa? I doubt it. Yeah, I know. Bye-bye. But yeah, that's them conspiracies I play around with a little bit though. Pause. I fuck with like the Lincoln conspiracy and some shit like that. Like that's those things you can only read about. like I said, that Dr. King joint, I got a little picture I made when I was over there. Let me go close this door back. My granddaughter back, so y'all know what that is. It's up around this motherfucker, 6 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, nigga. Popping. Let me see. Because what the hell is my keyboard? Okay. The line that you can draw to see some of that is that fire extinguisher. Let me see if I can pull this up so I can show you what I'm talking about, man, with this Dr. King shit. They tried to play us for real. One of my favorite videos I did it to the Walking in Memphis beat in the background and shit. I hanging out in Memphis for a day, man. Just enjoying it and shit. Do me a favor, share my screen, bro. Let me see if I can show the outs of this shit. So yeah, this the area around it and whatnot. And let me see if I can show you these photographs that I took when I was there. Okay, so I'm arguing right there with this picture that where they're pointing at is the actual place where the shot came from. You know what I'm saying? And so it's better to crop the picture out from the one they try to show you and just look at the one that you can actually see where you see where they point at. They point to the roof, right? But they tell us that they're pointing across the street. And so in the later years, they end up getting people like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, cats that come on there and they're pointing across the street where the red line is. Where that red line is the direct line of sight from Bessie Brewer's rooming house. And so what they're telling us is that the shot came from across the street, and that if we're looking at where the actual witnesses were pointing at, they pointing at this building that is now blocked. If you look at this right here, this is before they actually got done with the museum. So this on this side of this is the Lorraine Motel. This is the museum when they started constructing it. It was constructed to block this, which is what those people are pointing at, right? It was like, so for example, let me show you again, another line of sight picture. Like I said, I went and found a lot of this shit because there ain't too many references from back then. So they're saying this was the shot. So this is that red line, right? They're telling us that it came directly from across. And again, it don't take much to see. So when you out there in Memphis, you'll see that this is the corner that the Lorraine Motel sit on the back end. That shot came from overhead, right? This little area right here is what sits right next to that. So this overlooks the Lorraine Motel. This is the back street of the Lorraine Motel. It literally overlooks it. And like I said, if you're there and you're looking at it, it's plain as day, like, wait, fam, okay, that's what they were pointing at. You know what I'm saying? And you can't miss it. Even if you come back some and looking from a distance, because this picture is directly in front of the Lorraine, right? It's directly in front of the Lorraine Motel. You can still see this spot that is the penthouse to the point where they have reconstructed it. That shit is new. But in the old pictures, the same penthouse is still there. And again, like I say, it's just hard to miss it. Like I said, I did the whole full layout. I showed all this shit from the exact places where it was. I got the old pictures. I got everything. There's just no way around it. And then, like I was telling you, it's a Masonic building around the corner right there. You know what I'm saying? Take that how you want to. And that Memphis Massacre right there. You know, all this shit is one block radius. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why I say when I went, bro, it was to kind of show like, okay, so when they pointing, you see how they pointing? They point directly across. And those witnesses, they were pointing up and around, like they weren't pointing directly across the street. And so some people think the shots came from here, this water tower. Only problem is it's the wrong direction. It was in the opposite direction. So like I said, I'm going to end up putting this video back out probably. But yeah, fam, I actually went to go see, and it's cap. They lied to us. They told us that he stood on the bathtub like this and took a crazy shot and got lucky and hit Dr. King, then went on the run for months and months and months and was able to get away. It's cap. So on this picture right here, you have again that direct line of sight to the fire hydrant right here. And that's where the letter B is right here. So if you look at that, fam, and you go look at that picture where Dr. King dying on the steps, you can see that. You can see this fire hydrant in that picture. And like I say, it does not point to where those witnesses were pointing at. That's just the reality, fam. Those witnesses were not pointing across the street. They was pointing up. And like I say, you go and you look at it for yourself, and it's over. You see it, it's over. You don't even question it no more. So that's why I say if there was any reason to go, it would be just to see kind of the logistics on this, because explaining it, of course, is one thing, but seeing it for yourself is like, fuck, bruh. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a different look when you see it for yourself. So that would be the reason I would say it's worth the trip just to see that history and know that they covered that up. Matter of fact, I didn't even show the picture of how they covered it up. But yeah, they built that museum taller than where they're pointing at, so you can't see the penthouse no more from the third floor. You can't even see it. That's why they built the museum tall, so it's high, so you can't see the proximity from the penthouse to the museum. And most people would just point across the street where they told you to point at, but that ain't where the witnesses was pointing at. I'm going with the witnesses. I say if it's anything,
what you think the purpose of the cover up was, Ted?
Because they didn't want people to know how it happened or who did it. I mean, keep in mind, James Earl Ray somehow got out the city, out the country, fake name, you know what I'm saying, and then was able to he got caught later. But I feel like they let him run. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was able to get out the country. He had fake IDs and all type of shit. He was connected in ways that didn't denote, you know what I'm saying, his money. He wasn't no motherfucker with no long money or nothing like that. So he clearly had help. And I think if you look at the fact that it's admitted that they came the next day and cut down the bushes and all of that. You got witnesses that say they saw people running around and whatnot behind the retaining wall. It's a lot there that says they just didn't want us to know that Dr. King got hit by the government. Because this that ain't even one of my arguments about any of this type of shit when it comes to black leaders. He's about the only one I'll say that on. Dr. King got hit by the government, though, fam. I'm telling you. No doubt in my mind. And they want us to believe a regular dude did it. And I don't see it. There's no way.
I feel you. Yeah. You know Hoover had it out for him.
You ain't been there?
Yeah, definitely. I've been to Lorraine Motel.
Yeah, because that shot it just don't look right, bro. You asking for an incredible shot in the first place.
Well, I've been to Army Park too. I've been all through Memphis. Shit, I've been. I was fuck it, man. I've been locked up until.
What is that? Google Earth. Let me see if I can pull it up on Google Earth, because I didn't look at it on there, but I bet you it's a better view on there. Damn, I make me want to redo the video. Because on Google Earth, I think you can go over and above it and shit and look over it and shit. Let me see if I can pull up that area.
Technology, a motherfucker.
Yeah, shit different now. That was 2020 when I did that video. You know what I'm saying? This shit locked in. Now you can do anything on this motherfucker. Now, let me see. Oh, wow. Yeah, pull me straight up to that motherfucker. Yeah. All right. Let me see. Let's see if I can maneuver this around a little bit. See where we at.
They had Google Earth in 2020.
Yeah, but I wasn't using it like that though. I ain't gonna cap to you. I wasn't using it.
Yeah, we pulled up to the parking lot and
It's right there.
I think it
All
was
right.
82.
So look, this is the proximity to that shit that I want y'all to see right here. This is where the shot came from right here. This is my argument. This is a whole penthouse up here. Right? You can even see a door on that motherfucker now. God damn. Yeah, that's impressive. This shit is wild. I needed this back then. Okay, so yeah, this is the penthouse. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck? And so, okay, this is the penthouse right here. And then on this side, this is the Lorraine Motel. All of this was built on, right? If you look right here, this is the area where Dr. King would have got shot at right here, right? But this is the area that was built on later. This was already here, but they built this to cover where you can see this from over here. So the shot, I'm arguing the shot came from here to here, and this was built so you can't see this anymore from here, and you can't see it. And you notice where Dr. King got killed at, because this is where those two cars are parked at, right? If you've been to the Lorraine, you know two cars parked out there with the street in front of them. See what I'm saying? So you can see where the room was and whatnot. So it's about right here in this area on the 3rd floor. And the shot, I'm arguing with a came from back here in the penthouse back here. And yeah, fam, you know what I'm saying? I'm more convinced than ever seeing this.
Makes sense.
They built that Civil Rights Museum in what, 88? So that's, you know what I'm saying, that's right around the time where I think the Martin Luther King holiday was becoming an important thing. Like, yeah, but that was a cover up. Hey, that wasn't no regular ass white dude did that shit.
Yeah, you didn't have no chance to be wrong. Yeah, if you would have missed, the shooter would have been dead.
I never doubted that though. I mean, even if it was Ray, I never doubted that it was he was working for the government, even if it was him. I never doubted
that it was more to that story anyway. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's always good.
Why didn't the lone gunman theory sell?
No, that lone gunman theory never sold. It was always a government conspiracy in my eyes.
Well, the family didn't believe it either, so I think that always mattered.
Right.
You know, the family said let him free. They actually they was actually supporting him when he died, James Earl Ray.
Mm-hmm. They said he was a patsy.
Yeah, they're trying to get him a new trial and shit. Dr. King's son, Dexter, he's trying to get James Earl Ray a new trial, and that's at the same time where they filed the lawsuit to say the government was responsible, and they won that one. Remember, they won that one, the lawsuit against the government.
Yep. They took the civil liability, but they just didn't take the criminal, which they never do. They always got a fall guy. But yeah, everybody know that was government hit.
That one to me is more clear than JFK shit, because I went to Dallas whole different times thinking I ain't got nothing yet. I ain't got shit yet for that, fam. I'm where I was the first time I went to Dallas, nigga. That JFK shit, a motherfucker.
That was a mob hit.
Ain't the bushes still there though?
Yeah, the grassy knoll, all that shit's still there. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's there's room for every scenario. Like when GQ say it's a mob hit, it's room for the mob. Like it's not, you know what I'm saying? You just say, nah, fam, that ain't, you know what I mean? Like, no, but there's room for all those theories. There's room for all those theories to exist within a government plot.
Government.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? The government could have hired these motherfuckers. Like, there's just a lot of questions in regard to what was going on behind that picket fence, on that triple overpass, and in that Daltex building. I don't think the school depository has shit to do with it. I think that was all set up. He was a patsy.
You got a court ruling saying that the Oswald was never solid.
That motherfucker wasn't no shooter, bro. He wasn't no killer, bro. Soft ass Lee Harvey Oswald, for real. Pop out, young Diddy. Let's talk about this special field order 15, fam. Let's get it.
Good,
I wish Sherman.
good Bruce Wayne work, Taz, on those photos. By the way,
I'm sick off that shit though, man. Because if Sherman would have stood on business with special field order 15, we'd have a whole different conversation.
Hey,
Sherman ain't.
Have you ever seen the original reels of the Lincoln putting the brakes on and stopping, and then starting back up? What
I seen the conspiracy where the motherfucker in the car came up from behind him and shot him.
I'm talking about some original footage of the brake light, at least the brake light on. If y'all hadn't seen the full video.
Yeah, that's facts though. That's facts though, fam. People don't like to talk about that shit, bro. Like, listen, fam, it's an X in the middle of the street that wasn't supposed to be there, bro. Like,
That's where he put the brakes on. That's where he stopped.
Yes, bro. Hell yeah. And it's only like 2 photos of the brake light, but no, that's a fact, bro. That car stopped. A lot of people don't like to acknowledge that shit, but that car definitely stopped.
Ain't that a bitch?
The witnesses said it. You know what I'm saying? So that was the problem with that shit. A lot of the
had to see the brake light, man. Yeah. Ain't no way to stop a car and the brake light don't come on. So that changes everything.
y'all still on Kennedy?
Yeah, flip to
How
Kennedy.
y'all feel it? How y'all feel about the shooter being in the sewer in front of the car?
Yeah, it was too many people who saw that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's one of the implausible theories. I've been there several times. Looking at it, the trajectory ain't right either.
He didn't even have no room for error. Yeah, he would have had to been. He would have had to know that the tire finna be right there, and if it passes it, me coming up is gonna look stupid and dumb than shit.
Yeah, the best option is that grass road, bro.
Yeah, he don't have no room for error though. Like
if I'm talking about if you going and you just looking for the first time, bro, you can fuck up on that grassy knoll, bro. You get that feeling like, yeah, this where he shot from. Like, yeah, I'm saying because it ain't no better shot. That shit is hidden, it's ducked off behind the fence. You can set up back there, put your rifle up, right? You know what I'm saying? You can't see.
Yeah, I walked up there.
Yeah, I went back there, but looked around, bro. Like that shit is, yeah. I think that's where it came from, personally.
What are you doing?
I'm a grassy knoll theorist, but I still think there was other shots fired too, though. I think because a couple people got hit.
Somebody missed.
Yeah, somebody missed.
And it wasn't a dude standing right there
under the underpass. Yep. James Tegg, a white dude standing under the triple underpass. He got hit on the cheek with a fragment. and that would have came from a whole different direction.
Is that bullet still available? Like is somebody
I
like
don't know if that probably. I don't know though. It's probably in the National
I'll
Archives, if
take
anything.
either that bullet or whatever fragment that was supposed to be in that position.
Young deity.
Yo, what's going on? I want to share something, man. You know, because I'm about the 40 acres and a mule. That whole that equation, that historical time that's associated with us, our ancestors in America, and so this right here is from Walter Fleming. Can y'all see this? This seems like it's kind of can't really see this, but basically, okay, boom. So Walter Fleming, and this is professor of history in West Virginia University, 40 acres and a mule, and okay, so for several years after the close of the Civil War, the Negroes of the South believed that the estates of whites were to be confiscated by the Washington government, and that each Negro, head of a family, would obtain from the property that thus confiscated 40 acres and a mule. Some old Negroes still believe that the homestead and the mule will be given to them. This belief has often, especially in late years, been ridiculed as the childish dream of an ignorant people, for it is assumed that the Negro had no reason for expecting the for it is assumed that the Negro had just getting kind of overwhelmed because it's true. It is true. For this belief has often, especially in late years, been ridiculed as the childish dream of an ignorant people. For it is assumed that the Negro had no reason for expecting land and stock from the government. The purpose of this paper is to show that the expectations of the blacks were justified by the policies of the government and the acts of its agents, and also to show that rascals took advantage of these expectations to swindle the ignorant freemen. Thank God for reading. Pardon me. The first step in the policy of confiscation was taken by Congress. The first step in the policy of confiscation was taken by Congress on August 6, 1861, when the first Confiscation Act was passed. This law provided that property used in the aid of the Confederacy shall be liable to confiscation. Under this act, many slaves were captured and declared free. The Confiscation Act of July 17, 1862 declared that all property of Confederates were liable to confiscation. Property not subject to confiscation under law might be seized as abandoned or as captured under the owner was abandoned when the owner was away in the Confederate service. Any property seized by the army was classed as captured and was sold at once without the formality of legal proceedings. If the owner was unknown, the property was ordered to be sold, yada yada yada. But what I'm hitting to is that I'm not done, because this all started from me and my declaration / proclamation of we should be fixated on the 40 acres and the mule, because that was inscribed. It was inscribed in federal legislation. While some maintain that this planned payment of land and work and a work animal to newly freedmen and women in the 19th century is a figment of the black imagination, historical records confirm that the promise of reparations was not a myth. It was inscribed in federal legislation. And that's where I went onto my research, and it's literally true. Literally, as far as the Freedmen Act of 1865, the what page was that reading? It right here. Boom. The Freedmen's Bureau Act of July 16, 1866 secured the Negroes in the possession of lands actually purchased at the nominal rate of $1.50 per acre, and provided that no land settled upon by blacks under Sherman's order should be restored until crops of 1866 were gathered. And then also, the Bureau now declared the grants on the coast and sea islands to be valid and confirmed the blacks in the possession of all lands held by them in 1865. So hold on, I'm trying to get to another point where I wanted to right here. So boom. So in 1865, there was much foundation for the hopes of the Negroes. The the confiscation acts were still in force, and nearly all Southern property was by law liable to seizure. The Constitution provided that forfeiture could be made only after conviction and for the lifetime of the owner. But the Negro and his friends knew or cared little about this restriction. The Bureau Act of 1865 legalized Sherman's special order by providing that each Negro might have 40 acres at a low price on loan credit. The Bureau Act of 1866 confirmed the sale of lands to Negroes. General Howard in May 1865 ordered that no lands be restored to disloyal owners, and the military authorities were directed to receive no application for restoration. This is what he means by it was inscribed into legislation, and that's true. This is an act. That's an act. The Bureau Act. Those are all acts that literally legally deemed that we had ownership of this land. So that's not pseudo, or that's not. He's not. This is not fluff. This is not sensationalism when he's saying that it was inscribed in federal legislation, because it was inscribed. And I basically just went on my own little journey to locate. So basically, Taz, I disagree with that. Because this brother identifies 4 periods that created the black-white wealth chasm. It's the wagon train period, the bloodlust period, the freeway period, and the picket fence period. Those are all periods and 40 acres and a mule is a pivotal point that he's highlighting on, where that if we would have had that land and was able to toil and till that land, like I want to say there is an estimate. I gotta find, there is a projection they made if blacks still would have had that land, how much money they would have been able to accrue as far as passing down. Remember, wealth and income is not the same. Income is a flow of money. Wealth is passed down through generations. So so that's basically the crux of what I'm basically propounding, and basically like he's right, it was inscribed into law. And I just basically was
so here's the problem though, right? So do me a favor, share me up right quick. So I get what you're saying, but I feel like that's the problem, is the way they present it. So again, when we start talking about the Freedmen's Bureau, I'm gonna read directly to you from it. It was established in the War Department to continue during the present War of Rebellion. For 1 year thereafter, a Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, Abandoned Lands, to which shall be committed and hereafter provided. In other words, again, these are war measures. This is for the war. This is only happening because of the war. None of this within the Freedmen's Bureau ever said reparations. The compensation in these conversations is always about if you go and work for the government, if you go fight in the military, if your family stays back and works for the military. But none of this says reparations. None of this was about giving people stuff to get back on their feet after being held back by the white man. This was a bunch of slaves that were freed and they didn't have nothing to do with them. They didn't know what to do with them. So they had to put them somewhere. There's no promise. That's what I'm saying. Like because what happens a lot of times, people say the promise. There's no promise. There's no documented promise that says we're giving you this 40 acres and a mule for ... So when you speak of the Confiscation Act, for example, that is a fact. But that is a fact. And when you come back and look at it, now that's the reason why you end up not being able to keep the 40 acres, because the land confiscated under the Confiscation Act is given back to those original owners. That is the same land. You confiscated their land, you took it from them when they was Confederate. Now the Confederacy is over. Everybody's trying to come back as one. You're trying to fix things in the South. So you give them their land back.
You said it was no promise? It was never no promise? Or I disagree. Taz, I'm not trying to go back and forth, but I just disagree with that. Like I'm
trying to go back and forth. I'm trying to go back and forth with you.
Yeah,
Show me the promise.
Okay. All right, yep. All right, scream me up. Let me scream myself up real fast. Hold on, let me scream myself up. Hold on. All right. So let me scream myself up real quick. The same one. Let me see the same. Boom. This is right here. Let me see.
Because see, we got to be careful in dealing with what people said, fam. This stuff was written out. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's documented, and so a lot of times I think we just talking as if we can't go look at what was actually said. A lot of this was written for the war, and that was it. It's just for the war. Once the war is over, we'll figure it out. But right now, shit, we gotta do something with these niggas. That's what I say it's not a reparations claim. Now here's the claim.
Yeah, you're thinking of it like, oh yeah, but
now here's the legitimate claim on that land, though. Here's the legitimate claim on that land. The people who were there and had it taken from them. There's a group that would relate to for that land mass right there, that little Sherman's Reservation land. Those people have a legit
real fast.
all of us.
Scream me up real fast.
That's not all of us, fam. This land was for the people who was following Sherman. This land wasn't for every black person in the United States or every former slave. This was for a specific group of people that were following Sherman in that moment.
So in Virginia, a large amount of land was ready for sale under the Confiscation Acts. But when the Bureau was established in March 1865, this land was turned over to that institution. And in June, the president directed that all Confederate property in possession of the military authorities be turned over to the Bureau. During the year of 1865, the Bureau held 765,590 acres of land and 1,596 pieces of town property confiscated from individuals. Besides an immense amount of property formerly belonging to the Confederacy, General Howard instructed his subordinate officials to scatter abroad among the Negroes copies of the Homestead Law with its promise of free land, and this also aroused false hopes. The Negro colony was
hold on 1 second. Wait, did he? The Homestead Act in 1862 wouldn't apply to us. That's the Homestead Act of 1862. We don't even have citizenship yet at 1865. That's cap. We don't get citizenship until 1866 when the first Civil Rights Act is passed. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we doing this on the timeline, we've got to be honest, because yes, that is false hope. You telling people you're gonna give them some shit that they can't even have. They're not even fucking citizens yet. It is false hope in 1865. We're not citizens. We don't have standing. We can't own property. Come on, fam.
So is it so are you saying, so from a scholar, so from an academic realm, is he erroneous for saying that it was inscribed into federal legislation? I literally just Googled it, and it says yes, the Freedmen's Bureau Act of March 3rd, 1865, included in legislation for the division and management of abandoned confiscated lands. That's not false to say that legislation, like, it's not false to say that it was not inscribed into legislation based off those acts, based off an act alone. An act alone is literally the emblematic results of a body of people coming together. You feel me? And yeah, but
this is the War Department confiscating those lands. This is the War Department punishing Confederates taking their lands. Once the war is over, they don't want to punish these white folks no more. Once Lincoln get assassinated, it's a whole Southern sympathizer that takes over. He don't want to punish the South like that. So he's going to give them their land back because it was taken from them, and these were not given as ownership titles. It was possessory titles for the war. I'm saying you got to show where they gave them this as reparations. This y'all here, boom, build. That's not what happened, fam.
That's why we call refugees and contraband.
Oh, go ahead.
That's why we call refugees and contraband during that time frame. To add
to the sentiments that we wasn't even citizens. It's exactly why I told you to look at them acts 2 hours ago.
And refugees is in the actual
What does that
name
have
of
to do with
the.
anything? It's not
But look,
erroneous to say that it was inscribed
wait,
into legislation. If you can look up the legislation behind it, what are you saying? What are you talking about? Make that make
What you're
sense. Saying
conflating
that
two
this
different
no, I'm not
things.
conflating
That
nothing.
land being taken
And it literally
wasn't
just said that
the
the
land
1865 legalized. It
is land
legalized.
being
What are you
taken.
talking about?
Now
Not
they have to
history.
find a place to put all these black people, hence the freedmen bureaus coming into existence. Now you want to look at Oliver Howard in circular number 13.
The Beer Act of 1865 legalized his order. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's an act.
Deity.
I
I'm
mean, that's
telling you what I'm
Congress have
talking
to do
about. I
that. What are
just
you
said
talking
it. If
about,
you
bro?
slow
That's
down and listen,
legislation.
because
What are you
this didn't
talking about?
say
I'm
that.
not wrong though.
When
You're
you
not gonna
look
say
into
to
the
me I'm
free,
wrong
when you
about
look into the
the
Freedmen's
fuck I just
Bureau
read in
and
the
they
book.
start talking about
What are you
land,
talking about, dog?
now you want to look
And
at
then I went and
Oliver
found the
Howard in
source, and
circular
it's
number
literally and
13.
just read the source, and it's literally telling you niggas who's ignorant, motherfuckers who's ignorantly think that people should not be caught up in said time in history is really foolish. It's really the foolish one. What are you talking about?
Okay, we
yeah,
foolish, but
What are
we
you
sitting
talking
back
about?
telling you the details that you not reading. I'm gonna repeat this one more time before I get in motion again. Oliver Howard, circular number 13. When he headed the Freedmen's Bureau, part of his job was to figure out what he was going to do with us. He was the one that was in charge of what lands we would be put on.
I'm very familiar with General Howard. Very familiar with the cracker. You know.
and see, a lot of this didn't even get off the ground. Like I say, fam, this is June of 1865 when they get on the land, and they taking it back by October. You know what I'm saying? So like we have to acknowledge first that war ended. That's what ended the effort. You didn't even really get to see this play out. And if anything, that's why the people at that time period was like, oh, hell no. We were just finna get on. And you mean to tell me y'all finna take the shit back already? They never even got a chance to see the shit fulfilled because of how this shit happened time-wise. The minute this is happening, motherfucker assassinating Abraham Lincoln. This is all 1865, early.
Hey, Taz.
No. You
A
said, hold on,
Taz.
Taz. You said we wasn't building, Taz, but we was building, brother.
Hey,
Folks was
Taz. There was a senator out there. There was a
It was-
senator out from your way. I can't remember his name. It was a white dude. During this time frame that's being discussed, he put forth the proposal to make Indian Territory a black state and call it Lincoln. When I get home, I'm driving right now, but
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Government was carried on churches. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it is. I don't know what you thought I said, Didi, but I didn't say we weren't building. I would argue we were building outside of this. We were building outside of this before this happened. But there's a hyper focus on this. I can show you black schools and black communities in 1863 and 64 before this 1865, a couple months settlement, right? We don't care about none of that because all we hear is the 40 acres and a mule and thinking that's, you know what I'm saying, that's it. But there's a bigger thing at play, and that's the play that they tried to run with this. We weren't even citizens, bro. We weren't citizens. We couldn't own land. We couldn't own property. All that shit started happening the next year because them niggas got played. I would agree with you if you were saying, yeah, but they kicked them niggas off that land. They owe for that. But it was never ours to say they owe it back, or there's no promise to say we gonna give you 40 acres as restitution or recompense or any of that. No, this was for the war, and they was looking for somewhere to put these niggas at. We just fuck this shit up that belonged to the Confederates. Let's put them niggas there. That's all this was.
Do you like, and then just the extreme, they was what no white people was allowed, you know, like this was on some real like like, you know, like really like it's very interesting to you know, But yeah, it's interesting though, man. It's. Pardon me for a second.
Yes, it's just the time period that I think we gotta be honest about, man. We can't just keep looking to shit for validation. Some things just happen the way they did. It's a letter from a General Howard, and he was the one that had to go tell them that they was taking the land back. I'm saying it's like people were aware of the situation, but like I say, they just got there, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't blame them for their understanding of it. Some of them people literally just got there and thought they was on, only for them to get that land back to the original owners. So I don't believe that that is crazy to say it. I know where it comes from, but we gotta stop making it sound like it's a promise that was made that they rescinded on. Because I can't support that. Not in history.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying on that aspect of it, but I still disagree with it not being, as far as saying that legislation and was not, it wasn't an act of legislation behind these land
Well, so I would agree that there's an act of legislation to get the ball rolling on what they want. But you can't show an act of legislation that says this land is being allotted to black people for them to now benefit themselves. That's what I'm saying is not there. The transition of giving the land in the moment is there, but it's not ownership. And that's what we've got for it's not ownership.
And speaking of General, dude was I don't mean to be he seemed like he was a stump down. General Howard endeavored to nullify the effect of the president's pardon by refusing to restore to the owners any land occupied by Negroes. He directed that no eviction of Negroes be allowed and generally obstructed the restoration of land. I ain't gonna lie. Hats off to that dude, though. Hats off to that man.
Bro, he didn't want to do it. Howard didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's more to this story than what we talk about, bro. It's a motherfucker that had to go and tell them, nah, y'all got to leave. And he was cool about it because he didn't agree with it. So, niggas coming at him. You know what I'm saying? Niggas like, hell no. Like, why you trying to take our land? And he's sick because he the one that's got to tell him. He wrote about the shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say I just think we got to be careful in how we present this shit, because it was more of just a government way to get rid of us for a moment. Okay, you got a bunch of niggas right here. It's a bunch of land right there. Put them there. Then the war ends. So we saw it, but we ain't get to live it.
Hey, Taz, did you know that? So the president ordered positively that property be restored to pardoned men, whereupon Howard asked Johnson to grant pardon only on condition that the pardoned party give to each slave family formerly belonging to him 5 to 10 acres of land or the equivalent in cash. Did you?
Yes.
That's dope. Okay.
That's why I mentioned his name. Like, there's people in there that we can fuck with. You know what I'm saying? It's parts of the story we can fuck with, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got people in history that were, speaking to it for what it was. And I'm just saying, if you're one of those families, because again, keep in mind, Diddy, all I'm saying is this ain't all of our people that are in America. All Black Americans weren't in this land as Savannah, Georgia. Okay, we're in other places in this country too. And I'm at the same. The 40 acres was set aside for that specific group. It was never for everybody. It was never all Black people get 40 acres. Now it was these niggas that's being moved with Sherman. That specific group of niggas. And we ain't honest about it, bro. So if it's anybody to make that claim that I would argue with, it's somebody who could say, well, shit, my family was moved with Sherman. They actually saw a couple months on that land. What you talking about, Taz? Then that's a different argument, right? Because they were actually there. They saw it. and then they can argue, well, shit, you took it from us under the guise that we thought it was going to be ours. But they never gave these people that land and said, hey, it's yours. That the documentation shows that, but it's like I say, it's the white man, fam. We ain't got no rights. We can't even own land right now. They know what the fuck they doing.
So would you agree though, too, Taz, that region is also the epicenter of anti-black chattel enslavement, right? Like you would agree, like that area, like you know, as far as southern Georgia, Florida, that whole coastal, you know,
South Carolina,
yeah, South Carolina, yeah,
all that shit.
So yeah, man, it's very, very, very interesting. Real quick. Though property was gradually restored, the Bureau held quantities of it for several years, and it just goes into 760 over 700,000 acres in 1865, and then et cetera. And then besides many pieces of town property, restoration was grudgingly performed. General Saxon, for instance, declared South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida that those who did not announce to the freedmen the fact of their freedom and admit it publicly to them would have their property seized and divided. Yeah,
that would have been a fucked up position to be in, though. To, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, you trying to get this shit off the ground, and you know what I'm saying, and motherfucker pop in like, hey, we gonna need this land back. And that's some wild shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't support that part of it. I'm only making sure we understand the part of it that matters, and that's the part that we cannot miss. We gotta represent it right.
You're right. You're right. Real quick, you're right. You hitting on it. You just hit on it. And what you're saying right here, it's deeply intertwined with this little quote right here. What you just saying, as far as the people of that region, those descendants, having a primary stake in that. Not everybody. That's a good point. But right here. So real quick. So the speeches of Stevens and other radical leaders in pamphlet form, along with the Bureau laws and regulations, the homestead laws, and the confiscation acts, were sworn thickly over the South. Thickly over the South. And the Bureau agents, the missionaries, and the teachers taking the cue from these encouraged the belief in the 40 acres in a mule. The Negroes were told that since their labor had produced the Negroes were told that since their labor had produced the property of the South, they ought at least to share it. God damn it, ain't that right? God damn it. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Man, y'all. Shit, man. So that's deep though. The speeches, like you said, that whole concept sequence, the speeches of Stevens, other radical leaders in pamphlet, along with the Bureau laws, regulations. That's what makes me just, what makes me that is something that was that's a congressional miscarriage pertaining to black wealth in America. Congressional legislation, whatever you call that shit, man. Oh shit, man. I got baby waiting on me in the car. Amigo, I'm damn near almost forgot. I'll be right back. All right, let me see.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro, it's a lot more to the story than what people do in 2 or 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? It's, people be mailing that shit in like, yeah, and we need our 40 acres in a mule with the white man. Like, bro, my nigga, we got a lot of history to talk about with that story, because I don't want to just go against niggas like that. But that ain't the easy conversation to tell black people, hey, fam, like, that 40 acres and a mule conversation is a little bit deeper than just, cut the check. And, it's hard to talk to black people about shit like that, bro. Too many people done said this shit. Then locked it in like they 40 acres, run it. And shit,
Y'all haven't even got to the crazy part yet, Taz. They had to send black troops in there to remove the blacks. Y'all haven't even touched that part yet.
Yeah, I know about you got some blacks that wasn't going though. Some blacks didn't go. I'll be right back. Man.
But yeah, that's just not one of them easy conversations, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm glad you well, I can't say you asked, but I'm glad we talked about it. I popped in and niggas like, yeah, deity at you, nigga. Hopefully though, because it looked like you walked away, but hopefully deity you get what I'm saying now. Like I say, there's a rush to judgment when you say, hey, that 40 acres and a mule shit cap. Niggas ain't trying to hear that shit, bro. So hopefully you understand the scholarship behind it. It ain't just a nigga saying some shit. And it's only to sharpen up the arguments for other shit. Like I say, I don't feel like we shouldn't press for 40 acres and a mule. Just let's do it with the scholarship. But let's do it within the confines of history. If we're gonna argue it, shit, let's argue it from what actually happened. You took them niggas over there and you took that land from them, and now we all feel like we deserve that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying, it's a huge leap. But let's just get the information right so a motherfucker can't call themselves correcting you or shooting you down because you got the information wrong. Like I said, if we're going to make giant leaps with shit, cool, let's do it. But let's just do it right. I'm perfectly fine with it. I ain't against making tough arguments and arguing for shit that a motherfucker might be against. But I feel like we can only do that if we're qualified to make the argument with all the information. I feel like the white man just sitting back with that little story in his pocket right now. And he know that shit is in his back pocket. The minute 40 acres and a mule was to become a real, actual, meaningful conversation, hey, that's when they're going to pull that shit out.
Can a nigga get 5 acres in a Honda Sonata or something? Man, what the fuck?
Man.
So the Kill boys can come steal that motherfucker.
Kill boys.
You get 5 acres, you need a John Deere GQ. That's what that mule was.
I know, right?
You need a John Deere.
5 acres. You nigga 5 acres in a F-150 or something.
So that was
right.
The backhoe day.
But see, now y'all done entered the first civil rights movement. If we still in 1865. There's a lot of conversations in that time period that the majority of us simply aren't aware of. Let me rock this boy, y'all.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him, fam. We ain't like one. I think even because I haven't researched it, but pretty sure it'll pan out that way. That some of these same people who would have been arguing for this land would be the ones who would say, "Okay, now I see why y'all was able to take it because we ain't got no citizenship. So now we need to get our citizenship established. First, we need to be able to own property before we can claim we own anything." I would assume that the people of the day would have been having that conversation. That, okay, they was only able to do it because we're not Americans. They were only able to do this because we don't have no rights. That conversation.
That's why I keep, not to cut you, but that's why I keep saying contraband and refugees. That citizenship comes first. We don't think of it, but that comes first. How you gonna eat if you can't shop? You can't grow nothing. You don't own no land. You just there.
Well, that's why I say being
on that, bro. Citizenship and all that. I disagree with that, bro. Like when it comes to the forces behind it and the act of legislation and the allotment of it and the methodology, the intentionalness of like all that is imperative, bro. I disagree with y'all wasn't quote unquote citizens and like, bro, that kind of like that's what white folks. I think to me that's something a white person would say, bro. Would say y'all didn't have a stake, no ownership,
Yes,
like
that's
they would say, bro.
well, just so we clear, Diddy. That's why I argue it this way. I only argue it this way because that's what a white motherfucker is gonna say if we ever get to the point. If we ever get to this space, nigga, that's what they're gonna say, and we're gonna be ready for them when they say it. Is my thing. But I'm only arguing it from that position because, nigga, yes, that is the truth. We were not citizens. Motherfuckers arguing we ain't citizens now. But I'm saying back then, nigga, you really ain't got no argument for citizenship. In 1865, no. But you start to see these movements happening, bro, because you're going to need citizenship to argue that that land should not have been taken from you. You can't even fight them in court for that land because you ain't a citizen. That's all I'm saying is your first movements, like Piazza said, in regard to civil rights, they start right here, which is the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Everything dead in 1865, though, we got nothing, man. Struggling out here. Struggling to make something happen with citizenship in 1865, but came through in 1866, and that's the start of, you know, the obvious issue, which is, okay, now we citizens and y'all still fucking us over. You still don't want to give us no rights. You still don't want us to vote. That's when that time period begins, which I would argue is a different conversation.
Preceded the Ku Klux Klan movement. Damn, they're talking about, yeah, exactly. They're talking about how these white pre-Klan movements that came basically when black folks was talking about, you know, we gonna take up arms and we ain't giving our land up. They was in fear of a black insurrection, and you know they're talking about how this manifestation of these, you know, patrols and all that, like they said, but it preceded the Ku Klux Klan movement. So yeah, but
yeah, but they was terrified though, bro. Like, I mean, if we just being honest, niggas coming off the plantation, but they like white folks terrified, bro. They ain't know what to expect. They ain't know what to do. And I do think our history shows we came off the plantations and tried to hit the ground running. We ain't come off the plantations robbing white folks in mass and all this shit. Some of that shit was happening, but a lot of what you saw with our people, fam, was just trying to get by, working their land. A lot of black people had land, and a lot of black people were able to take skills into other businesses. You had black people becoming sheriffs and judges and lawyers and all this shit. We downplay all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I understand why, because we do have to make sure the downside of that history is taught. But fam, if we downplay too much of it, people that were doing shit don't get no credit for it. And that's what I hate about the way black people teach history. You know what I'm saying? We throw this huge umbrella over even Jim Crow. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, what about niggas that did all right during the periods, fam? Can we give a couple days to them? Like, you know what I'm saying? Or is everything got to be about the lynchings and shit? You know what I'm saying? Can we give the niggas who was shining during Jim Crow a day or two? But like I said, I know that's not the overall. So, you know, I don't want to argue with black people over that either. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you on that, Taz, but before y'all get too far, let me double down on why citizenship is so important in that Civil Rights Act. Okay, you coming out, you free. January 1866, they passed the vagrancy laws.
Yep.
If you a refugee contraband, you don't exist. How easily is it now you breaking the law simply by existing? You can't go into no hotel. You can't buy property and build a sanctuary. So now you're getting pushed right off into forced labor again via those vagrancy laws. This is why establishing your civil rights is so important to the man. That's going to be the talk of the town. We talking reparation. They going to be talking citizenship. We talking reparations. They talking make me a citizen. Because I damn sure ain't going back to slavery. If we free, we free.
Right. And see that, and that's an example of Piazza putting the cart before the horse, if we talking about reparations in some of those years. You know what I'm saying? Again, 1865, fam, they want to be able to own that land. They can't. You can't own nothing. So you putting the cart before the horse if you're not fighting for citizenship.
You see something.
I think they did it right though. I don't take nothing from them. You know what I'm saying? They did what they could in a rough time. This is going back to the Memphis massacre. This is that time period. You know what I mean? So I mean, I don't knock them because like even with that shit, white folks were trying to get off on niggas everywhere they could, and niggas wasn't going. Fresh off the plantation, I ain't going back. Who ready to die over this shit? And that's shown, you know, through some of that history. They wasn't going back.
It's interesting, man. It's interesting. All these acts and like
but they couldn't stop the white people, bruh. Like that's why, like, because see, now think about this conversation we have, D. This is why I say it's gonna be hard to put this conversation in the context of the government owing reparations, just federal government. Because like with all them acts you looking at, those are federal to deal with what the states are doing. Like that's going to come into play at some point in regard to saying the federal government allowed them to do this. No, they kept trying to stop them, and the states just kept doing more and more. Like, and then at some point they said, "Fuck it."
No, that can be argued as far as them, implicitly standing by, or if it was an explicit, justification by the way of government. Remember, the federal government provided the legal framework, so that's like we can't get over that. Like they provided the legal framework for the states.
The legal framework for what?
The legal framework for slavery, as far as the Fugitive Slave Act, and there's many.
Wait, we going backwards though. I thought we was off the plantation, moving forward in the conversation.
Okay, yeah. So, and remember, I'm not talking about suing. I'm talking about as far as an act of Congress, like Japanese, like how they was receive reparations as a matter of but as an act of Congress. That would be the same way Black Americans should be able to receive reparations on a national level via Congress, as far as a political. Federal, political, racial equity, all that, man. For real.
Yeah. Yeah, I did an experiment last night, man. I left a table out with mad books on it in the middle of Browns that I was like, let me come back. Hopefully they don't steal the table. And almost all the books was gone, bro. Black power, son. Look at the table. Look. So I just put mad more books on there, man.
B1 Brother Moses, I would argue that if we're talking federally, no, they're not citizens. If we talk about state-wise, I think you can argue citizenship in some states, some of them free Black on the state side, but they might not be outside.
I'm reading the Promised Land.
Yo,
I'm getting over that.
You came to read the field or what? Your background loud as hell. Your background loud as hell.
I'm Indian now, man. Fuck y'all Pan Africans, man.
Yeah, we know. Knew it the whole time.
What are you talking about?
About time.
I spoke to my grandmother in the jeans. She told me my real name is Seven Feather Jordan.
Seven feather.
Seven feather, baby. What's goody though, y'all?
Nah, not shit. We was talking about a little bit of history around Reconstruction, reparations, into slavery, 40 acres and a mule.
Oh, the typical one. I was waiting to hear that one. 40 acres and a mule. We should do that as a song. 40 acres and a mule.
Gradually restored.
I gotta get to the eat. I'm starving.
Yeah, exactly. Blacks was not going. They had secured arms, and now some of the leaders threatened that if the division did not occur, they would forcibly seize the land. It's my shit. Nigga, you ain't get nothing. What you talking about?
I wish there was
grandfather. This has been grandfathered in, nigga. What you mean?
I wish there was more stories of the resistance on giving that land up, because I haven't seen a lot of stories on the resistance efforts of black people in 1865 to not get that land back up. I wonder if I could find any of those stories in that area in the libraries or some shit, because that's there's definitely stories of resistance, but it's just not enough of them documented.
What do you feel about this? That the speeches of Stevens in regard to the speeches of Stevens in regard to banishment of Confederates and confiscation for the benefit of the loyal and black man, and about Negro suffrage for the purpose of securing perpetual ascendancy to the party of the Union were widely circulated. The tales of Southern outrages and the reported rebellious spirit of the ex-Confederates caused many Northern people to believe that some punishment ought to be inflicted. The Negroes were led to believe that their friends in Congress were fighting for their rights, that is, for property and supplies for them. The Reconstruction Acts of March 1867, which overthrew the Johnson state governments and provided for Negro suffrage to be inaugurated under the superintendence of the army, was to the blacks a sign that they were coming to the long-expected confiscation. Like, it's yeah, man, it's overbearing, man. So my take was asking you, what do you feel about this? Another, as far as the Reconstruction Act of March 1867, which overthrew the Johnson state governments. As far as that, if that's the case, then how did the president Trump, how did his pardon trump all that then? If that's the case, then if that's the case, then if that's the case, it sounds.
See, I don't know. I think when you start getting into, because see, now you're getting closer to Andrew Johnson being impeached. You know what I'm saying? Some of that shit didn't fly. You know what I'm saying? And then like the other issue right there in that time period too is those states that were former slave states and left for the Confederacy. They're also trying to come back in the Union at that time too. And the United States wants them back. You know what I'm saying? The United States want them to come back into the Union. So it's a mutual effort to get them back as being a state again. Because remember, they're not. The Confederacy left, and most of them were still not states by 1867. Most of them were still trying to get back in.
Yeah, Stevens was a stomp down. Yeah, he introduced another bill, introduced a bill into Congress by Stevens, March 19th, 1867, providing for wholesale confiscation and division of lands.
All for reparations, though. Thaddeus Stevens, he fought for reparations. Yeah. Like he's one of those that really fought for actual reparations in the time that, you know what I'm saying, that you can kind of stand on in terms of history. Like he's one of them. He did actually fight for black people. Niggas will defend that.
Real quick, not psycho, but Taz. So basically talking about him introducing the bill providing for wholesale confiscation and division of lands by the blacks, not by the but period by the blacks. This measure was considered a part of the Reconstruction, and from their leaders, they had learned that Reconstruction was for their good alone. Like, oh man, like,
bro, what are you reading? What are you reading that's calling us the blacks, though? I don't like that, bro.
You don't like that, bro?
I don't like that.
This is from what's his name? This is from this is from Walter L. Fleming, professor of history in West Virginia University. 40 Acres and a Mule.
Yeah. Put some motherfucking respect on my black, bro. Like, for real, you
the blacks.
The blacks.
I don't think he's saying it like from a.
You know, that's what that white boy that was over here yesterday said. He was over here saying the blacks, the blacks, the blacks.
Yeah, I see what you mean. No, this is yeah, man. This is from his own words. This is his literature. So what
is this? Walter Linwood from Alabama.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know where he's from. I just got his this citation from out of the book as far as the outlining or specifying that, you know, that the act of, you know, legislation as far as 40 Acres and a Mule.
No, I'm reading through this shit right quick, man. It's a whole white boy.
18 pages.
No, I'm looking to see who he was.
Okay.
Because that would have been written back then, right? What's the year on that?
Yeah. This is cited. Yeah, this is 1906.
Yeah, okay.
1906. So I want to say he's speaking. You think he's speaking relative to the times, or?
Yeah, it says he's a central figure in reconstructions and through extensive conclusions through writings of the political activities of African Americans during this period. He argued Black Americans' importance in history. And this is from 1972. So yeah, he must have been writing some decent shit. He was one of these motherfuckers that was writing about the early Klan. 1905, he wrote about the Ku Klux Klan, and this is the first version. That would be the first version of the Klan. He talked about the operations of the Klan, various members, friends, and relatives, as well as the general history with an introduction and notes. Yeah, so he was one of the ones that was telling on their ass for real. Putting all that information out about what motherfuckers was doing. That's probably why motherfuckers didn't fuck with him. He got a long history.
About?
More about him, Walter Fleming.
You say no, as far as thus far from what you've perused through, he seemed, you know, he seemed legit. I'm trying to find a word to say.
I mean, for a white boy of his time, because you got to remember, I think they was all straddling the fence. They was all like for the lost cause, all lost cause white boys, but some of them weren't as radical, right? So they all white boys who lightweight want to bring the South back, but even some of them like, okay, we got to figure out how to deal with niggas though. And it ain't gonna work, just kill them. Like they are part of the country too. Let's just fix shit so where they can be part of the country too. They just don't have to be with us. He was one of them. He wasn't necessarily advocating for us to be in the state we in now. I would argue he would consider like a separatist though, because he's for the lost cause. He's a Southern sympathizer. He just wasn't, let's say, a Klansman though. He would have been on the opposite side of that Southern argument where, you know, you You got the extreme Southerners that's ready to kill niggas, but then you got some other ones that's you know, trying to play ball, so to speak. Y'all niggas just stay over there. Cause yeah, from what I'm looking at, it say he wanted to like, yeah, we did our part, leave us alone. We'll leave him alone, everybody will be cool. Which of course was never true, but that seemingly was his ideology.
Hey Taz, you ever studied George Ruby?
George Ruby. Now I don't know who that is, bro.
That's one of, if not the only, at least the only one I've found that worked for the Freedmen's Bureau. Brothers, that is. Where you speak on us doing our thing, that's a good person to look at. Is George Ruby. Let me
George,
pull up a link.
write that. Got you. I'm gonna see if I can find something because now I have to pull some articles, but you know there's articles written on people within the newspaper article. Let's say that was working for the Freedmen's Bureau, but yeah, I haven't seen nothing like that of a person writing outside of it, their experiences and whatnot. I haven't seen nothing like that.
Speaking of them, they was established by, that's an act of Congress, establishing the Freedmen, establishing the Freedmen Bureau. So that's what I'm getting to, as far as just like the Congress enacted all of these anti-black legislation to stifle and to put us in a perpetual underclass. Yeah, they can enact reparations on a national level like they did for Japanese. That's what I mean, Stan. So I don't mean suing for reparations on the federal level. That's clearly, he detailed that in the book that's been an unsuccessful.
I would argue, but I would argue you got to leave that Freedmen's Bureau shit alone though, because refugees is in the name of the Freedmen's Bureau. Like we don't have no citizenship.
Why does the non-citizenship disqualify or illegitimize our congressional reparations claim? I don't understand that. Like, I'm error.
Because you don't have a right to Congress if you don't have any rights. What right do you have to even mention Congress?
So you're saying, like, speaking back then, right now, I have to embody the. I'm just trying to, like, I have to embody the ins and outs of that time now. Like,
yes, absolutely. Hell yeah. Like, what you mean? We can't use today's laws to make an argument for 1865.
So you're saying just because I wasn't a citizen, but they still constructed and erected an institution to aid because of our degradation. So so make it make sense. I mean, it's, it was act of Congress. Boom. Okay, we're gonna aid these people because and et cetera, because of the man, bro. It's just so. It's just
Because again, what you're saying you want reparations from in this argument is the federal government that established said bureau you're referring to. This is why I always go back to the state's argument, because right now you're arguing that the people who established the bureau to help and assist black people owes you for slavery. It's an illegitimate argument at some point. They intersect in the wrong way. Either we fucking with the Freedmen's Bureau or we're not, but we don't get to fuck with the Freedmen's Bureau and also claim we want reparations. We can't do both because, again, some of this was done to quote unquote help the Black American. Which again is another argument in itself, because I damn sure wouldn't take the argument that it did help the Black American. I'm saying that's what the argument is gonna be on paper. I feel like that's why this shit ain't never made it nowhere, bro. Like I feel like there's a great argument there that for reparations it just never gets off the ground, and I always look at where it stalls at. And that's where my argumentation comes from, is what isn't being presented.
So how you feel about the U.S. government has elected to make monetary awards to victims of atrocities when the United States itself was not even the perpetrator? Meaning these include compensation from 9/11 victims, so that whole 9/11 victim compensation fund, September 1st, that 10,000 approved for U.S. citizens for each of the 440 days they were held. So that's and then it's like you said, the procedure should be no different with respect to Black American descendants of U.S. slavery. The objective is to ensure the eligible recipients have full. So yeah, I don't see the distinction in that being, like you said, that they've literally allocated and doled out funds to atrocities that don't even pertain to the U.S. government. And we can literally point and highlight scores of atrocities that the government was either implicit or it was either explicit involvement or implicit.
You know what I think, Taz? I think the white. After listening to that white boy yesterday, I think the immigrant whites really create a big issue in the conversation. Because I'm like, after listening to that white boy, I'm like, yo, I don't even know too many foundational white Americans.
Yeah,
they jump out that window. It wasn't us. They got this whole "it wasn't us, it wasn't me" shit, and I think that gets a lot in the way of the conversation.
Well, because according to him, and he didn't say this, but I mean, I'm just picking up on it from the argumentation. His family wouldn't have been here during slavery.
Yep.
Right. So he's going to argue no to reparations.
And but most of the white, a lot of these white folks wasn't here during slavery.
But speaking of, yeah, you're right. But a lot of immigrants and quote unquote, what's that? FWAs benefited from. What is it? I'm gonna say. He says it's estimated today 50 million descendants, white folks benefited from the Homestead Act. From that whole.
That's undeniable. That's undeniable. But I'm just saying, like, to me, the ones that's in the way of the conversation, who muddy the waters, is them other whites.
Yeah.
Imagine if he would have had the 48 in the middle.
But some of them people that came over here after the potato famine are the ones who got land in that 1862 Homestead Act. That wasn't our people. Them white people. All of them.
If the federal government could compensate disabled veterans for their contributions in the war effort, the organizers reasons why not also provide support for the ex-slaves who had contributed so much to the growth and development of the country over their lifetimes as coerced and unpaid laborers. Like, yes, that's true. Like, as far as them, the federal government paying disabled veterans, so it's hold on.
I don't understand the correlation with that, though.
My bad. I basically brought that up because I'm harping on that federal government's being culpable and incapable, meaning culpable, incapable, meaning they have the financial wherewithal to actually, to close the black-white wealth chasm. COVID-19. I mean, there's many examples of the government just, pulling out, just, pumping out, dumping out piles of lucre, But
wait, how do we already get to a check? Huh? We haven't even established why the check is being cut yet. How we already at the check?
No, I'm just as far as like saying their implication, their involvement, as far as which, like I said, them being culpable and capable.
I don't think we're gonna be able to get around.
We know they're culpable.
That's I think that's gonna be the hardest argument to make in terms of legality. Is to make the government.
Okay.
To make the government culpable for something that they put an end to. It's gonna be hard to do that. I just, you know what I'm saying? I get it, but these motherfuckers got Ku Klux Klan acts and ending slavery and giving citizenship and these states ain't did shit for years. The federal government is who can make the argument of, well, we tried this, we tried
Not
this.
tax. We got to go up the taxes. We got to go after the taxes, bro. Let them deal with their morals. We got to go after the taxes. I think that's the only argument. Like, these organizations were still paying taxes.
I'm sorry, what taxes?
Oh, J.P. Morgan Chase was paying taxes during the time during post Jim Crow policies, slavery post. I know it was illegal, but the corporations that were still paying taxes, the government benefit. So even while they
that won't close the black-white wealth chasm. Depending on organizations and private entities, that will take a millennium, according to the studies. He said it'll take too long. It won't close the black-white wealth chasm.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm saying that the collection of taxes is attached to the corporation. So even while they might have been saying no to certain things, they were still receiving taxes from states and corporations that were not in agreement with their own policies.
Yeah, but corporations get tax breaks, bro. Like, some of this is just not sound in terms of legitimate argumentation.
They pay taxes. That's we can look up the taxes they pay. That's easy.
Right. Yeah, but that would be them. That's a corporation. That's an argument.
The collection of it. The collection shows the benefit.
Collecting taxes
shows benefit. That's the language of the taxes.
Yeah, that's like I say, that we'll continue to fail chasing ghosts.
It's not a continue to fail. You got to understand the language of taxes is explicit. So if you receive, for example, if the federal government, why do you think you get a tax return? Because they took too much money from you.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of argumentation for reparations.
No, that they already won that. That's what I'm saying. To me, that would align the state and the federal closer, because the local organizations that pay taxes, they already started apologizing. They're making local grants because they know they put money into the slavery and they benefited from it. No, Harvard University, like Harvard got a whole, Harvard got a own like mini reparations kind of weird program they got going on, because it's like, look, we benefited from slavery. There's companies that's taking ownership for it.
Right. So are those? Are we calling that reparations or?
No, I'm stating that the benefit that they paid to the federal government, to me, because I understand what you're saying, but the federal government benefited from taxes. It benefited from the same Jim Crow, the organizations that the National Guard had to come in to protect black people from were the same organizations that they were collecting state benefits from, taxes. That's how the federal government functions, is through taxes. So if you can't say you have an issue with Jim Crow,
I mean, that sounds good, but what, like, I'm trying to figure out, you say this, like, the history of America denotes that the issue would be the people within the state. So if you're saying corporations, those are individual entities, aren't they?
No, I'm stating federal government benefited through the collection of taxes from different multiple agencies within the region. So from the state, they collected taxes, and the corporations.
I just don't get what I'm confused, because everybody pays taxes. So
no, but there's levels.
Like,
no,
where's the benefit?
The federal government pays the collected taxes, so that means that they benefited. So if you're practicing Jim Crow policies, right, and the federal government says this is illegal, and we know that this Jim Crow policy was practiced by this bakery, but you still pay taxes to the state, and the state paid taxes to the federal government, even though you're against the policies of the federal government never sent you your money back. They didn't tell you, we're not going to collect taxes from you because you're practicing Jim Crow. They just collected taxes.
Because Jim Crow laws were legal.
That's the whole point. Now there's a whole nother argument to that. The what you call it? You can hold the Constitution to a standard. I got that on document where the federal judge said that if you were unfairly treated based off of constitutional privileges, that is a standard for reparations.
but you would have to. It would have to be challenged, and that's what I'm saying. The challenge that we're talking about right now would be, because again, I don't even doubt that the corporation argument is legit. I do believe there's an argument there, but I don't think that's attached to the federal government. I think that's a
No,
whole
I'm just
different
thinking the
argument.
federal government benefited from taxes. So to me, that would be the angle of conversation with the federal government. Because you're not wrong. The federal government made policies to help black people. So how do you get around that? I'm like, look, at the same time they post those policies, they were collecting taxes from the people who were violating black people.
But that's what make it a wash though, because like I think what happens is whenever the U.S. government paid out reparations, outside of the example of 9/11, and unless you think 9/11 was done by the government, uh, most of when they pay reparations, it's based on what things that the federal government did specifically. Like for example, when they gave reparations to different indigenous tribes, it was due to the U.S. government breaking treaties, like not keeping their word. When they gave reparations to people of Asian descent, people that was descended from the internment
Japanese.
camps.
Yeah, Japanese
Yeah, the
internment.
Japanese internment camps, right? That was government policy. Like that was the U.S. federal government policy that facilitated that. So what obfuscates the question of slavery? It was that slavery was a states' rights issue. It was whether or not states were allowed, right? So if the federal government, for example, is saying that, well, it's up to the states whether or not they're gonna have slavery, then that makes the states culpable for all the harm created by slavery. Same thing with Jim Crow. If it's
No, I
because
don't
if you got
disagree with
states,
that. But in terms
yeah.
of benefit, once you benefit, that's just it. Like we can't get past the fact that you received income from these organizations. That is a benefit. That is an act. Collecting and receiving funds is an act by IRS.
But it's not facilitating the harm though.
No, the
Reparations
harm
is a question of who facilitated
facilitating.
the
Yeah,
harm.
but there was
I
federal
would argue the
practices, bro.
facilitation and benefit. I would argue facilitation and benefit based off of like if you have a house right now and people get raped in your house and you know about it and you get paid like that's you're held accountable for that. Like you just can't escape benefit in law. Like if you benefit from an act, even if you're against it, you still are held accountable. And that's from the 1800s. That's not like no, you can't benefit from a crime and stand against it politically and still collect money from it. Like, no, I made $300 million against Jim Crow, even though we were publicly against it. No, that's not how it works. But I'm only stating that's the I don't see any money other arguments besides trying to shape it like that. That's what I was saying. I'm with you on the state side.
The wagon train period.
I cut out.
So Damo, are you espousing to the ideology that you don't see the federal
Can
government
y'all hear me?
implication? I'm trying to understand that.
Oh,
Nah,
I'm sorry.
I would. No, yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All
Yeah,
right. I'm sitting
I
here.
don't want to jump to conclusions or nothing. But
yeah. Nah, I mean, I think that. Well, actually, I think that the. I mean, regardless of what I think there's a constitutional barrier that we run into when it comes to reparations. Like, of course, I think the United States federal government owes us reparations for sure. Because I agree with Q's argument. Like they benefited from slavery, they benefited from Jim Crow. You feel me? They took taxes of people. They took taxes from people that weren't receiving. You know what I'm saying? The full citizens benefits, right? You was treated so. I like if I say what do I think? Like for sure the federal government. And to Ty's point, I think the greatest hurdle is the culpability part to the federal government. You feel me? Because it's like if you look at a lot of like the constitutional objections. Like for example, there are like libertarians. Like their argument against reparations their argument against reparations is the 14th Amendment, which is just like nah, you can't just say you're gonna give money for black people. This that and the third. But I think because the government kind of passed the buck when it came to slavery and when it came to race relations and that type of shit, that it created it insulated itself from direct culpability. Unlike like the U.S. federal government infringed on treaties that it made with indigenous people. Easy. The U.S. federal government created and justified internment camps to lock up Japanese people solely on the fact just because they were Japanese. That's easy. But when the federal government is like, well, free states and slave states, you know, or you know, states have the right to control how their policy goes, and if they say Jim Crow, if the state says Jim Crow, the state says Jim Crow, that creates uh, insulation, right, to distance the federal government from being directly culpable for chattel slavery. Uh, like I said, yeah, the federal government owes us bread, big bread. You know what I mean? But you know, but at the same time, it's like shit. Constitutionally, you
The
know, there are some
argumentation.
protections.
That's why I don't say it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because I'm not going. I don't want to argue too much about that point. The point is, we don't have the argumentation for the federal government that's there for the state. That argumentation is there for the states. They don't have the out that the federal government has. That's just the reality.
Right.
So,
right. Like it's more direct. We can say it was the government of Alabama that was facilitating these harms. It was the government of Mississippi that was facilitating these harms. Right. Like it was the those states specifically played that role. You know what I mean?
And considering it was all done under states' rights, I say for me, that's the better argument. That don't mean fuck the federal government argument. I might argue it that way at times, just because we on YouTube talking our shit. But overall, I'm just saying what's the better argument and why. I think the better argument lies within the places you can go and see where they directly said, "No, nigga, we don't want you here." Like,
and I'm gonna say this
I don't
again.
disagree with that, but I don't think, and also I don't think we should limit it only to the slavery. But the federal government also did things that hinder and harm the development of black people. It, just the same way we can say we benefited it. Yo, what up, boy?
But yeah, I throw a monkey wrench in the whole thing
Y'all
because,
got
like, really, I think the greatest threat, I think the greatest issue when it comes to the question of reparations is, again, when legislation is written, every word is defined clearly, right? So in policy, you can't have ambiguous language. It has to have a legal definition.
That's a fact.
That means that, like, so what we all have to recognize right now is, right now, there is no legal definition for black. That would require them to create one. They would have to legally define. What you mean?
You saying there's no legal definition?
There is no legal definition, bro. Show me the legal definition for black.
I mean, I would have. So my assumption is that the one that comes on the U.S. Census would be the legal definition.
Right, but what definition is that though?
Of sub-Saharan African descent.
Right. So that immediately creates issues for ADOS and you got it. Create issues for ADOS and FBA because and look, now that's how they characterized it. Right? Like I wouldn't say that's the legal definition, but that's just I would say that's how they characterized it. But that's how they characterize that identity. But as soon as we start talking about who's supposed to get it, you know what I'm saying, American blacks as opposed to African blacks and all of that type of shit, then we're asking the federal government to to create a what's the word?
It's going to be lineage, identity based. Lineage and identity.
I follow where you're going, but I would even say it's worse than that because you went in a different direction than where I would go. So the government would have, I would argue that states argued the one drop rule as an identity. That's your definition in some places will fall under that, under the one drop rule. That's the definition of black in some places.
Yeah, but I think that the fact that we can say that it's only in some places.
These pigs right now, son. These black pigs right now. They all Caribbean too. I'm about to violate these niggas right now. So these niggas is harassing these little black kids in the projects. So they got mad. I jumped out the car and offered them all studio time and told them niggas to suck my dick. So I'm about to go buy it. The nigga's like, yo, get out the bus stop. I'm like, yeah, I'm out the bus. I'm out the bus stop now, nigga. Yo, I got studio time. Fuck these pigs. You gotta off the kids so you don't violate them. Let me get your card number, please. Can I get your card number? Saggy, yo, take my number. Y'all can come to the studio right now. Don't let the niggas harass y'all. Fuck out of here. Fuck them niggas, man. I can tell you, can tell me the I ain't got that much space. I got a bunch of stamp shit. Take my number. 718. Yeah, whatever I say. 885 6187. Yeah, look. I got a program around the corner. I teach engineering and robotics. I give y'all my card.
Y'all want to go today?
Yeah, I'm going to the studio right now, son.
Yeah, I want to go.
That's not why Native got money. Go ahead, bro.
But on that question of like the clarification, when you say descendants of slaves, right? There are white people who are descendants of slaves.
That's why, like they're aware of the history of the enslaver and enslaved and the control that the enslaver had over the sexual reproduction, which prompted them to add the identity clause, which means you identified with black 12 years prior to any type of national reparation. Like, so that's why the identity clause is paramount, because of white folks can try to come in and try to lineage. Were you actually going by black, Negro, any of that on the census, any of that? We can identify all that. We can look all that up to see if you was actually going by that when it comes to the identity aspect of it. So that's
but look, proper perspective. This is where the confusion lies, because African American doesn't inherently mean descendant of a slave. You can be an African American from Africa. You can be South African.
Elon Musk.
American citizenship and American nationality. You are an African American. Like, and I mean, just to be clear though, like I'm not saying this to be petty. I'm saying in terms of like when it comes to legal arguments, the devil is in the details. So like there is no. There's no vagueness to it, or like it can't be subjective, because the more subjective legal language is, the more it's up for interpretation, which could undermine, it literally what undermines the success of policy. Like, you got to think about it. Right now, we witnessing the failure of the original civil rights legislation, because civil rights legislation was initially specifically meant to make sure that the people who were controlling institutions were not using their control of those institutions to undermine access, opportunity, and ability for people who don't look like them. Right? But because of how vague the language is, in 2025, Donald Trump can use that language to anybody and say it's based on the Civil Rights Act.
No, we're not doing that, fam. No.
What you?
Because we know No, that language was intended for us, and then other people try to get in on it, and so now it needs to be better defined because everybody wants to be up.
But see, that's what I'm saying. My argument is that intent, yes, I can agree with you on the intent, but the language, regardless of how it was intended, was made vague enough to be able to flip the conversation. Like, but when you can have like Donald Trump, I think it's George Mason University. Donald Trump is like literally is attempting to deny or to accuse black and it's crazy that it's always black leaders, bro. Black university presidents of fostering discrimination on their campus, violating the Civil Rights Act on their campus, demanding apologies for a practice of discrimination, bro, simply due to having inclusive policies. So it's like, what we seeing now is like, even with the Voting Rights Act, Donald Trump and his Justice Department is using the Voting Rights Act to allow for Texas to redistrict, to create the further gerrymander. So it's like because language, like specific language, is uniquely important, especially when we're talking about dealing with policies for black people. I mean, the main demand has always been, well, what are you doing specifically for black people? If you read the bill, it's for everybody. But what they did when they gave themselves the 14th Amendment was they gave themselves the ability to say, we really can't protect you. We really can't say, because racist attitudes are legal. You can be racist in a motherfucker. You can be a Nazi in the United States, proud. But you can't even be a Nazi in Germany. It's illegal.
Look, you can't make this shit up, son. You can't make this shit up, son. Call all the Browns for YS's. Y'all my YS's. Y'all young Sullivans. Don't let nobody call y'all no young niggas, man. Bitch ass pigs, man. That nigga drove off, son. That bitch ass nigga.
You can plug my thing in, big bro.
He seen
Oh,
you
yeah,
had the
well.
babies in the truck. He spun off.
Yeah, I told him, y'all niggas come to the studio, son. They got mad, son. I'm like, y'all niggas ain't got nothing to offer the kids, you punk ass pig. That niggas is broke. And 4 niggas, yo, why don't you move your car at the bus stop? I put my shit in the gas station, suck my dick. Faggot ass pig, nigga drove off, gave me the finger.
He thought he had a rapper.
Hold up, just tell him to come up.
I told you about that truck. He thought he found a rapper.
Huh? No, don't. Hold on. Nah, y'all can't. Y'all jumping out the window. Y'all wildin'. What's more important?
All right, just go. Yeah, just go. That's not. Well, they're not getting. Oh my God!
Hey, y'all about to jump out of the car to fight over going to studio time? Think about that. Crash out is for real.
Right.
These niggas really about to jump out the car to go fight with somebody. Nigga, studio time. What's more important? Y'all future? Come on now. Think about that.
Every time they see me, act like
I heard him too, Q. He said, all right, my fault. He got it.
Niggas wildin', son. Punk ass police. Nah, y'all, you about to throw your life away. That's what niggas do, B. Out there, you about to throw your life away, son. That niggas in the car with Q Butter, son. You gonna have a better car than me very soon. You know what I'm saying? Very soon, you got free studio time, education, opportunities. Projects, niggas want niggas die.
Yo, that's JJ right there. What y'all doing? Why y'all
Yo, come on. That's some bumps. He with his mom. Come on, y'all niggas, man.
Hey, yo, Chaz.
With his mom. Come on, son.
You gotta leave the moms and the kids alone, man. They get the kids and the...
What up, though?
In other news, your nephew, he up about 12 zip right now. They got by the little 6 foot, 8th grade quarterback. So they cooking right now. He got a couple screens. So he's feeling himself.
Hey, yo, Willie, we got the class started too. Saturday, it starts the 13th, man. I'll be the 13th to 15th. We doing $100, $150 a month, man. Every weekend for 3-4 hours, man. We got robotics, electrical engineering, 3D printing, African studies. Yeah, we got a bunch of classes on the website too.
Oh, so it's sunk in about the Saturday classes.
Yeah,
Okay.
you was it was like 5 people, literally like 5 people hit me up. Was like, yo, Q, you got a Saturday program?
Right.
I'm like, all right, let me get this shit popping, son.
Right.
Like,
Get that black Kumon going and stop playing.
You got a virtual class?
Yeah, because that's Saturday money, good money for like anybody that's doing any schooling. Go get that Kumon money. Shit, how much they charging me?
Man, but like, have y'all seen
Fuck
this
Kumon.
shit?
I tutor my son myself, nigga.
There he goes. See the Democrat shit? You see the Democrats can't give nobody no love, Taz.
Nobody. Fuck y'all niggas. Nah, what was you about to say, Taz?
No, I was reading this article. They said that the next couple hurricanes might be the worst hurricanes to ever hit in the history of mankind.
Global fucking warming.
Why would you get this nigga started?
Now, I don't fuck with all that global warming type shit, but something is different, bro. I listen to it because
Well, Taz, how many more disasters you got to see, man? We having, like in North Carolina, that whole Asheville shit, that was a hurricane in the mountains. Hurricanes don't go up that high.
That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, you right. That's sea level shit.
You know what was the wild part about it though, Domo? They had a landslide. Half the town died.
And I don't
Damn.
even think they got a week of coverage.
Shit, 100-some people died in Texas, and we've been talking more about the redistricting than the flood preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga, man, motherfuckers out here dying. Nigga, like for real. In preventable ways. Motherfuckers
Okay,
out here
so
dying in preventable ways.
here's a direct quote. It says, Hurricane Aaron's extreme rapid intensification was
Yeah.
observed as the storm moved through unusually warm waters that were made up of 100 times more likely by human-caused climate change.
Yep.
Say that again.
Yep.
That the storm moved through unusually warm ocean waters that were made up to 100 times more likely by human-caused climate change.
Yep.
Human cause, global warming. Nigga.
Like them hurricanes don't even hit that part of the sea, but now, because the temperatures are different, them joints is
But got a
moving.
145, bro. That's crazy, bro. 145 is insane.
And now we on our FBA shit. We ain't gonna send nothing to St. Croix. We to Dominique, all them countries, they gonna get tore up by them.
Bro, nigga, we gonna get torn up by, man, nigga, Florida, nigga.
Miami,
Yeah,
Miami,
Florida
don't
too.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Shit. Texas, all these shits, bro.
Forget about New Orleans.
Listen.
Yo, it's so crazy. When you fly into New Orleans, that joint is really a bowl. Like the sea level is higher than the city. I'm looking at that shit like, man, I hope this ain't the week.
Nah, bro. That's really what it is. This shit
That's
ugly.
where I am in line with the Democratic policy of being
Nah,
very
bro. Hey,
pro-regulation.
listen,
I'm
Will.
just
We
being
ain't trying to
honest.
hear it, bro. We ain't trying to hear it. We ain't trying to hear
Yo,
it.
planes and environment is two places I feel should be highly regulated. So yeah, I'm more in line with y'all on that one. But when it comes to the Mexicans, that's where y'all lose.
See, and that's the problem. And that's the problem. Instead of us building and focusing on on the shit where we, hey, and I ain't got no problem saying this. I ain't got no problem saying this. That shooting that happened with the trans shit. This is
That's on
exactly
y'all
why.
jacket.
Nah, I ain't gonna put it on nobody's jacket. I ain't gonna put on nobody's
Wait,
jacket. But that's the hate that hate begets, bro. That's the hate that hate creates.
Wait, that's who did the shooting today?
A trans person did that shit, bro.
Yeah, that's what
A
they
trans
are. They're
person
violent,
did that shit, bro.
violent
See,
people.
and I said niggas was gonna do this shit.
Well, no,
I said, and
I'm
that's the
saying that.
problem.
No. The problem is the overrepresentation of them being good people and never harming anyone. That's the problem. If you just make them regular people who are inclined to do some bullshit just like everybody else, I won't have a problem. The problem is they're usually pedestalized as not doing that type of shit.
Right, but here's the thing now though. Now they like fuck it. If you want to see us how fucked up we can be like regular people, they can do it too.
They not
And
on
this
that
is
type of time. This
Come
is
on,
and
bro,
look,
stop.
bro. Nah, this the hold on. It's the second time it happened, bro. It's the second time it happened in 2 years. It's the second time it happened in 2 years.
They're regular
And
people.
I was just talking about how just even I think the idea of Columbine, bro. That shit when Columbine happened, I remember like nigga that shook the world, nigga. They shooting up schools in America. Oh my god. Now this shit is a common occurrence. At first it was like, oh my god, the crazy white boys.
Yeah, you could
Now
buy
it's the
your
fucking.
kids
Now it's the.
Kevlar. Now they
Now
selling
it's
Kevlar
look.
book bags.
The
Shit crazy.
motherfucker wrote, I think on the butt of the gun, etched in the butt of the gun, killed Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's y'all, Democrat.
No, bro, but see that's what I'm saying. You see how quick you are to say that's y'all, but in the last for the last 2 years, then really the last 3, we in 2025, the last 3 years, 80% of or majority of the ideological related mass shootings were done by far-right conservatives, far-right extremists. 80% of those far-right extremists was white supremacists.
Yeah, and y'all don't
They've
know
been
how to
on that.
exploit that.
Hold on, they've been on that. They've been on that. So that's what I'm saying. So now we at the point where this is how we know this shit is bigger than left and right.
Yeah, but y'all
This shit
do a
is much
bad
bigger than
job at
left and right.
exploiting that, though.
Nah,
They're
bro,
gonna do.
like,
They
nah,
gonna
but see,
show
you
you
did
how to do
you.
it.
This is why I say y'all niggas be talking like them niggas that be on Jubilee. Cause what did Amanda Seals have to say to that conservative nigga?
Hey, yo, bro, don't put that on my
Hold
jacket after I watched Taz video today. Do
Elmo,
not
that's
put
where
that
we at,
shit.
bro. We gonna start
Hey,
that.
yo,
on. Let me.
hey,
No,
yo,
I'm
what's
talking.
wrong with your man,
Listen,
Taz?
listen. Hold on. Cause look, like Amanda Seals had to tell that nigga from Angola or whatever that nigga was from. Bro, who is this we? Who is this y'all?
Yeah, she cook, little homie.
Who is this y'all? Like, why every time we having these conversations, we gotta go through this process of threat creation. You feel me? As opposed to like looking at what the issue is specifically. The issue is ideological extreme violence, and we can even find parallels between these forms of violence and the gerrymandering shit that's happening. Oh, but the leftist is so far gone that they feel like, oh, we got to shoot shit up too. That's the only way it's gonna work. It can't just be the conservatives shooting shit up.
Their
Just
shit
like
is
leftists is
garbage,
like, oh,
man.
we got a gerrymander too. It can't just
It
be the
sound like
conservatives
you blaming
gerrymandering the
straight
win.
people. It sounds like you blaming straight people for what a transgender did.
No, I'm blaming hatred, bro. I'm blaming the lack of compassion. I'm blaming the lack of
That
respecting
person
and
lack
understanding
compassion.
and humanity.
No,
No,
bro,
bro,
that person lack
no, bro.
compassion. That's like
Okay,
you
yeah,
hear that
hold on.
bullshit.
But that person's lack of compassion was a result of a culture of lack. A nigga just came on
Hell
here and said
no.
the reason. Bro, fuck that. Nigga just came on here and said the reason why Democrats is losing is because all they want to do is support gays.
That's
Domo, you
That
can't.
cool.
statement alone.
Domo, you
Hold on.
can't.
That
You
statement
can't.
alone is a reflection of a lack of compassion.
But Domo,
Because
that's the problem, right?
everybody,
You can't
listen.
blame white shootings on the far left and everything they're doing if you're not gonna put this shooting on this kid and his community.
There's no, bro. What I'm saying is what this person did is inexcusable. And again, what y'all doing is the same shit niggas do to Palestine and Hamas. We're like, oh, but you gotta condemn Hamas. You gotta,
No,
no.
brother.
I'm saying,
This is
but listen,
crazy.
I'm not like, cause nobody's taking the
Fuck Hamas.
responsibility away from a person. Nobody's taking the responsibility away from the person that did what they did. But what we are seeing is a slow deterioration of an appreciation for life and humanity that people are saying is being broadly reflected in society. That's what I'm saying. Y'all
Bro,
niggas think that shit is funny, but
no,
really
no,
though,
it's
I'm
funny
talking
to me,
about.
Gustavo. Wait, it's funny to me though to say it that way because people are saying the fact that you're even out here as a transgender bouncing around like shit cool is a degradation of society. But long before
Right,
that
and
person,
that way of thinking is now turning those people into shooters. Your existence being out here like you should be out here is degrading society. Oh, that's how you feel? I'm coming back with the pistol. Like that's what's happening.
that's not
Literally,
okay.
yeah, I know, but it's also not. It's also what's also not okay is the degradation of life that elicits those types of responses.
My
Yes,
God, dog.
It
the
sounds like you
degradation
have
of.
compassion for him that you wouldn't have for a
I ain't fucking with
conservative
you,
white
bro.
shooter.
Well, okay, first of all, actually, I'm 100% I wouldn't because listen, because what we know for sure is and niggas can ignore this all they want, but hate crime statistics for trans people is ridiculous. Hate crime
Yeah,
statistics for trans people is ridiculous. So that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Exactly, and that's what I mean. As long as we live in a society that continues to say, because I don't agree with you or I don't understand you, then you deserve to be treated a particular way, it's going to create and recreate hate in forms that
That's
become
not
more and more violent.
What I'm saying is
I'm
this,
saying
though, right?
less than 100 of those people are attacked every year with
Right.
unalive every year.
And then
It's never
when they attack black girls, we don't make it like
that tranny
What, bro?
in
But there ain't
Queens.
nobody out here. What are you
Oh,
talking? This is the
we
threat
all
creation I'm
watched the
talking about.
video of the
There is
tranny in
no,
Queens beat a black girl up. We were all
bro.
talking
Yeah.
about Ridgewood, Queens.
What, hold on, wait.
Right
So what
now,
you trying
hold
to say?
on,
So you
hear
saying
me
that?
out, hear
So
me
you
out,
saying
hear
there's
me
a
out,
pandemic? You
hear
saying
me
there's a
out.
pandemic of trans people beating up black women?
No,
Come
what
on,
I'm
bro.
Yes,
saying is,
man.
what I'm
I
saying
Come on,
said
is,
bro.
that.
what I'm saying is,
Listen,
when the
and this is
same
further proving my
crimes,
point.
I'm saying when
I
the
got
same
receipts.
crimes they commit happen to them, right? People are over prosecuted when it happens to them. But when
That's
they
not
do it,
true, Will. That's like, bro. What you saying is fundamentally incorrect. Fundamentally. Like and again, this is exactly what I mean. Y'all can go into saying like, oh no, this is the reason why, or and all that shit is fine. But we're watching different types of hate take hold. That's what I'm saying. It's bigger than left versus right, Democrat versus
That's right.
Republican, liberal or whatever. It's we are entering a era where we are unable to coexist with other humans over ideological shit.
that's not a
That is
good
Coexist.
where this
situation.
violence comes from.
Okay, they did the shooting. Their community. They can't coexist. They're the problem. How are we the problem? I
Now,
ain't gonna go
what are you
shoot none.
talking about? Like people attack their community too. What are you talking about? LG,
All
like
right, but I'm not.
people are attacked for simply being gay. People are attacked for simply being trans. What are you
Where?
talking about?
When?
They do that,
That's cap.
bro.
That's
Like,
cap.
listen, you could be obtuse. You can be obtuse if you want to. You can be obtuse if you want to. If you saying that there aren't queer hate crimes, bro. Like
No.
that's a level of like complete ignoring of reality
Them days
that
over
makes the
with.
conversation be like it can't go nowhere else.
Them days over with, bro. There's more hate
That's
crimes
a
against
lie,
black
bro.
people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't eclipse
Black.
art.
Bro, it's not about eclipsing. If
Yes,
anybody
it
is
is.
dealing with hate crimes, it should be addressed. No, it's not. You're making that
Bro,
comparison. I'm not.
if
All
I'm saying,
I said was all I said is they get attacked. You said no, they don't. Then you said,
no,
but
they don't.
it ain't more than black people. It's like, bro, like that's what I'm saying. I'm not comparing it. I'm saying there are queer hate crimes take place. It happens. Just like black hate crimes take place.
Rarely,
Black queer hate crimes take place. What are we talking about?
rare. Not every day. Rare.
Oh,
And, and
bro,
then when
that's what I'm saying.
worse,
Like, if it happens at all,
but
period.
most of the crimes
If it
against them happen.
happens at all, it's a problem. Come
No, but
on,
it's a
bro.
problem. But it's a problem within their community. They're doing it to each other. You know what I'm saying? You
Nigga,
can't
no,
point at us.
bro, you're lying, bro. Even if yes, they have violence amongst each other, yes. But to say that queer people aren't attacked simply for being queer is you're completely ignoring reality, bro. That's a
No,
fact.
completely
That's a
ignoring
fact.
reality is to act like the data doesn't state that they have the most domestic violence within their relationships. Interpartner violence is
That
more
does
common.
not change the fact that there are people who are willing to attack, harm, kill queer people simply because they are queer. Period.
Since
Like
where
that
is
is
this
not
happening?
like you. Bro,
I'm
Taz,
saying,
this is what I'm saying.
you don't
The
have
reason and the reason why the reason why I know that you being purposely obtuse is because if you can do enough research to understand statistics amongst queer relationships, you can do the research on queer hate crimes.
right. And
You
when I
can.
came out,
And if you're
when I
saying
came out,
if you're saying that there's none, it's like, bro, then you're just saying that I don't care tonight. Listen, I think the conversation to go easier if you just say I don't care about hate crimes that happen to them.
right. Well,
It's
okay.
the
And so
conversation
again,
to
I
go
don't think.
easier. We don't even gotta be disingenuous.
Yeah, but I'm not. I don't think anything should happen to people for any reason. What I'm saying is when you
Right.
start making it sound like there are excessive numbers of it happening to them,
I know
that's
I'm saying
cap.
it happens, bro. So you gotta throw excessive on there to call it cap. I'm saying if it happens, it is a problem. Hate crimes, regardless of who they happen to, should be understood, should be recognized, and should be challenged. Period. Regardless
I
of who
play
it
the
happens to.
oppression. See, I play the oppression
But
Olympics.
okay,
Right.
and
So
listen, and that's cool, and that's
we
cool, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not
I'm
doing that though. So you, so when, but I'm not gonna play it with you though. So you can say more excessive, this, and then I'm gonna be like, I'm not even focused on that. Nigga, you shut up, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? You shut up, nigga. Just cause you gotta rely on some bullshit to make your argument, nigga. My shit. Alright, nigga. Alright, nigga. I ain't that deep. Yeah, I'm not talking about. Nah, I know. I'm not.
Nah,
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Bro, I stopped you, bro. You was ready, nigga. Cut it out, bro.
No, I caught her. You did have a quick second. It was instinct. Shit.
But yeah, no, I don't like that. The diminish what happens to them because they are still black people. So I don't do that. But I do think there's an over conversation about what happens in those communities. And I do think, you know what I'm saying, in terms of like oppression Olympics or whatever, ours gets downplayed and theirs gets promoted, and hate crimes happen to us more. So there should be more of a conversation about what happens to us, not to diminish theirs, but to say we don't get enough airplay on hate crime.
I wouldn't argue that. I wouldn't argue that.
To respond to BYT Goat, there was 1,900 queer hate crimes in 2024. And it seems like the focus on that and not mass incarceration or things of that nature. It's not like we don't care about what's happening to the people in our community. It's just, I don't know if I'm making sense without even finishing that sentence. Do you know where I'm going with it?
Not really, no.
No, I was agreeing with you. I was saying like, because Domo was saying like, well, it doesn't matter if it happens to one person. Like we should go ahead and rally up, pass the bill, like an Asian hate crime bill type thing.
But let me ask you this. Swarthy. Then I gotta take my ass back to work.
That ain't Swarthy. That's Titan Debate League.
Oh, Titan Debate League. Oh, that nigga sound like Swarthy. Y'all niggas maybe must be from the same spot. What's good?
I'm from Cleveland. How you feeling?
Yeah, I think that nigga. Nah, that nigga ain't in Cleveland. That nigga from Cali. All right, I'm good, bro. Appreciate you joining the panel. But do you believe that that the issue facing solving the problems of mass incarceration is how much people talk about gay hate crimes?
Say that question one more time. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you clearly.
Do you? But no, hold on. You done been on the panel before. Is this your only?
I've been over here before. I had another page. I just made this page.
Okay, all right. I was like, nah, this shit's
we done chopped it several. We've chopped it several times. I've been on here several times. I haven't been around here like 2 or 3 months on Q's page. I just came back around. Shout out Q Butter. I saw him showing off the school the other day, man. I was excited for you, man. Shout out him.
But I mean, not even. I don't even got to make it a question because I'm gonna drop down and I'll just be listening. But I guess my only retort to what you were saying was that how much people talk about hate crimes against queer people isn't the obstacle in the way of solving issues associated with mass incarceration. You know what I mean? So even though I can agree that mass incarceration is something that isn't discussed nowhere near as much as it should be, even though it is discussed, you know what I'm saying, to a certain degree, I think that it is the kind of like the culture of criminalizing black people that as long as niggas will be okay with, that's why mass incarceration ain't a thing. Because us just saying mass incarceration is one thing, but if they turn around and be like, well, the reason why y'all mass incarcerated is because y'all criminals, then we gotta halt. Then there's a much bigger issue than just recognizing niggas is getting locked up at a disproportionate rate.
That's facts. That's facts. That was a real ingenuous answer. You don't come across real answers like that. I appreciate you. That was a good one.
Nah,
we agree with each other though, for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like it's not a problem. It's not like we don't care about the brothers. You know what I'm saying? That's in the community. All crime, all hate crimes matter.
So I see you laughing still. All hate crimes matter. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. I would never argue with you on that. But it seems like that issue is overshadowing issues that the numbers are way bigger, like that you think that we would be focusing on, and that's what it seemed like BYT Goat was trying to get across, if I understood him correctly.
And on a moral level, of course, like just on a standard level, like of course, all any that whole what's that the level of the site MLK, any injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. So but the fact of the matter is that when it comes as it pertains to the long historical history with anti-black crime, like you can't like it and then like when you insert LGBT anti-blackness, it's like that tends to decenter the common subjects of anti-black or just of hate crime, which is us. So it's a man.
And I agree with you, and I still agree. Like it's like, dang, he hit us with a good point. Like, and it's not to defer because that's not how he used it. Which I'm happy he didn't do that with that point. He still agreed with what we were saying, and then he brought that up. So that's why I'm like, damn, that was a real ingenuous answer. I never heard one like that. Like, he's trying. I can give no credit. He tried to get it right instead of trying to be right. I fuck with that. Dang, I done killed the party. You muted, still learning. Still learning, GG. You muted. Why can't I hear nothing? Somehow.
Yeah, man.
What happened to everybody?
Sudden fall off.
Take this name, deity. Henrietta Wood.
I know that. I'm privy to her. I got her book, Henrietta Wood.
Okay.
She sued for restitution for enslavement. She was successful, but she didn't get what she wanted to get as far as the jury handed down a lower amount than what she wanted. What was 20,000? I want to say she demanded at that time. That's a lot of money though. Shit, 20,000. And then I'm gonna say she got 2,500. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, she got 2,000 somewhere. So marginally, not marginally, but significantly less than what 20,000. But still, during those times to get any type of judgment in your favor, all white jury, that was unheard of. Henrietta Wood, yep, Henrietta Wood. Remind me of Henrietta Lacks. Never forget about her. Henrietta Wood. Money on the wood. Yeah, man. Yeah. Life is good though. Too blessed to be stressed, man. Tell you that. Or be triggered by any malarkey lurking in the chat. We'll condemn somebody being here and you here. Make it make sense. Oh, you here? You here? You here? Ain't you here? You watch? What type of make it make sense, man? Not you or anybody, just in general. You know, you got certain people out there. They be like, look, you know, seldom seen, man. Don't. You know, when you think I ain't doing something, I'm always working, man. Don't get it twisted, man. We always working around this joint. Always cooking. Yeah.
Hey, Dev, GQ, whoever that was, I guess they fell off, but they backstage again.
I ain't gonna lie. I want to get back to this federal government though, but really, we can get off. I can't see how we just. I don't know, man. Like, so. Yeah, real quick. The wagon train period refers to the phase of federal asset building via land allocation, primarily during the 19th century under the Homestead Act of 1862. At the same time, the federal government forsook Black Americans, depriving them of the conditions for full citizenship rights. Black families never received, Black families never received the what? The promised 40 acres. But white families received land grants 4 times as large in the Western territories while the nation completed its colonial settler project. It goes into the bloodlust period, refers to nearly 100 massacres by white terrorists that took place nationwide from the end of the Civil War to World War II, during which Black lives were taken and directly relevant for the extension of the racial wealth gap. Black-owned property was seized and appropriated by the mobsters. The picket fence period refers to the shift in the 20th century from the federal asset building via land distribution to promotion of home ownership executed in a highly discriminatory manner, disproportionately building white wealth at the expense of Black wealth development. So just, you know, it's outlining why the federal government, you know, as far as why they should be, you know, why they are culpable. It's very interesting, though. You know, as far as those 4 phases of American asset building and asset destroying policies that produce the chasm in wealth between Black and white Americans. That's just very interesting.
Where were you reading from?
This is From Here to Equality, Reparations Plan.
That's by I can't see
William A.
that.
Darity and his wife, Kristen Mullen.
Can you say that name again? I'm about to type it up.
William A. Darity Jr., Sandy Darity, but is Sandy's nickname is I want to say that's after his dad, or if I'm not mistaken, his dad was in the military.
Found him. Appreciate you.
His dad was in the military because he grew up in.
Appreciate you. You stay with a source. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, I just find it interesting. So, you know, as far as just that and the whole, but his vision is to, and through an act of Congress, you know, we should be galvanizing, you know, the galvanizing the grassroots, you know, educating the people, like the people from Japanese. First, they started with educating their people, and then they worked their way up to Congress and rallying and lobbying. It was a first we have to edify the people, because a lot of people don't even understand, don't even know, walking around chicken with the head cut off. So the first, it starts at that level. He talks about that education, and, you know, as far as, you know, juxtaposing how they were successful, you know, through an act of Congress. I don't see why. Like, why is that? Why does that not? I'm not saying anybody in particular, but there's some people that believe that shouldn't be far fetched. I mean, Congress has literally created acts and laws to either to perpetuate white advancement or to try to strive and make things quote unquote good for Black folks in America. So why can't they do this? Enact and embody the same behavior, but to be advantageous to to the descendants of, you know, the enslaved. So I don't see why that's, you know, why that's hard to grasp or grapple with. Like, you know, I understand from a legality way, like as far as suing the federal government, their immunity side, all that. I'm familiar with that. He talks about that in his book, but he's not coming from a legality. He's coming from a national policy, you know, a national policy that's going to be enacted via Congress. So if all these Congress and LA is, and there was an overwhelming majority in Maryland when it comes to reparations, why can't there be that same energy, that same force manifest its way in a national, you know, national plan for reparations enacted via Congress? I don't see why that's, like I said, that should be just a concept that's not pragmatic. I don't see why it's not. So, and his whole premise is eliminating the black-white wealth chasm. That's what it's about. It's about eliminating the black-white wealth gap. Like, if we ain't talking about that, then he's pretty much saying that it's pretty much futile. And it's true, because reading the article from Evanston in Illinois, the sisters out there, they was like, man, we happy to get to 25,000, but we wish it was more. Clearly, that statement alone is indicative of the black-white wealth chasm. That piecemeal reparations, piecemeal local reparations, does not close the black-white wealth chasm. That brother saying that, man, we happy for it, but damn, nigga, we still struggling. Shit, we still struggling, man. That's basically what that brother was saying. Like, he didn't say that. What he said was that we're grateful for it, but we wish we had more, which basically means that we fucked up still. That little $25,000 didn't do anything. It didn't help us. You know, we still fucked up. Pardon my profanity, but that's just, you know, simplified with profane language, man. That's just, sometimes we got to do it like that, man. You know, but yeah. So, and he's not a proponent of piecemeal reparations. He's, as it pertains to closing the black-white wealth chasm. You know, he's not a proponent. He said piecemeal or local reparations are not capitalized sufficiently to eliminate the racial wealth gap. It would be different. It would be better for towns and cities and states inspired to support reparations. It would be better for towns, cities, and states inspired to support reparations to invest resources in lobbying and petitioning the U.S. Congress to adopt a national reparations plan and to refer to their local initiatives as racial equity projects rather than reparations. And I want to get to the gist. I can assume, I know why he wants, because, you know, as far as the, you know, America, it's just, there's a stigma. I know that there's a negative connotation associated with reparations and black people. So I know why he wants it to be dubbed as racial equity projects rather than reparations. But I know there's layers to that. There has to be another layer to that as to why he doesn't want it to be called reparations, and he wants it to be called racial equity. So that's very, very interesting. So yeah, and then, you know, HR 40 and those flaws, man, you gonna go with that.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, son. I'm in full FBA mode right now, son. Yo, son, that Jamaican bitch ass cop, so that nigga came around with his axes out. Yo, so I was about to go full fuck Jim. Yo, son. Oh my goodness, son.
He was a Jamaican cop?
All three of the cops was Caribbean, son. I was about to have a moment, son. These niggas was looking at these young brothers like they was, son, you know when you look at somebody like a criminal, like, ew, this nigga's a murderer.
But Q, that doesn't matter, Q. Your own civic consensus, that what you encountered in your real day life, according to certain people, that doesn't matter.
No, I never say that. I said it's how we understand the anecdotal. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about those people. You know what I mean? Now, people will take that experience and go, all the Jamaicans. Those gross generalizations is lack of discipline. I don't create gross generalizations.
But you just been a common pattern, though. People you just experienced it with cops.
No, but when you say common pattern, I can't. For me, I can't say there's a common thread. I haven't experienced that. When other people have, I would, I listen to it. I let them vent it, but I don't have that. I think people's limited. Like literally, I can show you 100 Jamaicans right now that are volunteer right now.
Yeah, honestly.
You know what I'm saying? But it's also knowing that I do know where that energy comes from, though. Because when you see somebody that's Caribbean doing the most for a white person or the system, that shit turns it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't act like I don't understand the energy. You know what I'm saying? Like, almost all the black, I'll put it like this: almost all the black police officers I almost ever had an issue with were Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? Because the niggas be on the super go hard for. But I also, like, somebody told me too, their version of policing, some Caribbean people, their view of black is skewed because I was as understood of black in history. If you come from a country that's all black people, they don't see it as like. But that's not what I saw today. What I saw today was Donald Trump. I saw DC. I saw niggas looking at niggas like DC, like these niggas is YNs. They're gonna kill somebody. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they're gonna do. And I'm like, son. So the lady was like, yo, there's mad shootings. I said in Brooklyn, I think there was 160 shootings last year in Brooklyn. Nigga, that ain't worth talking about. I grew up, there was 1,100 murders when I was in junior high school in Brooklyn. So there was 30,000 robberies, 3,000 rape cases in Brooklyn. Nigga, there is 200 rape cases in New York City, I think, right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is sweet cake, soft, good. So with the way the police was looking at these little kids, I'm like, yo, bro, these is 14-year-olds. 14-year-olds. These ain't even adults yet.
And they got power, though. I said they got.
But it's not just them. The world is looking at young black kids like they're full-blown criminals right now. Like they're full-blown murderers. You know what I'm saying? That's the part about it, because it's not just, it's white America. It's Donald Trump. It's them niggas talking about we sending National Guard to Chicago. For what? For what? You want to help Chicago? Send the National Guard's budget to the school system. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, what we got? 150, 300 murders? 400 murders? 300, 500,000 people, 1 million people? Them numbers don't add up. Brownsville, where I'm at, there's 90,000 black people out there, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not even, the numbers don't add up to it. But it was the look, bro. You see what I'm saying? Because before I knew they was Caribbean, they was black. So it didn't even matter that they was Caribbean. It's just that the dude, when I called him a bitch, because I did curse, I said, you faggot ass nigga. When I called him a faggot, he said, fuck you. And I said, fuck your bitch ass nigga. And then once he started going back and forth, when I heard his accent, I'm like, oh yeah, I got one of you niggas. But I wanted to focus on the kid. Then the nigga in the cosign seat was the young coon talking about, yo, you need to move your car out the bus stop. We don't want to hear nothing. Y'all niggas write me a ticket. I should have told the nigga, suck my dick. Move my car, bitch. Y'all niggas is gun boys. You can't write parking tickets, motherfucker. Fucking gun boys. You in a whole gun ship worrying about a car at a bus stop and 14-year-olds? Y'all niggas need to get fired. And that's the pressure we need to keep on it. There's not enough crime to justify your job, nigga. Officer, we need you fired.
So, Beckham, we gonna let you good now?
Yeah, you good. So all them in the studio right now. That's what I told a pig. You ain't got nothing else to offer them little kids? That's crazy, son. You should be ashamed of yourself as a whole officer of police or whatever the fuck your fat. Yeah, I'm about to smoke, and I ain't smoking. This is also why Q Butter smokes and shit. Cause when I don't, I be in the street, it can go down, son. So I gotta. You know, I'm not saying that I need it, but I use what. I'm gonna shut up.
I was telling my girl, I'm addicted. I ain't gonna lie. I'll be lying saying I ain't addicted to weed. That would be a lie. I mean, part of me, a lot of me is addicted to this shit. This is like it's an addiction. I ain't addicted to it.
Nah, it's the.
I ain't gonna lie,
Nah, that's something. This would make me get like this type of shit would make me get into politics. Just to get niggas fired, like just to see like on some shit. Like I just want to see this nigga get fired. I only ran for office to get this nigga fired. I just want to see you go back to your country poor. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that's the type of motivation that should give me. Like I want to go to the precinct. Like I definitely might go back to the precinct later. Like yo, my man, I need to report mismanagement of policing and tactics. There was a group of teenagers who were being harassed by 4 male police officers while somebody was getting murdered. What do we have to do to actually deal with this situation? Y'all niggas is clenching y'all guns for fucking 14-year-olds. Oh my good, son. Oh my goodness, bro. And that's why I told niggas on the internet, if you can't show me you doing shit like that, 14-year-olds can do crime, show bitch ass up. 14-year-olds can do crime. Yeah, 14-year-olds can do crime. That's what you see when you see a 14-year-old black person as a criminal? You fucking cracker? I see the future. Fuck is you talking about? That's what I told him. I said, y'all motherfuckers is futures. Yes, am I serious? They in my studio right now. They in the studio right now. Yes, they in the studio. Yes, they have potential of doing criminal. Like, why? That's the first thing that comes to your mind when you see black kids in the hood is criminality. Y'all niggas is crackers, man. That's how white folks think. First thing I see when I see black kids in the hood, I see future. I see possibility. I'm not crashing on the chat. I'm just reading in the angle I'm reading. Camille, you know you my sister, but I don't know who Prince. I don't know who that person is. Like, that shit crazy, boy. When it comes to the kids, I get real serious real quick, real mean real quick. I don't fuck with the kids. Like, nah, I don't. That shit. That's our future. If you don't see the kids as the future, we already lost. I don't even know. Like, as soon as you hear young black kids, the first thing I think about is criminals. That shit's crazy. Like that is, we already might as well give up. If you hear black kids or you see a black kid and the first thing you think is criminal and they gonna rob me, we already lost, y'all. We already lost, y'all. I'm just meaning we might as well give up. Fuck all this black power shit. And most black people see young black kids and see criminals and murderers. In today's era, y'all niggas need to log off the internet. Y'all are watching way too much YouTube shit, way too much television, way too much white media. Because the vast majority of black people in the country are not criminals, are not involved in criminality. They're just trying to get by and they're regular fucking kids. There's probably more Comic Con, Marvel loving, NBA Jam playing, Sims card playing kids that are black than there are fucking kids that know what a GD, Speedy, or Blood is. What was the team doing? They wasn't doing nothing.
It's always what they was doing, how they was moving, how they was acting, what they had.
They was on the corner. This is why I said, this is why defunding the police is a reality. Because police will create situations that don't rectify the issue. There's young kids on the corner at 6 o'clock. They don't have nothing to fucking do.
Fact. That's why the police. It doesn't mean no police. It means to take some of that excess money, that surplus money, and reallocate it to organizations and programs.
Exactly.
That's what defunding the people hear. That defunding
exactly.
No police. Oh.
You got that one police call and insurance, $1 million. Then we go to the vest, the overtime. Each officer doing at least 140 a year, 200,000 a year. Boom. What are we talking about? Niggas don't give a fuck about the kids. You shitting me, son. I fired them niggas immediately. The cop wasn't reacting to nothing. He was reacting to black people
living existence.
Black kids who, and I told the kids, I said, look, y'all can't be in those situations because unfortunately you got 1 million black people living in one area. Let's understand something. They in the studio right now. I'm doing my part. You know what I'm saying? They're not on the street. They're not getting harassed by police. They're doing something productive. They're in a safe environment. I'm gonna go offer them some more science shit, tell them about school, and I'm gonna probably escort them back to their hood. That's what we're supposed to do as men and as a community.
You a real one for that one, boy. Be careful too, Q. Be careful.
Careful of what?
I mean, I'm just saying, just be careful. Everybody doesn't, some people love to bite the hand that feed them. It's just in their nature. But
Nigga,
I know you know how to look out for that. I know
I'm the wolf in this situation, bro.
I'm not telling you nothing you don't already know.
I ain't worrying about that. Like I learned a long time ago. You always gotta be a wolf to kids. So
That's the same thing. That's the same thing the police was doing.
Young kids from the hood, they smell pussy immediately, son. So you always gotta be on wolf timing. I tell them right now, I can go in and scrap with all of y'all on some love shit. And I buy some pizza after. What's popping?
But I'm saying you're telling Q the same thing the police was putting on the kids.
Oh no, I wasn't putting nothing on the kid. I mean,
no,
I guess
you were telling him to be careful.
As I was saying it, I heard it. I heard it.
Nah, if he said he was going to the liquor store
with
his grown friend, you wouldn't have said be careful.
I see you hopping out the car, and then I just have visions of stuff like Nipsey and like, you know what I'm saying. And at the same time, I know they smell pussy, and the way you hopped out, they knew you ain't no hoe because you yelling at the cops like, what y'all doing?
I ain't gonna lie.
Park the car.
No, son. All the nigga had to do was say, yo, go. And I walked to the cop to calm it down. Because I realized I was turned up. But I'm like, this nigga said, yo, just move your car, nigga. I said, move my car. Get that shit off the bus stop. I'm like, you all
inspired. I ain't gonna cap.
Now I know you mad, because now I got more bread than you. I got a better looking car than you. You probably a single nigga who fucking wife left him. I was about to go in on these niggas. I know your bitch left you, nigga. You don't even get to see your kids. You one of them dirty cop niggas who will beat they bitch and don't get to see their kids. I can smell you hoe ass niggas. And you can't fight. I can smell you hoe ass niggas who got bullied. And I was about to get this nigga his life script. And the Caribbean nigga, I was about to let that nigga hear it. I already know how to deal with Caribbean police officers. I hit at the heart. You are a fucking sellout. And the only thing you came to this country to be is the worst, because you couldn't read when you came to America. You couldn't type when you came to America. You had no skill set when you came to America. You are a worthless Jamaican who, if you went back to Jamaica, you wouldn't do nothing but work for fucking crackers, holding up the fucking gun to protect their walls. Because you are a worthless nigga. Oh, I know how to cook police. I make sure they understand those 60 credits you need to become a cop are basic. Basic. Those are the early elementary credits. That's like saying I just did a 13th year in high school. Yeah, I make sure they understand you are nowhere near in the conversations with me. I make sure they understand that you are a little boy and I'm not. And the fact that you look at these kids like they're adults, let me know you pussy. That's what I say. I walk in the room right now. Let me test this right here. The niggas be pussy. That's what I realized. Niggas be pussy, bro. No cap. And I hate this pussy shit. Yo, no cap.
And
yo, don't see y'all. Niggas be acting like they scared of y'all, right?
Not everybody.
But niggas be looking at y'all like y'all criminals?
No, they just say YN. No, they just always on that.
Don't let nobody call you no fucking YN, bro. That shit is crazy, son. They don't fucking YN. My bad, ladies. I'm sorry, y'all. But, son, you gonna have some restaurants. I see you look my men that own shit on decal, bro. Big restaurants. You know what I'm saying? Franchises. Punk ass pigs, nigga. My bad, I got smokes. I gotta calm down, son. I'm about to go back outside and look for them kids, them pop police. This is why I smoke.
He said, nah, they don't be saying it all the time. He sounded like he was trying to tell the truth and shit.
No, these is kids.
Nah, they sound like they trying to mess with the buttons and yeah.
These is kids. My bad, I'm like, these is fucking kids.
Nah, something must have happened with police officer.
Now I'm on YouTube.
The police officer gonna see him again though.
I got like 70 people watching right now, nothing crazy. 70? Yeah, right now, look.
The police officer.
That nigga, this is a young kid.
Did the police officer touch them? Did they touch him?
No, understand, adults don't look at y'all. I see the future. If you don't look at y'all, don't see nothing but that, niggas weird. You know what I'm saying? I can't, a grown ass man looking at you and see nothing but a baby and opportunity, niggas weird. You need to know that. You're a weirdo, nigga. I'm a kid. Fuck is you looking at me for? You ain't got nothing to offer me. Get the fuck away from me, nigga. I'll punch you in your mouth. Weird, son. Weird, nigga. Niggas weird. I call that shit on a heartbeat. I don't like that pussy shit. When it come to kids, I don't like that, son.
Salutes, Q. We was having this conversation earlier while you was busy, but this very conversation, and I heard your sentiments on how they train to see us as criminals. So salutes for stepping in and intervening.
That shit bothers me. I'm like, white folks do that shit. If it was a white person, it wouldn't even bother me. Asian person, but seeing a black person looking at us like, nigga, it's 2025, bro. You need to get fired, bro. Niggas, there's not even enough crime to justify you looking at black people like that. Stop watching YouTube, son.
Real.
You know what I'm saying? It's not
And what's
even, it's not
crazy
enough
is
crime.
what is matched the description of a criminal. Criminals gonna be criminals. The best ones go unnoticed.
No, but if you watching a young black kid murder somebody every day on social media, you're gonna see black kids as the issue. But you're not gonna realize that was one black kid in Illinois. Then you watch the video of a black kid in New Jersey. Then social media is just finding black kids around the country and repeatedly putting these shits on the screen for people to act like this is their reality. Chicago is fucking beautiful. New York, I am on MOP's block. So everybody that know hip hop, this is my nigga Fame from up in Prospect. Prospect is the other side of this block. The projects that Little Fame is from, they tore down. This block is sweet as shit. Deity, you can come here right now with some flip-flops on, drinking a latte with your chains on. Nothing's gonna happen to you. Then we can get in the car, the most expensive car we can find, Vyasa, and drive straight to Philly. Nothing gonna happen to us. I don't listen to what they say on TV, son. This shit is not, New York is America's sweet right now. This ain't the 90s, this ain't the 80s, bro. Like, I refuse to act like we living in the 80s. It's not the 80s. None of these kids in that room, I grew up, several of my friends' mothers were sucking dick on the corner. I seen them. Seen them. None of these niggas in the room, little kids in the room, parents is sucking dick. I'm having a hood moment right now. I'm about to go to that precinct. I got small. I'm about to go to that precinct.
Nah, they be trying to tell Chicago like it's Beirut or Lebanon or some shit.
That shit bothers me, son. That shit crazy. I'm like, man, listen, son. Yeah. Nikki, Nikki, real quick, Nikki, I got my homegirl's a little older, and I was telling I had somebody in the chat that wears adult diapers. What do you use for the rash, Nikki? There are a lot of teams in the Ville. Teams of what? I don't know, Prince. I don't know what you're saying, bro. I don't know who's side. I don't know what you're saying, bro. I don't really. Maybe I'm misconstruing what you're saying, or you misconstruing what I'm saying. I don't really understand what you're saying.
Nah, that just goes to exemplify that there is a large group with people from different perspectives that no matter what, they don't value having an environment that more towards help the black child. Like, it's not valuable enough to them for them to say, okay, that this is wrong. especially if police involved. So even if the police doing wrong, they know they're doing wrong. They'll be like, well, it's for the betterment of the community.
It's crazy because son in the chat saying there's good and there's bad people.
Good.
There's children and there's black children. That's how the world sees it. There's children and then there's nigger babies. Nigger babies is the one that the world sees. They wear hoodies, they shoot people, they violent. That's how the world sees it. I don't even know what the fuck a YN is. That's just disrespectful. Fuck, I like calling a little nigga. Man, that's just crazy.
Yeah, YN culture. Shout out to Kyrie. He came out. He actually announced that. I did a video on that. It did like 200 views. Just basically saying that he's on record, just saying that he's not with the YN culture. Like he don't jack with that. He don't jack that.
Somebody said if you don't have cops, it will be complete anarchy. What are you basing that off of? Historically, humans have lived thousands of years without police. So I want to understand, where are you basing that rationale? And I really want to understand, why would humans be in a state of anarchy without police? And I just want to understand where you're getting it from. Like, is there a society you're basing that off of? Like, because indigenous people lived in their areas for thousands of years without police. And I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with you. I just want to understand, like, what are you using to make that statement? And again, I'm not saying we don't have the need for, whatever. They had tribes that protected themselves, correct? Protecting yourself. Yeah, I think y'all, police, I don't see the history of police around. Like, I'm sorry, police is an American thing and European thing. Like, black people and indigenous people managing themselves and having ways of handling their groups, I don't see that as equivalent to policing. Policing is different. Historically, I don't see the police. I would like to learn that, but I don't understand. I want to understand. So you can click the link and explain that one, because and you're not the only person that said something like that before. I've heard other people say, like, yo, if there's no police, it's anarchy. And I was like, what are y'all basing that off of?
It does seem just like an assumption that's been made and accepted by everybody. Now that I think about it, because I was thinking about an example. I mean, what do people go back to, biblical times and stuff like that when they try to make an excuse?
Oh, that's not going back. They want to be able to go back to what they were doing when they were children. So
yeah, I'm just asking, when you're saying like I need to again, I told you that New York is a police state. So when I'm like understanding policing, I don't know, like, and then how the justification of harassment. Like, how do we get to history of police and the unjustifiable harassment of teenagers and the lack of resources for teenagers? I'm like, that's initially what I said to the pig. I'm like, yo, pig, you ain't got nothing to offer these kids? All you can do is sit there and stare at them and hope that they do something that will lead to an arrest? That is a waste.
Which really echoes the the inherent nature of policing pertaining to vagrancy laws, but patrolling black people. Not even although them was black people, but them was really black folks disguised as or patrolling. You know, they was they was, what's the word I want to say? They was literally like illustrating. Yeah, it was illustrating those tendencies that, you know, that like I said, that is horrific. You know, pretending to policing and it deriving from, you know, slave catch and all that. So it's a very
Yeah, policing in America. And you see how
Horrible.
this person says soldiers and guard are the original police. I need to source that. Because when we say police, let me just look that up. I got a couple minutes. Police.
Nah, he said soldiers, man. Soldier. Sold.
And while you was going off, Q, I just had I was just kept picturing Joe Biden in my head. Now I know it's a bipartisan issue, and I'm not trying to throw it to one side or the other, but I just kept picturing him in my head saying, "It doesn't matter how they got that way."
Yeah,
and
so
because that was the sentiment that you would see in the Caribbean, dude, almost like they don't care. They don't, like you
That's
said,
the
they're
part
not
that
trying
I'm
to
like,
offer them nothing. Because they don't care how they even got that way. They're not trying to fix them. They must be. What did he say?
No, but you know what it is too? When bitch niggas get in the vicinity of niggas, of real men, they cower out, and that was the cower down. Because there's nothing he could tell me. He ran my place. My shit legit. I got a better car than all four of y'all niggas in there. What are we talking about? And I got something to offer them. And I'm up. What's up?
As soon as
niggas
you
ain't
was
got nothing
going
to
off,
say.
I thought about it. I'm like, I know his plate's good. Because I was just saying, like, I
They
want to
hated it.
say
It was
something in the
literally-
thing, like,
it was
Q,
a
just make sure
movie.
you're good. But I'm like, no, he
I'm
got to be
super-
good. He getting too much money not to have a good license. Like, so I ain't say that. That's funny. Yeah, that's crazy.
Ice-T, all these rappers riding around with no license. That's just weird.
Nah, then
Dolph
my
got
shit.
pulled over in
And,
a
and then
Lambo,
and
no
then and then on top of that, I took the whole corner. The whole corner, the entire corner, every kid on the corner is in the studio right now. Police is mad. You can't do that. You ain't got no nuts, nigga. You pissing. You sit down and piss and you wipe your fucking vagina. I stand up and piss and wet. I gotta smoke some more. Let me. So I be chilling. Y'all don't know the full aggressive Q. When I get fully turned up, it's like, nah, Q, you gotta chill, son. Like, when y'all be thinking Psycho be turned up, Psycho be chilling. He don't be turned up. Psycho just be. Some of us is naturally like that.
Man, tell me about it.
Yeah, but police evolved from the ancient Greek word meaning term polis, meaning city, evolving through the Latin politica, meaning civil administration, the Middle French word meaning organized government, civil administration. And so I understand it with policing, with slave catching, and not just slave catching. It's black people monitoring. Because it was the free blacks who were also harassed by policing. The city administrating policies to keep black people from thriving. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, they
we're
don't
not
say
in
nothing about
the
no
time.
soldier.
We in 2025 in a city that is very prominent in many cities, and the crime rate does not justify the crazy brutality of police. If y'all niggas
Soldiers
really
are
got an
not
issue
police,
with
dude.
lions, ban guns. Why don't we do what most smart countries do? Ban guns. Stop making so many fucking guns. No, we can't stop making guns. All right, so then you know.
Amen. All right. Oh, dude,
Law enforcement, Memphis, law enforcement for black people means the same shit. Because at that time, we were not respected in the eyes of the law. So any white person had the duty to enforce law on black people. Georgia, New York, North Carolinas. I'm just stating this is the country. So if you're not gonna ban guns, right? So you're gonna spend more money on policing illegal guns. Because people who got legal guns are scared of people with illegal guns. I remember in California, I told one of the pro-black dudes out there, I was like, yo, son, I would take all your guns and sell that shit and buy books. Niggas in California got reading issues. He looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, my man, son, you got a $1,500 gun. I could make a whole program for a month with that. Who you think's gonna have more impact? Your little bullet sitting in your crib to shoot at an imaginary person you ain't never gonna kill? Or a media program, $1,500 we can get running right now? What's gonna do more for the black community? Your gun in your closet or getting some kids to read right now? Niggas don't care about the community, bro. Niggas care about just talking about that shit. I put your money where your mouth is. Y'all forgot. I ain't put out I had a whole Fuck the Police album. I ain't never put this shit. I had a whole album with mad features, just Fuck the Police. Y'all see I got this one, Loaded Lux. I had a whole bunch of features on Fuck the Police. Let me chill. Crime is taught on social media and yo, bro, crime is low right now, y'all. Like, stop watching television. Go walk around in your city and tell me. They say, yo, Q, Kinston is crazy. I'm like, I saw a bunch of, son, just go drive and walk around and interact with your community before you let somebody on television tell you on some what the fuck going on in your community. I live in Brooklyn. Y'all don't need to turn on the news for them to tell me, oh, crime is crazy. Where, nigga, I grew up in the 80s.
Oh, I almost got shot like 3 days ago. But that's another story for another time, maybe. But you know, keep your head on the swivel if you're moving around doing what Q was doing. I was telling you to do sightseeing. But it's all about how you carry yourself. You know, real recognize real, man. I don't know.
That's what Nick said.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, man.
Oh no, real don't recognize real.
That's how I was on 79.
Damn, I can't even
my
argue with
chain
you.
on, you know, passing out food to the community. And nobody, you know, everybody respected it. It wasn't, oh, nigga, I'm gonna kill you, nigga. I'm gonna
All right, man.
don't go over there 79, stay on 69.
Nah, right, I was wrong. He said real don't recognize real no more. I retract that statement. I stand corrected. He killed me at my source.
Nah, man, just logic. You know, the times have changed. Everything's rearranged.
You see how you said we need some police? And that was a great opportunity for that black pig to help to be an example of something great in the community. He could have got out of his car and spoke to the young brothers. Like, look, y'all, he did a future stain, gonna y'all a target. You know what I mean? He could have had a whole pig conversation with the kids. No, don't put Nixon on timeout. Nixon on time, you good. You sat there and just stared at them like you was a white person. Q Butter as a cop, I wouldn't last because I would be dirty and I would be mad clean at the same time, doing mad shit for the hood. You know what I'm saying? I'm robbing all their times. I'm robbing Chinese. I'm stolen. I couldn't be a cop. You know what I'm saying? The extortion shit, I'm gonna be doing all the dirty spots. Look, I know y'all niggas is doing massages here. I need kickback. I know that at times is one. I know it. I need kick. I'm locking all you niggas up. What's up? I'm planting guns. Yeah, I couldn't be no cop. I'm planting guns on. Yeah, I'm no. Nah. Spring a little crack on me. Spring a little fetty on me. I'm cool. I couldn't be no cop. Not with my background in history. The way I was taught, I would have to be a coon.
Then it makes me think about that Stanford prison experiment.
Everything white is in sight. They don't even look right. I'm pulling over.
You hear me, Q?
You know, you
it
have
made
an
me think about that.
White arrest.
It made me think about that Stanford prison experiment where they gave, where they had people volunteer to be guards and people volunteer to be inmates. And then, like, after a week or two, it was shut down because they was already beating them and treating them cruel. Like, I don't know who said it, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. Like, it's like I don't know. You got to be a real strong person to. I don't know. I think the people who wouldn't do it wouldn't even take them roles. I don't want that position of power over people. Like, I think it says a lot about a person to even take that role too.
What kind of role?
That cop role. I almost feel like it ain't no good cops, because even if you're not doing nothing dirty, you got to see something dirty and you ain't report it. So then you complicit. We'll get charged with complicity for the same thing. So it's like it ain't no good cops. Like,
Yeah, man. It's just like their history, right? Their history is so dark and wicked. You can't clean it up. You know what I'm saying? You can't clean up their history, because in order to, in my opinion, to clean up that history, the police owe black people reparations. The police department got to pay black people reparations. You know what I mean? That's the only how they can clean it up. Other than that, to hell with them. You know what I mean? Because that's how they feel about us. That's how I see it.
facts. I don't know about the police paying reparations. I never heard that one. But
I know, man. Something new. The
it
Most
got
High
to come
always
from
sending me. The Most High send me thoughts so quick. Sometimes, man, I be wondering where it come from.
Shit, I was gonna say the money got to come from somewhere. Fuck it, I ain't gonna complain.
That's
Ask no
it.
questions. Just get it.
But I'm leaked in. I'm tapped in, huh?
But I really don't. I'll be saying
Yeah.
like what a lot of people want cash reparations. I just think that's, to me, it doesn't make sense when I look at the logistics of it. Like, are they about to take the tax money that they've been collecting from black people to give back to black people? I'm like, and I don't want to sound like I'm being argumentative or negative to the people who are asking for it, because then then they start to try to argue with me, and it's like I'm trying to think it out. Like I'm not even trying to bash you.
But brother,
Like,
also, what is black people's our tax? What is, like, I'm trying to figure out, us already paying tax into the system have to do with an unpaid?
Well, I feel like they would be using our funds to pay us back with. So it just seems like and then I'm thinking like, okay, I don't know. I don't know. That's just where I'm at with it. It's like it's like how they paying us back with the money that they took from us. Like, we need something tangible, like land or something that, like, we, because tomorrow they could flip a switch, and the money, and mess the money up, and now your dollar ain't worth shit. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, I'm not trying to be super negative. I'm trying to think of how it could go wrong, so that way we don't mess it up. I'm not trying to say like that. You know what I'm saying?
We can't mess it up.
We get
Nah,
stuck.
we will mess it up.
Oh man, this is black folk. We don't deserve it, and niggas gonna spend.
No, I ain't say that. I ain't say that. No, we got something coming.
The thing about America,
we got something coming.
Kind of that area when you get to kind of it doesn't
So,
focus on what's on the fact that we're entitled to that. You feel me? Like the descendants is entitled to that.
So it's a time and place for
yeah,
the conversation.
and one thing America has proven over and over and time again, they can cough up or come up with any kind of dollar amount they want to at any given moment. They can print money. They literally can print money out of thin air. The white man can, because he can send billions here. He can send billions there. He can send billions any day of the week he want to. These people, man.
Agreed.
Money growing trees. Hell yeah.
We can have that. We can have that check tomorrow. I'm just thinking. I feel like the check. I feel like it's not enough. I just feel like money ain't enough. I'm not trying to say don't take.
They got to give us more than money. Hell yeah.
We agree that direct payments has to be.
It's almost it's almost like that's the interest. You niggas owe us some land with it. Something that you can't take from us that we could keep in our family forever. Like. And like for the next 100 years, no taxes. It feel like the money's just it's not enough. Like, we go get taxed on the money after when we go spend it 8 different ways. And I'm not trying to be negative. Like I said, I'm just trying to come up with it.
But the money is not enough, but it's sufficient to a degree, because we could take that money, because all kind of land is for sale, especially where I'm at, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia. Man, it's acres of land that, bro, you can raise a whole goddamn city. You can start a whole new city. There's so much land available in the South, man. Woods for fucking years. That's how far these woods go. You know what I'm saying? So ain't never land an opportunity. And I see for sale signs on land everywhere I go, man. I'm talking about it's so much land for sale. It just
everywhere.
Are you ready to adopt or adapt to that transition of living type. You know what I mean? Because in the South, you know what I mean, you got rural areas. It ain't like the city. You can't just jump out and go. You know what I mean? 20 different restaurants or whatever shit. So to me, you have to be ready to make that transition. You know?
No, that come with building the economy, nigga. That's what I'm saying. That's the point of us moving there, to build our own economies and shit. Wouldn't it be? Like, we gonna make those businesses if we need those. Like,
Yeah, it takes time, man. That's why I like simulate some certain like simulation games like The Sims. How I show you how you can start a factory. Sim is like a good
it
example
takes
how
some
you can have a
time,
good
but
example how
we
to
got
start a
some.
town or city and turn it into a metropolis. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
it don't take time. That can happen in your lifetime in the next 40
No, all I'm
years.
saying it takes time and dedication. That's what over time I'm talking about. You, I mean, you know, like they say, Rome wasn't built overnight. You're not going to build a town overnight unless you got
Nah, but
unless you got 100,000 niggas on one
this
accord.
when you gotta start adding to
Let's
that
go, kid.
saying. It also didn't take 100 years to build Rome. That's the next part niggas forget. Like, Rome really came a superpower, a global superpower, like I said, in about 40 years. That ain't really long. Like, when you think about it in the big scheme of things, that ain't really long. Niggas just gotta stop being pussy out here. Let's be real, bro. We too cracker friendly. Like, niggas is too like, well, let's work with them. And nah, bro, everybody that's shown the signs they don't fuck with us. They like stealing from us. They like bumping our music. They like saying nigga. They like wearing our clothes and shit like that. But when it come to like, hey, can we get a fair share? Man, what y'all complaining for? Ain't none of y'all slaves no more.
What you
So
mean by
like,
our clothes?
how
You
we
kind of
wear
lost me
clothes
on
and
that one.
shit.
Kind of lost me when
Like,
we
we
said
the way
our
we wear
clothes.
clothes, like our styles, anything style wise. Yeah, if
Okay,
you
because
see
all we doing is styling. We
girls,
styling white folks' garments. I mean, I don't know about our. That's why I had to. When you said our clothes, you know, what I'm saying? I had to think. Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
take it back and say our styles, the way that we wear their garments or whatever. However, I'm not even gonna make it about because we don't own none of this shit. But that's the point too. Like, until we stop being bitch ass niggas and just be like, all right, we gonna have to shut the fuck up. Really, goddamn, take a L for a little bit and like basically starve today till feast tomorrow. Until niggas really ready to do that, we ain't doing shit. We gonna sit here and let them crackers keep doing what they want to us and just, oh shit. One day they gonna give us reparations.
Well, I disagree with that. I think we're coming into a time, and that's why I know a lot of people gonna disagree with that because most people do disagree with me, which is fine. You know, that's your birthright. But damn, I got a phone.
I disagree with that, man. I disagree with that, bro. Like, nah, especially pertaining to reparations. And shout out to what's that brother's name? Representative John Connors. Yeah, that brother was not playing. He introduced the reparations bill at every onset of Congress. He would introduce that bill. So shout out to that man. I disagree with that though. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
No. I ain't gonna listen. I ain't gonna lie. I've already said that up here too. I ain't really with the politics. Like, how long do we play one game before you say like, all right, maybe that just ain't the motherfucking game to play? How long we gonna play? Let's do this with the politics, cause one day somebody really gonna get it through. Like, how many times niggas done brought that shit up? Governors and senators, and they done got put in houses and places of position based off of saying, yeah, this one I'ma get niggas, and niggas ain't got that. But them niggas in power position still. Like,
Real quick, has anybody investigated the any validity behind? Because I'm just interested because I find it Congress introduced a bill at the start of every Congress and plan to do so until it passes into law. As we go to press with Congress exit from Congress in December 2017 amid sexual harassment. Do we know, like, as far as the validity or the backstory or just even the what's associated with these alleged purported sexual? I just find it interesting. He's very adamant about introducing this bill at every opening of Congress, and he planned to do so until he passed. I just find it interesting that those sexual assault allegations, definitely followed his relentless application of asserting, or should I say, his relentless asserting said
Well,
reparations. You know, that like he was very.
you talking about Trump?
No, what?
No, you talking about the sexual allegations. I thought you talking about because I had a
I'm
phone call I missed out.
I'm talking about John Conyers,
Okay.
congressman, the brother, the black man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about basically. Does anybody know? Because I didn't know prior to this. Me reading this page.
Oh nah, I didn't know about that.
And I just find it interesting that he has some sexual harassment accusations, and if that's what led to him being not
Well,
excommunicated.
I think I'm just gonna be 100, bro. Me, that's the new white man tool to undermine and criminalize and devilize black men. I've never seen so many black men accused of sexual this and sexual that in my lifetime, bro. And it's men with money. I'm not saying it don't happen. Don't get it twisted. I'm just saying, to me, there's some type of agenda. Hold on, wait, let me say this, bro. I mean, every prominent black man that we ever knew that came up and spoke some type of truth, right? They put these type of allegations on them, right? I mean, we can go all the way back to Muhammad Ali to, I mean, the list goes on and on, like Erykah Badu. But the point I'm making is, to me, this is a tool that's used to undermine black man. I ain't saying in all cases, but shit.
Nah, for sure.
I can't prove what you're saying, but I was thinking like this is a crazy pattern. Like how do all of them be doing like all of them?
Every last one of them.
Like they don't even get nobody for nothing else but that.
Do we know Colin Pro is a real thing or not?
Nobody's a killer.
Started in the 40s and the 50s, and they said this is their
It's
plan.
crazy. It's crazy.
I think what's crazy is we not admitting this is shit we already knew. I don't know how many times a nigga got to be like, well, maybe. I don't know. Niggas act like, oh, well, that's some shit they said.
Niggas be like, oh, well, you will support it. Like this is how white-minded the Negro has become. Just because you be like, man, I don't know, man, I got to see some more evidence, man. Oh, you support pedophilia? You like, what the fuck? You like, hold on, I can't just put this jacket on this man without no goddamn evidence just because the white media's putting it out there. I'm supposed to run with it like we've been doing for fucking 400 years?
No,
Let's be out of your goddamn
it's
mind.
funny because a black person to do that to you and then run around be mad at Trump about the Central Park 5. like them boys confess. Like, I would have said put them niggas under the jail. Like, and I'm not trying to say he ain't racist. I'm like, but that's just a poor excuse to say he is. Like, he ain't make them niggas go in there and confess.
A lot of our people, like just like the white man, when it comes to judging niggas, they got a preconceived notion. They automatically assume. I mean, niggas they've been lost their ways, but they haven't found their way yet. That's why y'all need to get the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad and see through the goddamn veil.
Who?
Hey, no disrespect to the Muslims, that shit ain't new.
That was good advice, though.
Bro, that shit ain't new, bro. Muslim hood ain't new, nigga. Niggas already did that and been there, done that. That's why I keep talking about. They don't even come up here talking about that.
You gotta twist it. It ain't about Muslim. It's about knowing your enemy. It's about knowing our open enemy. It ain't about the Muslim. It's about Muslim, which means submit to the will of Allah. But what I'm saying is, we're talking about this cracker, bro. We're talking about who has gave us enough knowledge to understand that this white man has been our enemy, bro. But y'all wanna sway away from that. I understand it's more comfortable to go the other route. You know
the one that love Trump and all that shit, nigga. I ain't never fucked no white woman. I don't fuck with politics, period, because all that's cracker games. And that's the point I'm saying. I know that shit because, like you said, know your enemy. The problem with y'all niggas is y'all get into knowing that shit and then be like, well, I like this part. I'm going to apply that shit.
Hey, you know what? I'm
what part are you talking about? Well, hold on. You made some hell of an accusation. What apply? What part? What are you talking about?
Nigga, have you not got up here and defended Trump many times?
And still do. I defend truth. I defend truth, bro. I don't give a damn if the truth coming from a goddamn
in politics, you done fell in the game.
I don't care if the truth coming from a pygmy.
The moment we partake in politics, you fell into the game. They're both supported by the same financial people on all ends. The Koch brothers, the fucking tech bros from California. You can look all that shit up. So it don't matter which side you chose, Democrat or Republican. Right. It's wrong, nigga. Like, and when you trying to defend any of the bullshit, Man, fuck Bush, Obama, Trump, goddamn every single one of them. That's the difference between I don't play that game, bro. I understand the politics though. Don't get me wrong. Like you just said, know thy enemy. So I understand what's going on. But personally partaking in it, nigga, they don't give a none of them. They all elites, nigga. We broke ass niggas. They do not give a fuck about us. And you know what they trying to do? Make sure we don't be able to get into their class. Nigga,
Bro, we're waiting on the fall of America. I don't know what y'all waiting on.
Oh nah, y'all waiting on the fall of America. I'm trying to nah, I ain't gonna say that. But what I'm gonna say is shit. I'm preparing
And
for
when we say the fall of America, we talking about the white man's world, his ideology, his propaganda, his lies, all that shit. You know what I mean?
So you mean you didn't say nothing about the jails, the banking systems,
everything, bro. What's the white man's
the
world?
important stuff.
The world. I mean, the white man's world is his jail.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
everything
that
that's
was
included
up under there. I wanted to make sure that was all inclusive. That's all.
Florida is the only state. Florida is the only state to make any compensatory payments to the victims of white riots. That's of all the places we've been, of all the race riots in this country, Florida is the only state to make any compensatory payments to the victims of white riots. That's crazy. That is.
I mean,
unfathomable.
That is crazy, but it ain't crazy. I think it's crazy that we acting like
so much state, guys, state.
They ain't gonna, they ain't gonna do this.
States. No, federal government.
Hey yo, look at this silly one in the chat named Flowers Fade. She says not his world. Now you gonna sit up here and tell black people this ain't the white man's world. Hey, you done lost your goddamn mind. See, that's why I say we want to run away from the truth. We know this is world. What's the standard of beauty in America? The white woman. What's the standard of beauty for us? The white man with blonde hair, blue eyes. Bro, this is the white man's world. Why do you think most of our women walk around with their hair looking like the goddamn white woman? Because the white woman has been the standard of beauty in this country, because that's what happens when you have power. When you got power, you make other races subordinate and make your race look superior and make everybody want to goddamn follow. And that's what's wrong with the nigga. Love your natural, sister. Get away from that shit. You know what I mean? But this is why.
That shit, man, because that's that third grade shit. Listen, it's easy to be like what you just said, like it's a white man's world and just wear your natural hair. And that's what I just said from the beginning is how are them crackers in position? By stealing shit from niggas. Everything we do, how we move, the way we go about things. Democracy didn't start in Rome. It's wildly proven fact there was shit even predating Egypt itself. But the clearest example would be Egypt. Them niggas learned it from there, stole that shit, brought it here. Everything them niggas do, what is pop culture? It's black culture that white people approve of. That's literally what pop culture is, and that's American culture, period. So let's be very frank here. There ain't no little group of white boys come up with the word cap. Like they living off of us. We just so stupid, we get scared because of the population. That's where niggas like you with that white man's world, because it's more of them. You'll say, oh, well, that's what they've been saying. But we can easily see what they pushing. What the white people
why I say it's the white man's world? You know why I say it's the white man's world? Because he got the military force to back it up. That's why it's his world. He could come in any neighborhood at any given time and drop bombs and shoot babies. He's done it. What do you think happened to move in Philadelphia? I mean, what you think that happened to Tulsa? This white man, he got the power to back up what he wants. So it is his world. I'm not going to live in a false reality. Yeah, we're existing in this world, but we're subordinate as black people. We still got our slave master's last name. We still want his trinkets and everything else. And a lot of us want the crumbs from the master's table. You know what I'm saying? So it is his world until we as a black nation start developing and establishing something that we can call our own.
At this point, ain't slavery a choice? The slavery a choice at this point.
Slavery was a choice.
You telling me you know everything, you know all this, and you like, well, that's just how I go. Like, nigga, get a gun. What the fuck do you mean?
Bro, you think you're gonna beat this cracker with the gun? Look what happened to the Black Panther Party. Look what happened to Malcolm X. The gun, you cannot beat this cracker with something that he manufactured. How you gonna beat a motherfucker who manufactured a gun? You gotta be out of your mind. That's suicidal.
Do you not know like the niggas in Brazil? What's their name? Taurus. You know, the Taurus brand was made from niggas in Brazil literally making them guns, right?
It don't matter.
That,
The white man
it don't matter, no,
produced
nigga.
more guns.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm
You will
talking
not
about.
be. You will
Nigga
not
really
defeat this
doesn't
white
take the
man with a
easy
gun,
way.
bro. I
They say,
promise
all
you
right,
that.
because you
Go
don't
try it.
listen. We don't need every nigga in the universe to know how to make a gun. All we need is a group of 40 niggas to be able to say, all right, we can design these.
Nigga,
It'll take
please.
another 100 of us,
The
but it's
white man will
millions of
send
us.
3 drones and blow your whole manufacturing center up in one fucking hour.
Bro, that's
Matter of fact,
why
1 minute.
that's why it's called plotting. You playing, you know what they got? You know why
I know what they got. They got Central Intelligence that tap your lines, that tap your phones. They'll pay they'll pay a nigga that working with you more than you giving him. Now he on their side and you don't know about it. I mean, bro, you got
listen. While you afraid of the American military, you know who be bitching us on the regular?
Afraid?
China.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of nothing. What are you talking about? I'm
You
not afraid of the white man's military. I just recognize what's real. I'm not gonna set people up for failure.
Position? Do you know how
Why
China
put
got in
people out here for
position?
cannon fodder? But go ahead.
Do you know how China got in position to be able to even make any kind of threats towards us, military wise? Because they said, all right, we know we
came
can't
together
really
as a
beat
nation.
y'all. Huh?
They came together. They was on their land. They was on their land, right? They was on their land, which we don't have, right? They was on their land, and they secluded themselves from the outside world and came up with I'm a still domo shit, a collective cohesion, and that's how they came up.
Yeah, that's how most people just work, like cultures. Like, you know, if it's a country, you got pride in your country. Even us as like black people in America, we got pride in America because that's where the fuck we're from. Every country has pride in itself. That's very simple. That's not a thing that just appeared in China. They've been massively prideful people, to be honest with you. The main thing I was about to say though is they realized, hey, we can't really beat them niggas with missiles, right? So let's start making that drone shit, technology shit they don't really fuck with. And that is how they got in the position to be able to even go out here and say, we about to just take Taiwan. Fuck what America got to say.
And you know what they had? They had the land and they had the manufacturing equipment and the resources in the ground to do it, brother. That's how they did it. Other than I'm just saying, this how they came up. Because you got to remember, they markets was closed off to America. It was America that blew open their markets. They didn't want to open their markets to America because they felt what they did was sacred. When it came from karate, all they martial arts, that was sacred to them. But America went in there and bombed them and blew open all markets and forced them to lend out their secrets and cooking and all this other shit.
Wow,
that's the real history.
Feudal Japan just died because the money. They didn't have the money. So in order for them to gain money back, they said we're gonna fuck with the West. They ain't have to get bombed or none of that shit. This is literally the 1800s, nigga. They did not get bombed into submission. How you trying to make it seem?
Well, how do you think the markets in China got open, bro? How do you think China? They forced China to deal with the outside world. That's why they put tariffs and they put all these other things on countries.
In 1800s, feudal Japan died off because they didn't have the money. So the next people, remember, they used to have emperors and shit in Japan. I mean, in like China and shit. Then that's when they changed over to like how Xi Jinping is the what is it called? I don't remember what it is. The one dude who's there for life. He's the lifetime president. That's when they switched to that format because they realized like, okay, we kind of got to go with like a Western type of civilization because we about to start fucking with the West because that's the only way we can get money back. We don't have money right now. They did so many in between wars between themselves. They fucked up their own money. So that's why they had to start.
That's not true, bro. That's not true. That's not true, bro. The Chinese and the Japanese, these people were secluded. They was to themselves. America forced these people to open up their markets, to open up their rice fields and say, hey, let us supply you with the seeds and make the rice. Sell the rice to us. Use our seeds and all this, and you'll make way more money than this little local couple dollars you're getting. You know what I mean? When they was putting GMO in their rice and you know what I mean, try to turn the people out. But I'm just saying, bro, if you look at the history, right? America,
what do we call the Bahamas? Let me ask you a question real quick. What do we call the Bahamas?
The islands.
The West Indies, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know where the India is?
He don't know what the name of the goddamn Bahamas Islands are.
Right by
It,
like
gave me
it,
names of
it depends on which
the
islands
island.
are you talking about. So what you talking about? St.
Just
Thomas? You
name an
talking
island,
about?
nigga.
I just did St. Thomas.
Okay, I'm talking about the area. We call it the West Indies, right? I already said this. We don't even got. It's good, Dale.
Yeah, they
Listen,
call it the West Indies, or they
why?
call it
And why? Because they
Hispaniola.
were already searching for the spices and shit. We already traded with China and all them. That's not new, nigga. That's what I'm saying. You
Well,
you lying, but neither here nor there, Madonna. The point is, we can take time to do that ourselves. Like everybody else is saying, it's gonna take time. But nigga, okay, what the fuck else we got out here? You got time, nigga? Like, what, you gonna die tomorrow or something? That's your plans? Nah, nigga. If you
I
plan to
don't
be
know
here
what you're
for the
talking
long term,
about, bro.
then
I
why
don't know
we
what you're
plan?
talking about.
I'm
All
talking
I'm
about
saying
in
is,
general. Everybody, if we saying that it's gonna take time, well, nigga, what, we plan on dying tomorrow? Nah, nigga. I think most of us plan to be here at least in the next decade. So what are we applying that next decade of thought towards? We can sit here and say, shit, I'm gonna just work my job, try to stack my money, get rich. Or we can say I'm gonna do that and on the side, because niggas go to the gym even with jobs, do all kinds of extra shit with jobs. Shit, why don't you take that same time and say, hey, let's apply that to trying to figure out how to build these infrastructures and things so we can actually apply these things. Because
so that
otherwise we
got to
just
me
get stuck.
that fall under the umbrella of priorities. What you're saying is that we as black people ain't got our priorities straight or in order.
So I think everyone has to say that. The fuck?
Well, so whose fault is that?
Fault?
Yeah.
Our own mostly. I say at
Well,
this point, but
I won't say
will
I
say
would never say our own mostly, because
no, at this
mostly
point,
we've been under oppression mostly. We've been under Jim Crowism mostly. We've been under slave rights and slave laws and mostly. So now we only had a small window of time to try to correct the wrong which was done to ourselves, which falls upon the white man. So the white man is always at fault for the conditions of us. The white man raised us. We the white man's children,
Really?
bro. Yeah, because we got his education, we got his religion, we got his science, even though
And you
science is universal,
and
but
you
at the
wouldn't have
same
been
time,
shit,
the way we
and you
approach
want to give him
society.
credit
Hold
for
on,
that.
bro. Let me finish, bro. You got it. The way we approach
But I'm
society.
saying though, you want to give him credit for that. You wouldn't have been shit without the white man.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm saying our consciousness that we have, that was passed down from our grandparents and our mothers and all that, was one that was given to them by the slave masters. So we can say that we are the white man's children, because the way we think, right, is not one of an African mind, it's not one of an Egyptian mind or a Hebrew mind in its originality. The way we approach the world is one that was given to us by our goddamn slave masters. Now, anybody want to debate that, we can get it popping.
debate what?
That we was raised by the goddamn white man. We're the white man's children who's trying to find our real parents. We're trying to find our real parents.
I say a lot of niggas is. I half agree with that somewhat, I guess. But my bigger point is, even how you was just going back to the, like, that's why I said it is our fault at this point, because like you said, they been doing this and they did it over and over and over and over and over again. So how many fucking times do they got to do it over again before niggas start saying, like, maybe we just don't be adjacent to these niggas. Maybe we get the fuck away from these niggas. Maybe we do whatever. But why the fuck would we just keep doing the same thing? Like, you know what? One day they gonna change. And look, even now, like, today would be the proof. Like, I guess the current day and age. Cause look, we ain't really, we got real cool with white people. We tried to, let them be at the cookout and all that shit. And look, nowadays, Trump talking about everywhere Trump talking about sending the military in. It just so happened to be a real blackish ass city. That's all I know. But he ain't saying shit about Boston. Boston got
Just
pretty high
because
motivation.
it's because crime in those cities amongst young black males is out of control. Which is I'm just saying, hold on, bro. When you're using those type of weapons, hold on, bro. When you use those type of weapons, all right, go ahead.
Listen, no, what is it? What is and bro, we even down to that. You talking about the white man, cause you the white man's kid. You the black nigga that think like a white man. Listen to me. As a nigga, first of all, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say the murder rate. I get that. The Rape rate for white people is 4 times as many as black people. The overall crime statistics for white people is substantially higher than niggas. Like we can hyper focus on one thing with black people and say shit that make it valid, or we can sit here and really look at the fact that they talking about, well, it is an opioid pandemic, like not a war on drugs, like when niggas are smoking crack, all these white people killing themselves with fatty and shit, and now it's they need help. And that's happening in West Virginia. The crime rate is ridiculous in West Virginia. Like niggas will take this.
What I'm saying is this, bro.
That's one of the smallest populated places in America. One of the least black populated places in America, also. And nigga, the crime rate is ridiculous. It's less than
I
a million.
understand what you're saying, bro. But check this out. What you gotta bro. We must remember, right? This is America, right? These are the white man cities that, yes, we helped build up from slavery, yes, but this is the white man's world where he make his laws and he governs the way he governs. So hold on, just hear me out. So when you have in the white man's inner cities, hold on, bro, quit being emotional. When you inside these white man's inner cities, right? Oh, I thought that was the other brother. Well, I'm just saying, when you're inside these white man inner cities and you using guns with switches and all this shit is leaking over to the white communities.
But you weren't saying that when the white man was using switches. You didn't say that then when he was out of control, nigga.
I always said the white man was the goddamn devil. I always said the white man was the beast.
After he killed him and out of some goddamn religious doctrine, he ate some of them. But you ain't say none of. You ain't say he was out of control.
That's why I call him the beast. I call him the goddamn devil. That's why I said the white man, the devil, and the beast. I never came up off of that. I stand on that forever and forever, ever. If a goddamn roach come in my house, I blame the white man. I don't give a goddamn what it is. I fault him for every goddamn thing black people going through in America.
But you'll blame the white man, but you'll argue the black man. That's the thing. You literally say, "Oh, it's a white man, why the roach in my house?" But you gonna argue with your black ass next door neighbor. Like, that's the problem. That's you being the kid of them white folk. But that's the problem also. Like, we need to stop. Listen, I understand how you might say you seen things go this way, but nigga, that's also like, I think we done forgot, just because things happen a certain way, that don't mean it gotta be that way. Like that's why everything we do today, the shit not new. I think we can all agree.
Back to before that, Nikki, the Crusades, the third one.
Nah, period, man. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't fucking with the crackers, bro. I don't know. I know every nigga, most niggas not gonna appeal to the logic, but nigga, through historical times, nigga, we can go back through history. If you want to talk about black people being fucked up, maybe American black people, I could take that to a certain extent. Yeah, we got a little different history than the rest of the black folk. But if we talking about overall historically, niggas and white folk, man, this white folks goddamn having 15 kids with their daughters and shit. Nigga, it's white folks out here goddamn, like you said, crusades and shit. Nigga trying to, hey, this is our land. Niggas ain't never been there. And somehow convinced they said, what?
He said it's ours. That's fucked up.
No, God, niggas literally was born in fucking in Europe, nigga. And they was like, hey, you know what? That patch of land in Africa, actually, that's ours. Nigga, for real. What? They like, that's our shit. Like, nah, that's what they say. They like, that's our shit, nigga. Like, the fuck? They didn't convince themselves that all kinds of crazy shit, that manifest destiny bullshit, all that, man.
You know why? They had the firepower and the ammunition and weaponry behind it. Yes, they had the firepower, which means weapons that shoot fire from barrels, cannons, guns, all kinds of shit. I'm just saying the white man had the firepower to back up whatever he wanted. That's just history, bro. I'm not saying I support it. I'm just exposing and saying what we already know, right? We already know that. You know what I'm saying? To a certain extent, our country is one that has been given to us by our former slave masters. The way we approach the world is one that's got the underlying and mind frame of the goddamn white man, bro. That's just a fact. That's why we come up with words like, oh, he cooning, oh, he a sellout, oh, he a Sambo, or he it is. Why? Because we up under conditions of a society that's been given to us. So when we see our people acting like what we would call other than black or kissing a white man ass, we had to come up with these goddamn words. Why?
Come up with a
Because
word.
we in slavery. Yeah, coon and sellout and oh, you a goddamn
Right, It's
jigaboo and
what you are,
Uncle
nigga.
Sambo.
It's such thing as a Sambo. It's such thing as a sellout, nigga. You could be them
Right, and
things.
we
That's what
only reason we came up with that because we under white supremacy
no,
and white
that's
oppression.
everybody.
The
That's
only
any
reason.
culture, nigga. In fucking the Philippines, if you a little body bitch, they call you a shrimp. That's like a butterhead over here. Every culture got their own versions of like
We gotta
You're
you
not
stop
supposed to
comparing
come up
other
with the
people.
word. I mean,
We gotta stop
what is the
comparing.
reason of you saying that? Yeah, you saying that to say what? We're
I'm
not
saying
supposed
that
to
to
come up
say
with the
that.
word.
No, I'm saying that it's through that oppression and through that suppression and that affliction by the white man,
You
we had to
still
come
a
up with these
coon,
words.
nigga. Yeah.
no. It's through that oppression that you believe we got to be perfect.
Bro,
Because that's
why,
what
bro? If we
supposed to
wasn't
do.
oppressed, hold on. If we wasn't oppressed or had an oppressor
You
that
out
our
here
people
trying
were
to tell
selling
us
themselves, we
that
wouldn't come up with words like sellouts.
You
no,
trying to go back to the first
bro, you know what they
use
call
of
the
a
sellouts for
cannon?
white people in America, bro? A nigga lover.
And why did white people come up with nigga lover?
Because they was people who was loving niggas and you was supposed to only love white folk. Because that's how people do. That's their group. It's
Exactly.
not
So why?
That's
So that
what
goes to show you it was two. It goes to show you it was two society. It was two societies: a white society and a black society in America. Yes, it's two societies: a white society and a black society that exists in America. That's what it is. So
America.
I'm just saying, yeah, bro. That's just. I mean, this is where we at. And we're, as a people, we're trying to come up out of that oppression and suppressing. And we the ones who've been jumping over hills of Jim Crowism. You know what I'm saying? And all this shit. We've been doing that. We the people, you know what I'm saying? That hey man, we don't even supposed to be here. It's not no. I mean, think about it, bro. We the people that came against all odds. We survived everything the white folk threw at us, bro, and we still here. So to me, that speaks volumes.
That's for sure. But we over that, cause like that, we ain't supposed to be here. Well,
How
nigga,
you over it and you still speak English?
we 20 generations from that, nigga.
Nigga, you still
That's
speak
why.
English. You still send your kids to his school system and say, hey, this is the curriculum we want. This is the curriculum we support. I'm just saying, bro.
I wouldn't say something that happened, but nigga, who gives a fuck? It's like, nigga,
But that's the
at
problem. You
this
don't who
point,
gives a fuck. That's
we
the
didn't
shit
move.
that's fucking up.
Nigga, you the nigga that's sitting here talking about like basically we should just follow their ass.
No, I didn't, bro. I said fall away from their ass. I said fall away. I said fall away from their ass. I didn't say what you
So
talking
don't
about.
call niggas sellouts when they acting white, cause we ain't calling you a sellout cause you acting black, nigga. You called a sellout cause you acting like a cracker. You over there tap dancing, and niggas
Exactly,
like you
because
are
you're
the
acting
problem.
like, just
Niggas who
like I
think
said, you're
that we
taking on the
said
ways of your
culture
oppressor
or something that
because
now
you're
they
taking
not
on the
gonna
ways.
oppress.
You're taking on the ways of your oppressor, just like I said.
That's
Hey
not no
y'all, how
way
y'all
of
doing?
oppression.
No, that ain't the ways of no oppressor.
That's the way of life. Like I said,
If you're a
nigga,
sellout, bro, if you're a sellout,
if
you're
you
taking on the ways of someone who has more power than you most times.
acting like
Power?
Yes. Or more influence. Most time when people sell out, who do they sell out to? They sell out to the record company. They sell out to the movies. They sell out to Disney. They sell out to all these. So they selling out to something that got way more money than the people in the hood can provide.
some crackers. Who cares? Some crackers. What do they sell out to?
I'm just saying, bro. Like we still under the mind control, automatically put remote control wirelessly by the goddamn white man. The white man don't have to have us in slavery like that no more. He already got out the masses of the minds of black people, bro. So he can just watch us wirelessly and watch us do exactly what he wants us to.
I
Destroy
have a
ourselves.
question, sir.
Oh,
Hey,
what's up?
what's up, y'all? I have a question for you, Madon. You said you follow the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. And my
The
family and I, we
honorable.
were. Oh, I'm
Don't
so
leave out
sorry.
the word honorable.
I
You must
forgot.
honor
I
him.
forgot.
Yeah.
The
If you leave that out,
honorable.
he gonna swear up and
You
down.
messing with me.
Yeah.
Damn, let me get it out before I start laughing. Listen.
You'll start a fire if you don't put that honorable in.
Okay, forget it. I was trying to be serious, but never mind. Anyway, Madonna, I'm confused really because I'm like you said the honor roll, I can't even get it out. But you follow this man's teaching, yet You up here talking about we just waiting for it to end. Who's waiting for it to end? People are still
Well,
fighting for people, for
The
black
end of
people to have
what?
opportunity in this country. I don't know where you live, sir, and
yes,
I'm
when
not
I
going
see
to assume, sir, but I will say that it is dangerous rhetoric for you to continue to say that you believe in a man who believes in group economics, better in the community, educating ourselves and our children. Because if you followed him, everything that you're saying is complete false. So
well,
I
if
just
you
want
was
to add
listening, the brother when I told the brother, I explained to the brother when I said we're waiting for the white man world. I said that means we're waiting for his ideology, his religion that's in the minds of
why
our
don't you
people.
just say
One,
that then,
I said
Madonna?
that. I said that earlier. If you
You did.
rewind it back, I told the brother exactly what I mean by
I'm not
we
going to
waiting
run
for
it back.
America to fall. I said it since the clear as day.
But if
Um,
you did say it then, okay, I'll give it to you. Then why are you continuing to doom and gloom? If we're waiting for it to end, what was the purpose of you saying that then?
because sister, it's called patience and time, right? Our
Patience
people
and
been
time
conditioned.
for what, sir?
Hold on,
That's
sis.
not an
Let me
answer,
answer the
sir.
question. Hold on, sis.
But you're not answering, sir.
Our people been, yes, I am. Our people been conditioned for so long, right? Just like we say, it's a time for everything. Right now, we see with the internet,
Exactly.
right? Hold on, just let me finish this. The internet had provide a tool or a mechanism to where information can get out in seconds. We can send information across the world and
Exactly.
back in seconds. So now we see the masses of the people are coming to light to say, hey, these people are wicked. These people are crooked. They had us on. You hear people saying, "Oh, they had us
Cool.
under a
I'm not
spell.
so
They
okay.
had
Can
us
we
this.
stop here,
They had
sir?
us that."
We need to
So
stop here,
that means
sir.
the white man.
That's okay,
So that
sir.
means the white man world. Hold on, sis.
That
So that means the
motherfucker
No,
white
I don't
crazy.
man.
want to hold on anymore, Madonna. I've
I
listened
mean,
to you,
well,
sir.
you don't want to have a
Thank you for
conversation, but
your
go ahead.
answer. No, I don't. I don't. You're
You just
right.
want to act like the
Whatever you
goddamn
thinking
devil. But go
about
ahead.
me. Yes, you're right. I do. Thank you. So what I did want to say was a couple of the brothers, I know they're not up here now, but y'all was talking about it earlier. Um, so I ain't even gonna lie to you, and I say this in all sincerity. Like I have been in my nerve bag over the last couple weeks. Like seriously, seriously, right? And so I found out some really cool information about when you guys were having the conversation the other day about like how we can how what solutions can we really see, what can truly be accessible. So of course safety is number one for me. I'm always thinking about that for a person, like okay, if you have something or an opportunity to bring, just like now what's going on with the different policies, and that was another reason I came up here.
Mm.
um there
What policy?
they finally recognize that there's some federal funding that needs to go out. I found it really interesting that they just dropped these training programs, um, uh, like they're the grants, the federal grants, because what they're trying to do is get people to create opportunity to create manufacturing here in the U.S. Whether it works or not, no one is saying that yet. But if you have a plan or want to decide to do something different, here is an opportunity on on a micro scale or a macro, depending on who you are. And there's a lot of information out there now that needs to get to those, of course, get along to those who want to hear it, that you could create these businesses to assist in training other people. Or like the one that came across excuse me, that came into my email was my state is looking for a farm to school program, meaning they want someone to, apply that program and work with the schools and the child care, blah, 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 which is actually one on my mission statement. So I'm like, okay, and the grant is like 6 figures. So like I'm sitting here and imagining like what I could knock down, what can be created on and offline with 6 figures worth of money. So I just wanted to share like there's a lot happening, and like especially like you should, if you haven't already, you should, just out of interest, you should check the department at your, for your state. Every state has one, and it'll tell you how much they're willing to pay for those services or goods if you do small manufacturing, if you're a mom and pop. and just they still have funds for that. So there you go. Y'all got. It. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure some more details. If y'all got some questions.
Oh, please ask away, because I just I don't want to just sit here and drone. I'd rather answer a question or show you something than to do with that.
Yeah, they was talking about politics earlier. So.
Well, that definitely plays into it because the Department of Defense is feeding our kids. Like that definitely is a part of this administration trying to in a twisted way, but it's just how it's being gone about. I still don't agree with the policy, but if there's something there that can assist to not only help our community in more than one way, then why not? If I can take advantage of that.
You said the Department of Defense is feeding the kids though?
If you go like the way that the public school system and the federal government work together with providing those meals to our kids. I'm not sure if you have seen like how they bring in food, especially in like more urban school systems. They look like they look like prison food. Like it look like the
Prison.
same stuff. So unless you pack
Yeah,
or you in
he
a
knows about he knows about the trays. It's the same exact
yeah, the setup. Yeah.
color
Oh, I'm
tray
sorry. Let me mute up.
at the school than that's at the prison. No difference.
That's not the
Same company.
Department of Defense.
Aramark, Wall Street. Aramark. That's the name of the company.
Yeah, they're a private corporation. They're not Department of Defense.
No, I'm
They
Okay,
saying
send
well,
out
those are
on
the.
paper.
No,
want to
I
go ahead
wasn't
and tell
saying
me
that.
anything?
And then that's not where the grant is coming from either. So don't try to conflate that. I was only saying that was one company. Yeah, I only said that was one company that did the plates. They did the plates for the school and they did the plates for the prison. Same company,
They
same
make all
price.
the zooms and whams. Yeah, I know about Airmark.
Politics.
You think that boy going to jail, Dev? Raja?
Which one is that?
Raja Jackson, Rampage, son.
Oh yeah, I don't follow MMA. I just heard about it late, so I don't know one way or the other. But yeah, the Department of
He tried
Agriculture
to
is
kill that white
ran.
man.
Yeah, that is ran by the military.
It's okay. Willie just wanted to find something to say to me that I was wrong about something. He want to
I
argue with me.
mean, you know how I do. I'm just fact checking. That's all.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Fact check, Willie. That's
You
all.
ain't back checking nothing. Get out of here, sir. Hey, I'm not playing with you, sir. You go ahead, sir.
I don't want
I'm
no
on
beef,
chill
my
mode.
sister. I
Me
don't
neither,
want
my
no
brother.
smoke.
Salam alaikum, brother. Wa alaikum salam. I
Alaikum
ain't got no beef
salam.
for you yet. I have none for you. So you keep yours over there. I keep mine over here. We'll be just fine.
Oh, you talking to me, sis?
Ain't nobody talking to you, Otis.
Oh shit, Walmart Willie Dynamite. Yeah, will you buy a used car from a
He
nigga
said
named Slick Willie?
Walmart Willie Dynamite.
Shit, that was my movie. I love the way he
That was
ran
a
down the
good one.
stairs. Pooh, pooh. That's how I run down the stairs from the bank like that with the hat and everything. That's it. That's the only way you do it. See, you ain't know. I know. Knows about it. Willie Dynamite,
Dandyism.
all of them. Dolomite, Superfly, but Superfly's my favorite. That's my favorite.
See? That means you support
Dandyism.
that behavior.
Oh,
Support.
that's true.
Madon,
All
we
right,
gon'
now let me stop. All right, I ain't gonna go
yeah,
there.
Set
So
yourself
see,
up
yeah,
for that one,
I can
yeah.
get it
sis.
Why
started.
don't
I can get it popping.
you
You know what I'm
can
Set
get
saying?
it
For
yourself
real,
up,
for
started?
real.
sis.
Okay, let me say something to you, Madon, real quick.
Yeah, you better put
Okay.
a disclaimer in there.
No disclaimer, baby, because I back mine up.
Oh
Okay.
shit, I believe it.
I keep my promises.
You can bag it up, but go ahead.
So yeah, I know men like him. They like to be beat on and they like
What?
to be
Come on, sis.
degraded by
I'm just,
women.
come on, sis.
So,
Just come on. You
you're
don't got
not
to
my
go there. Come
brother.
on, sis.
You're not my brother, sir.
I am your
We
brother.
good. No, you're not my brother. I can look at him. He right here. That ain't you. So anyway, like I said, I bring nothing but peace and information. Now, if you ain't got that for me, please don't talk to me. I ain't arguing with you either, Mr. Madon. Thank you. We can
You
talk
came
about
on this panel and
politics.
asked me a question. You said, Madonna, I've been, my nerves ain't been right,
I
and
know that
I
made your
just,
day, didn't it? That I asked you a question.
nah, I'm
Good.
just no, it don't. I mean, come on. Well,
Good.
me,
I'm
I talk to
done. You
women.
answered it,
I talk
We're
at least
moving
20 women
on,
a day.
sir. We moved
I
past it.
talk
You
to at least
answered
20
it.
women a day.
So Madon, you're a black
Huh?
conservative, right?
No, I'm a black preservative.
What?
A black
Uh,
preservative. There's a
okay.
difference. I
All
preserve
right, let me
the
ask
life
the
and
question
the
again. You
longevity of black
support
people. I'm
Trump,
a black
correct?
preservative. I came up with that. Remember I told who was that? I think
You
that was
support Trump,
no, that was Buddha
correct?
helped me come up with that, huh?
You
I
support
support Donald
Trump,
Trump.
correct?
Yeah, I support Trump, y'all. Hell yeah.
All right, so he pretty much ran on states' rights when it came to a lot of stuff like abortion and other rights, right? Like he's big on states' rights, right?
Yup.
So how do y'all, his base, not see a problem with the states' rights issue when it comes to sending in these troops?
States' rights.
Well, see,
Just
the states has been corrupt for years, right? And Donald Trump is kind of like calling them out. You know what I mean?
you
So it's
gonna get
like
on some
he
goofy
got him.
shit.
Trump so called got him by the neck. You know what I mean? So it's like the states is in. You know what I mean? They in a quagmire, so to speak. So it's like Trump know they've been doing so much corruption and all this other
All
shit.
right,
That's why he
let
get.
me re-ask the question because you tap dancing, right?
I'm not tap dancing,
Do
bro.
you think that he's violating states' rights if the governor is saying, "Nah, we don't need no troops here"? Is he
Hell
violating states'
nah,
rights?
because most states was won and established by the military or the army, right?
We're not dealing with history. We're dealing with laws
Well,
it
how come
is
we ain't?
in 2025.
That's how laws get. Was it the different laws to keep the military without requesting the governor's permission? Wasn't that established as a law? But I'm just saying. I think the president.
No, it
He
wasn't.
trumps. Well, then one of y'all said that the
Not in
governor.
times of
Hold on,
peace.
but then y'all said the governor has to give the okay or the green light for the president to send in the National Guard. Wasn't
The
that a lot of y'all
government
argument?
typically has to request in times of peace
Okay, that's what I said.
for
Ask.
right.
So my thing is this: if you're the president, right, the commander in chief, and you see that these so-called governors are not coherent or whatever the word Trump used to get your city under control, I'm gonna come in and help you out. You know what I mean? I want you to ask me to help you, but since I know you got you and your ego, you don't want to call me and say, "Hey, Trump, man, listen, man, my city is crazy, man. We just need a little something to come and and back us up and help us out." But they don't want to do that. They think they got
Now
it. No, you
see,
don't got it.
this
History has
is what
proven that no,
makes
you
those
ain't
white
got it.
men like John Hancock better than you, right? Because when they created the Constitution, they wanted to prevent those concentrations of power where somebody could just come do what they want, right? This what the other white folk, besides the orange man you worship, right, set
Bro,
up.
hold on, Willie. Let me ask
They
you a
want to
question real quick.
prevent that.
Why y'all mad at me? Why ain't y'all mad at Tupac? 30 years ago, Tupac had a song called Dear Mr. President, where he said, Dear Mr. President, tell me what to do. These niggas acting up in the hood, send more troops. So it seems like his wishes coming to pass, but then nobody buck against Pac. But y'all want to come up here and argue with me. You know what
I
I'm saying? Hey,
think
that about a bitch.
I think for you to pretend like Tupac would support Trump's initiative right now is blasphemy
But
to
I'm
my
saying he
hip
on
hop
this song
culture.
called Dear Mr. President,
Hold on.
he said, Dear
No, I
Mr.
know that was
President,
a lyric.
tell me
No,
what
I
to
know.
do. These niggas acting up in the hood, send more troops. Anybody can pull up the song. I'm just saying, Even pot solves a problem within the inner city, and that the community leaders couldn't fix.
He could be saying that's a problem, right? He could be referring to the troops as the police, which he's done many times in his music, right? So it might
I'm
not be
just
he's
saying.
supporting sending national.
I'm
He
just
didn't
saying.
say
Niggas
send the
mad at me,
National
but y'all ain't
Guard,
had
did
no
he?
smoke for Pac.
He didn't say send the National Guard, did he?
Huh?
He didn't say send the National Guard.
Who are the troops? The National Guard troops.
I would argue from his music, from his
You know what
body
I'm
of
saying? Why
work,
should I lie when
the
I can
troops
dramatize?
are the police.
Like Ted said, why? Hey, I'm just saying, bro. It's been a problem within the inner cities, and we don't. The police, the relationship between us and the police is the one that's it's just horrible.
All
So
right, let me ask
The
you this, right?
National Guard don't really have a history of just killing
It
niggas like
makes
the police.
sense to you to go through these drastic measures when crime is actually down. That makes sense to you?
Only reason you saying crime is down because you don't live there. You're
I'm
not
saying it
in
because
these
crime is
neighborhoods
down.
where motherfuckers is shooting every night.
You said
It's
the
easy for you to say crime is down. You don't live there, Willie. Yeah, you in the fucking suburbs. All the loudest thing you hear is fireworks on the 4th.
I used to be out there
Okay,
a
what we
lot,
talking
man.
about now?
I still got people out there. They tell me what's going on. No, it's nothing
What's
like it used to
happening?
be.
What
Nothing.
policy are we discussing at the moment? Is there one that you guys agree with or you like or
We're
don't
talking
like?
about the DC shit.
Yeah, I understand, but there's policies along with that. So that's why I was saying, like,
We're
what do
talking about
we?
him sending troops into black communities.
Yes, I'm aware, sir. What I'm saying is the policies that he's creating to make this work or to allow it to continue on. However, you do have
He's using what I
governors.
would call executive privilege. He's not using policy. He's not getting things passed with the government.
No, he's
He's
signing
just
executive orders.
signing executive orders. Right.
hey,
Like,
Madame, real
like
Yo,
quick,
he, oh,
real quick, because that's not true. When you said we got to correct, because that's not true. You said that you said really, but you when you said you said the National Guard don't have a history of inflicting. I just googled. I said does the National Guard have a history of inflicting random attacks on Black Americans? And they said
oh,
yes.
you're right.
It
You're
has a
right.
history
Because
of
I
use
forgot about the '60s. You're exactly right.
violence against Black Americans to the nature of incidents. So yeah, so
You're
yeah,
right. I
oh,
stand
they
correct.
shoot
You're right. You're right.
everybody.
You're exactly right,
yeah.
Diddy. I don't know how I could forget about the '60s. I appreciate
Oh
you
wow,
stepping in and
wow,
correcting me, bro.
yeah,
But like you said though too, it
amazing,
does
sir.
differ in the constant low level brutality and individual attacks often associated with local police. So it just lets you know how there's a
Yeah.
distinction, but it's still anti-black
Well, I ask you this:
attacks.
Do you
Wait, I'm good.
feel as though you can see that black communities being built? Meaning, not it don't have to be no out the way. What I'm saying is just like how, let's say, for instance, a black suburb was created with the shopping centers and all the happy stuff, but it is for people who can afford it. But it's still nice, it's still safe, and it don't have to cost out the ass to create that so we can teach our kids, educate, and police ourselves. How do you feel about that? Do you think that's something that's possible? Anybody can answer, but I really was directing it at you, did.
I'm not even gonna lie. Can you reiterate what you just said again, just for clarity purposes?
That's okay, cause
Hey, Taz in the back. Well, we have tried to police our
wow.
own neighborhood, sis. Now I was just letting whoever had the panel let know that Taz is in the back.
Hey,
I'll
Taz.
answer because we have tried policing our neighborhoods, but no, go ahead, sis. Hang on.
Well, the reason I say that is because if you have homes, you have land, you have homes. Let's go. I'll go through that step. So you buy land as a developer, you create housing, you then bring in business, you bring in doctors, hospitals, that kind of stuff, clinics, whatever it may be to attract a large job corp, or maybe not a corp now, but then that's just what they were doing for convenience. I'm saying There's why is it that something on the table that can be possible? Because then if you are doing that, because there are still parts of, let's just say, parts of the country that are unincorporated, meaning that you can build the way you have a lot more leeway and you can create that. Um, where you have more of us in situations where we all are like, hey, we just want our area, we don't want to be bothered, we do what we
Well, what
got.
has happened? The thing that has happened is
I'm not talking
a
about what
lot of our
had
people are
happened.
scared of the youth.
Oh
A lot of the
man.
OGs are scared of the youth. They know the youth they're a lot of them are death angels
Power.
and they're
Oh,
heartless. They're
Was you
death angels
done,
and they're heartless.
Chocolate?
What that
I
got
guess
to
I was. I guess I was in Madonna's eyes. I
Oh,
was.
just
So go
start
ahead.
talking.
No, that's
No, go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead and
Oh, go
finish.
ahead. My bad, sis. You can cut me off 1,000 times, but go ahead. My bad.
All right. Well, just to land it, what I'm saying is this isn't a new blueprint, right? It was a blueprint that was done when we hear historically people talking about the 50s or 60s. Was the dawning of suburbs, and it was people, men mainly, getting together, buying land, and developing it. And so is then now what we have: suburbs, town centers, whatever you want to call it. But do we feel that it's too late to accomplish something like that, or do we see that that is something that could be accomplished?
Well, we already see it being accomplished with the Nation of Islam. But the thing about it, we disrespect our own to the point. Only respect of authority we
Then why are
respect is the
you here,
goddamn white
Madon?
man.
Because I think
Say what?
everybody around here is black, and I think the majority of the
Uh,
chat is black.
all I'm saying,
So why are
sis.
you here, sir?
What I'm saying is overall. What I'm saying is this is the black community. We have lost a lot of
We're part
respect
of the
for
black
ourselves.
community, sir.
I know that's why I said we. I keep saying we.
Then you,
I'm
but
me.
you,
I'm
I
in
don't,
there.
I'm not.
I
Yeah,
keep
but
saying
I
we.
don't know what community
Hold
you're
on, sis.
in.
But I'm just saying, though, check it out, right? All I'm saying is this, right? We have got to a point to where, um, um, we hate ourselves and we hate each other to the point to where when we do try to establish these things, police our own neighborhood, you had a certain niggas out there who that nigga think he is, thinking he can. I mean, we got all this old weirdo shit. I mean, a lot of times. So, I mean, I think we just gotta learn to trust each other again and just if we love ourselves like we love the white man and his uh world, we'll be better off.
We gotta stop passing the microphone so freely. That's what we gotta do.
I'm not yelling
Hey,
over him.
chocolate. Hey, chocolate. It's Wale. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Wale, how
Chocolate.
you doing?
Okay, there you go. Chocolate. I was just reading about a community like that you're talking about. It's a fresh bill because they had about 20, 30 people involved already. And they're doing that exact thing that you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
They got people are doing things, and then others are just talking and saying how we can't do nothing and how we all in a white man's world. But other niggas, real niggas are doing something about it and not just
I
sitting
agree with
around
you, sir.
and making
Yeah,
noise. Yeah.
yeah.
So I just want you to know when I heard you talking, be
Boy,
encouraged.
if I ain't never seen a cape.
I said, be encouraged. I wanted to tell you to be encouraged because real niggas are throwing down. And you can find this on the internet, this kind of information. That's where I get it from, to know
Well, we
where
all
these
internet. We all
So we
internet. We're in the net of the white man, nigga.
Yeah,
like
that's where you at, Madonna. Ain't nobody in
Man,
there.
yeah. Let me get off.
But
I want to hop off these pair of nuts that we seem to be on. I'm not
yeah,
on.
him
I'm
on
out
them
for
nuts, man. He gonna
we.
he gonna say
We.
all us on them nuts because he on them.
No, I hopped off. I got off.
yeah,
You
I'm
on the
just
mic
trying to
now?
figure out because like this shit be capped, right? So no black people nowhere are creating a black community outside of white folks. Cut the fucking cap.
Oh, that's
I'm
true
out
though.
for that.
Niggas are
That's
doing
right.
it. Yes,
That's right, Taz.
yes, they
Can
are.
I show you my community?
Yeah, I'm looking. Show it. I'm listening.
Um, so we've been working on it in Steph. We doing
Since Wednesday.
That's not what she said.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
You gonna find something she fucked up either way, huh?
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
know.
I just thought she
I'm
said
not.
since the Wednesday.
You
I'm
gonna
sorry.
fuck up something, Miss Chocolate. I'm just here to tell you right now.
Yeah, no,
God
I
damn,
know.
man.
It's my fault.
God damn.
I've already
Somebody, man.
conceded that. You know what I'm saying?
You
Like,
don't have the capability
no, not at all. I'm a
nah.
ditch. I'm a ditch.
No.
So,
You
here's where I'll make it short and sweet. Taking advantage of the fact that I can build housing cheaper here and still be geothermal and take that money and put it into helping build outside of where I am. Because you can only build like that in 5 states as of current, like on the book. So I can take advantage of Arizona and me just building, let's say if I built 4 communities, one community in each area. That's about 3,000 acres of land needed on each corner. And I found each one, northwest, east, south. So we start off. It's not. I ain't talking about no co-op. I'm not talking about no communal type thing. What I'm saying is a functioning community that has education, that has job opportunity, job creation, as well as the ability for us to be more in control and secure. Believe me, I don't live in Pollyanaville. Anything we do is going to look different. So I also have done my due diligence to find out what kind of legal security I can hold and bond so that I can hire people instead of it being. And again, like I said, this just is different ways now available where before. And I don't think it's what's funny is again, I get more flack for that piece of it. But this isn't new. Like I'm not saying nothing that can't be found out. Like actually, some of the
I'm
things
saying
that I have
do
looked
it.
into, they're historically been done. So
No, it
I
has
don't
not. It has
okay,
not. Like
okay.
it's
I
not.
just don't
No.
think I'm doing nothing different. That's
Let him
all
say
I'm
what
saying.
he wants to leave it alone, man. I don't argue with these
Yeah.
dudes, man. Let him.
Oh, no, I want to hear what Taz was saying. Please go ahead.
Here's the thing, right? Like I look back at the history, right? And the history is that when our people went and created these homesteads, I can show you 15 different places where our people went to and created outside of Jim Crow communities for black people to come to and build up outside of what was going on where the white man at. Niggas ain't come to these places. Niggas weren't interested in getting away from what is seemingly their best option, which is to be around where resources at, get closer to the resources that's possible. Niggas have never chose to go away from the resources and try to start from scratch. That's what I'm
But
saying. It's cap.
yes, but again, you can't say cap because again, you're using extreme. You're not even putting into account the technology, what people had then and what we have now. We're not against those same hurdles in that regard. Like our building ability, connection ability. Taz, we can connect across the world in a matter of seconds. What we can do on and offline simultaneously. It is there. There
I
are
mean,
so many, there are different paths. And so the path I took was this. I'm not talking about no hypothetical shit. I'm talking about the path I took. I said, okay, I know how much money I have to invest in my building business. So I said, okay, how much can I make with the business I have already of growing food, as well as whatever businesses I've created online. Take that a number and I go, okay, what businesses can I pull? That is because I can take advantage of that. That is because I have the privilege of that. One, once I'm on, like me being on my land, I'm paying taxes once a year. I'm not paying a mortgage. I'm not paying rent. Two, I can travel at any given moment. I'm free to do that. So I'm taking advantage of that privilege. And with that, it has given me the research, the information, and the numbers tab that this is possible. It is not a dream. It is not a footnote in history. Yes, I completely understand. All I can tell y'all is I completely understand. I don't know what the checklist is of blackness, but all I'm saying is I understand that. But I also understand that affordable housing is necessary for our community. let alone the rest of the country. But I know ours is suffering, and I see it because I'm around it. That's all I mean by that. I'm not trying to fairy tale it or romanticize it. I guess I wanted to be clear about that.
I'm just saying our people don't have a history of doing that. You know what I'm saying? We just, again, it's like, for example, dude put 3 examples in the chat. And let me show you how crazy this shit is. First, he said Malachi Z. York, something that was operating under religion, a cult leader, a man that was taking advantage of black people.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That's not something that was for all of us. That was something for some motherfuckers following his cult. Then he said move. Okay, that's Philadelphia though. And that's a movement in Philadelphia. Ain't nobody moved to Philadelphia to go support them niggas. When nobody trying to move on that dirty ass block. When nobody trying to move next to the nah, man, like now let me finish.
Can't we build something different? Who's saying that we have to continue to live in the same places?
Well, you gotta let the brother finish talking, sis.
Oh, Madame, please. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Tad.
And the third one was Black Wall Street, which is a city within a city, which we're still doing today. Okay. Black Wall Street is the representation of where we are today. Black people live in the city, they own strip malls, they own property, they own stores. That is what we're doing today. I don't know why we imply that it would be better for black people to leave where they are and what they're doing and go try something new from scratch.
That's not what I'm saying, Taz. I never told anybody to do this from scratch. I'm doing it from scratch because I know by that, I have the foundation and the control of what my business model is like. That's the from scratch. I was willing to give it up. I'm not telling nobody else to do that. What I'm saying is that because since I've done that and the information that I've been allowed to accumulate, I'm just passing that on to show that there's other options. There's other ways to do it, and we don't have to do it in extreme. I'm saying micro to macro, not macro to all hell break loose. Like, I mean, like what do I, okay, for a person like me who looks at look around at my community, and I'm asking this question sincerely, then a person like myself who sees the potential and the things that we can create, what am I not supposed to do it? And I'm not trying to be facetious. Like, if it's not enough people that I hear y'all talk about that is trying to change what the narrative is, then what do you want people to do? Or what do you think would be a better approach? I'm open to that. I that's why I bring it up. Not to just argue.
Wrong with what you're saying. I just don't think it's practical. You know what I'm saying? Like the person in the chat says, so what's your solution, GOAT? Come on, tell us. You got to give me a problem first. Because the problem, let's say you were referring to housing. The problem ain't people just will go, they're not going to just go anywhere for housing. People that are homeless, let's say in New York, aren't going to relocate to Arizona just for housing. That's not how these conversations work.
But we can have that conversation. I'm happy to tell you how I see that next step. I can go as detailed as you'd like to, because like I said, I'm a nerd. It's me and my dog. Like, I don't have other outside of my job and my work. I spend the majority of the time at this point. I'm trying to create this ecosystem. I'm sorry. As we get into the second half of the year. And that is because I'm trying to make sure that the business models can withstand and be sustainable.
And what is your business model?
I'm happy to tell you that. I just want to land here with the question, what he said, what Taz was saying. I hope I'm clear when I say this. I'm not saying anyone needs to jump up and move anywhere. What I'm saying is we need to learn that there can be, just like we talk about all the time, several things can be right at the same time. Now, no, you might not. And a lot of people may not move. But what I said is that I can take what I bring in helping people here. And
Well,
because I'm
people.
doing it virtually, I can build where they are. Because
Well,
again,
sis.
it's more expensive as you get closer to the east. It's more expensive southeast by land when you buy building the city. And I'm no dummy. You're gonna have to roll some money up to somebody. Like, this is
Well, the
what I
thing
mean.
of it
I'm
is,
happy to have that conversation because I understand that it's more than just a notion. It is more than just a pipe dream. Yes, there are 4 million people right now who need housing. Homeless people, I see them every day. I live around people who live from box to box every week. So I get what you're saying. But I've also lived in the fancy part of the world, and it was fancy and nice and everything was clean and you ladies running down the street. I've seen it. Got you. All I'm bringing to the table is that there is another way. That if you're saying nobody's doing it like this, then let's try it. Then wouldn't that mean let's try it even more? No one is
man,
asking
listen.
anybody to relocate. What I'm saying is that we can create that so that the funding and the ability and the people can do that
All
if
right, we got you.
possible. But that's it.
We
Not,
got you, sis. Now, the
excuse
thing
me,
of it is,
Madonna. You're
black
rude.
people. No, I'm
Excuse
not, sis.
me.
Sis, you've
Yes.
been talking for a long time, and you
So
just
do
saying the same
you.
thing over and over.
What am I
Um,
saying? What is your issue with me? What am I
it's
saying
no
that's so
issue.
wrong?
It's a panel, and I'm just trying to iterate something because you.
Oh,
I mean, you keep
okay.
repeating yourself. I mean, we feel you. I understand where you're
Sir,
coming from. Trust me.
do you
Uh,
got it? Have you
I
gotten
just want
enough
to say this,
man testosterone? Do you feel better talking to me this way? You
sis.
got
I
it?
Sis,
mean,
you
don't,
can
don't
still
why are
talk.
you offended?
You ain't got to
I,
stop talking because you feel like she should stop talking. Shit, you ain't
no,
got to stop
I mean,
talking.
she's been interrupted. I
But
mean,
I'm
when
saying
Taz
though,
was
you been
talking, she
talking your
interrupt
ass
Taz.
off too, and ain't nobody drop you, nigga.
Oh, here
I
we
don't
go.
need money to drop you, nigga. Nah, talk about that. You want to have something to talk about? Since she repeating herself, why don't you repeat yourself? Nah, I'm tired of you. Sit your ass down for free.
Babe, I see you got socks up in the cart. Babe, I muted it. It's moving.
Go ahead and finish. If you can finish, Miss Chocolate.
Oh, I don't. That's okay.
What part you cut off?
Listen, I just yes, I'd like to hear what Taz had to say about it though. I really do. Like, I really want to have the conversation. So yes, please. You were saying something else. I couldn't hear you, and I know Wale and Willie. If y'all got it, I was just asking that question. What do we do then? How?
Because so let me
What do you
ask
think
this
is
so
the
I
first?
know what it
Sure.
is we talk. So
Uh huh.
what is the ultimate, like the end goal, the ultimate goal in what we talking about here? What, because sometimes I get
For
confused.
me,
Sometimes the ultimate goal is well, yeah, just tell me what the goal is.
my ultimate goal is to create communities for my community and others across the country. Set, and create those micro and macro opportunities on and offline. But the end goal is to create communities across the country. If we hear that you can live, you can live your life, and that's it. Like, not no communal, we doing la la kumbaya on Wednesday night. I'm just saying an actual, safe neighborhood where you can let your kids go outside and play. So that's my end goal. And my I'm sorry,
Now,
end
is this
goal.
the one place or in
No,
different
I
places?
said different places. Different places. So for the size, I say, 4 at max is what I would do in any state that's predominantly black. Because the majority of us are on the East Coast and the South. But there's still an issue with affordable housing across the country. We still have people being laid off from their jobs. job, service jobs, and there's no opportunity being created. And so that is why I'm using all the tools that I have and the resources that I have, and from the in which when I say I have, I mean the human beings that I know that's like, yeah, let's you know let's start creating those type of opportunities. People will either use them or not, but I'm banking, I'm gonna put it on you that people will appreciate another option. And I'm
But
not,
don't it's
why
gotta
can't, like,
because
why is it
here's the
not you,
question, like
Taz, go ahead.
because I think that the major question is going to be when can you see something up and running that points to this being a real thing? Because I think at
Because
times,
I'm not going to.
but just
Oh,
one
go ahead,
second,
I'm
right?
sorry. No,
Like,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think the biggest fear would be how they're going to make money. Is there something already built in that's going to provide them an income to where this community is going to be built, and
Yes,
all of it can recycle itself? You know what I'm saying? I think
yes,
that's what people will have a question about.
yes. I don't need anybody's money. That's not the point. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about the social
You know what I'm
standing
saying?
of it.
I'm saying people need the ability to make their own money, though.
And they would. Right. This is what I mean. Okay. Let me speak to you on the developer side. If I see, like I said, the 3,000 acres of property, right? First thing I'm going to do in any portion of that is bring medical first. That's medical clinics. That's elderly housing, which, by the way, our black folks do not have places to go. Retirement homes, those type of things. And guess what that does? That creates job creation in the neighborhood. That brings, you know, it's just like when you see a development being built. We build in homes. We can do it in weeks instead of it being months or years. And again, this is just a blueprint. I ain't asked nobody for a dollar. Thank you very much. This is a blueprint, and a blueprint that I've been following and working on. And like I said, I'm not gonna make no promises on when anybody can see anything, because my business is small. I gotta go with small steps. I'm not asking for anyone to do what I'm doing. What I'm saying is I had to go this route. But my plan was always this. I just had to change the way I get there. And that's to build communities. I've talked to a lot of black people who don't feel safe in their communities, whether the homes are nice or not. And not over a few hours, a month or something. I'm talking about years. You know, I don't know how anybody else grew up, but I grew up, even though yes, we grew up in the hood, I grew up in a community. We fed each other. We broke, we looked after each other's children. Your husband, my boyfriend, somebody fix your car. I grew up like that. So that's
No,
where my
I
stance
agree
comes
with chocolate, but chocolate. What I'm asking is like, so because
from.
I agree with that understanding, but like, how long do you think it takes to create that type of community?
Oh, well, the community that I did, the one that we want to start with is it's on an acre piece of property. We're doing 10, um, like there are 10 one-bedrooms and like a few, depending on who applies, and what the sizes have to be. Long story
But see,
short,
I ain't talking about just putting people on the land, though, chocolate. I'm talking about like how, because what you were referring to was a love and a camaraderie as a community for each other. I'm saying, how long does it take to create that?
I think you could create that in 2 years. I think sooner, but I'm gonna be honest. Me being by
Oh,
myself, I would say 2 years. But we have the internet. Like, I don't know why y'all think it takes forever. No, nothing takes forever like that no more. Like, for
2 years.
real.
Hell no.
I
We talking
mean,
about the
okay.
love for
Y'all
each other.
hearing me right now? What's today? It is August 27th. I put myself on record. August 27th, 2025.
Years
August
niggas might not
27th,
even talk to their neighbor yet.
2027. Y'all not gonna put me in the Uber box. Nah, fuck that.
Because Look, I'm
I
saying
never
like
said
it
that,
takes,
Taz, yo,
it's
like
gonna
for
take some
real.
time to put
Yes,
it
but I'm not
together.
saying
And
that. Can I just like look? I'm happy. Look, I'll send it to you. You can look it over and answer any question. I don't want to bore nobody, but I have detail after detail to answer your question. Like I said, I'm starting micro because it's just me. I can hire enough people. I can hire 10 people to build 20 units in a matter of weeks because we can build with earth
you pay
bags.
them for
Yes,
everything.
and I can pay them and pay for the material. That's why I keep trying to tell you, like the where I fit into this business model, it is more
Wait, I
work
just want
going
to
out.
understand though. So you paying electricity and everything?
Yes, we're going to cover it because again, the programs that are available, the ones that we don't use or feel like they are handouts of some sort, can house veterans, can house the disabled, the homeless, or single parents. That is there, and you ain't got to ask nobody for nothing. That plan can work. It's not like I haven't seen it because I put it up next to other. I've looked at other ones across the world, not just here in the United States.
Oh, great.
And I just think that we cut ourselves short. I think we could do a lot more than what I think we say we can now. That's all. Let me get off my horse. All I'm saying is we could get into whatever numbers. Anybody got questions? I'm down. No offense at all. Yeah, you can pull it up. I'm happy to share my screen. We can go all into it. So I'm gonna mute up. Y'all got it.
Yeah, I was
Nah,
just
Minneapolis,
so
Minnesota added 12% to their total housing inventory in just 5 years.
Earth batteries, what man?
that's a major city though. That's not some small town either.
But see, here's the thing,
It was
also
number
too, Chad.
grass in the areas
It ain't no
that didn't
damn
have no areas that
yeah,
didn't have no buildings. It was just number grass. So
where
Right.
Minneapolis? Hell,
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
no.
I'm not. I
I
already checked
disagree.
with the
Queen City
urban.
been doing it for a while.
This can't happen. I can't use the model I have now for that yet, but I have a model for when I can step into the urban landscape of either building up communities or building up areas so that we don't have to go into nobody's pockets. There's enough money floating around that you don't have to ask nobody for no money. You can pay your people and you can make a quality product. Now that's me on the business side. Hmm? Say
Yeah,
it
I
again. I
think
didn't hear you.
still I think still the selling point is kind of what I'm asking about. Though I just don't know how you get people to traverse across the
You build
country.
it. You build it. And you make it accessible, Taz. That's all I can tell you. That's what you do. You make it's like, okay, I listen, let me give you this one.
and
How do
just
they
and just in
advertise? Hold on, no. Stay with me for real quick.
right. 'Cause I just want to understand. So I'm saying, and you build it in jail. All you got to do is be black, and you can pull up.
No, Taz. What are the requirements? What requirements do you think it should be? I said it. Named off vets. There are black vets that are homeless. There are black disabled that are homeless. These are other demographics, elderly. Those demographics. It's not just the 35 to 55 group. There's some other folks and people older than that. We don't even have retirement places like how they do in Florida and all that kind of stuff. Where the black retirement place at?
Shit, Florida. What you mean?
Who want to be? I wouldn't want to retire there now. But anyway, okay, I know that part. But I'm just saying. So it's here in Arizona. You know that they
Yeah,
call it
Arizona's
Seizure World.
yeah.
That's one of the biggest. Um, yeah, because we took my grandmother. Damn, I forgot when we first moved here in the early 2000s. My grandmother came to visit, and we took her to Seizure World, and it was nice in there. Them homes was nice, and you know how they was paying? They was using portions of the people, Social Security, or people bought them straight out. They had those options. But the government subsidized a lot of these places. And it ain't
So,
necessarily Section 8. It's just that they are pouring money into it to help house old people.
so what do we need right now to get it off the ground?
What do you mean? What do we need? What do we
Like
need? Which part?
what would need to happen for it to start coming into fruition where we could show like, look, this is the land, these the houses we build over here.
Well, for me personally, I got the one piece of property. Once we can compute, they'll take our offer. Once we know if they're going to take our offer because I have found a piece of concrete, not sure, piece of concrete, but another piece of property. That's the one I was telling you that we could fit units on, but I didn't finish saying it's units, community center, and a greenhouse because we have a lot of people around us who they got shit on their records and elderly. So I'm utilizing those type of things. So that piece of property is 70,000. We can build, 70,000. But the point is, we can build on top of that property without having to dig it up because we can use the polypropylene earth bag, and that is legal here. And it would be covered under the county and the city. I've already sent out the information to the mayor. All we waiting on at this point is I just want to make sure I have enough material. So that's what I'm working on now. Because not only is that piece then the government will cover me for every person that I hire. That's $5,000. That's a $5,000 bond on every person.
Is the government gonna cover me for moving there?
Yes, the government
That's
will
all you looking
pay.
for? Is
They
moving
will
costs?
pay for you to move there because if I say that you are part of the, because again, it's all connected for me. My foundation is connected, and my businesses are connected, so that water pours into each one without having to. It starts to become a circular. And if you decided, if I said to you, okay, Taz, I will pay for you. Let's say you want to do historical, blah blah blah. Okay, fine. There's money, grant money that I can then pay you and cover your housing, cover and call you a professor and cover it all. So
Is that
yes,
enough to get you to go through all the way through the window test? The moving cost?
Yes. That's what I'm
it's not
saying.
a
I'm trying to
tent.
get up.
It's not a tent. It's not a tent. And
I
you
want,
can
I
build
want
however
to
you want here.
be, I want to be
Okay.
the school system. So that's what I'm saying. How long
Oh,
before we can get?
okay. Now, here you go. I just got this is what I was talking about the state procurement. Arizona has a procurement that is open bidding that I'm going to bid on. And they are paying a grant. They're giving up a grant so that we can do all I got to do is show them my farm to school program, which I actually wrote one with my mom like a few years back. I got to revise it. But if I can get the bid, that's boom. That's a lot of the stuff I need done, and I ain't got to bother nobody for nothing. And that's the reason I take advantage of it in this way. So then now I can knock it out simultaneously. I got enough to hire people. I have enough to supply. I have enough to sit on, and I have enough to watch it pour into the other businesses that then will create more opportunity. So that's where I go when it comes to where the money coming from. So there's your answer. Y'all got there. And nobody has to stay nowhere. Y'all stay where you want. Shit, you can work virtually and I can still pay you like you live right here. And that ain't illegal. If you're a trainer, a historian, go look it up. Every state has one. Every state. So I don't care nobody say. Whether it do or don't. I'm gonna just try.
Oh, that's fine.
And if you have any other questions, I got you.
Yeah, it's a lot of people that are in diverse positions. The people
Yes.
that already have grass, they need much more to sell. You just can't say, "Hey, like your life is going to be better." That's not going to be enough to get
Yeah.
them to move. But if a person doesn't have grass, like he is sharing a building with other families, uh, that that yeah, that probably will be enough. You don't need as much, I guess, overall, because uh, there's going to be a new tax base, maintenance costs. They already know what they got to pay now to keep that profit going. So
Well, like I said, the cool thing about it is that it's
my
not so
bad.
much as you doing it from no, you good. It's not that you're doing it from scratch. You have the opportunity to bring different parts. And like I said, let's say for instance, okay, pure black. It as long as the franchise is owned by somebody black, then we can have a Chipotle. I'm all for it. But again, we forget me in one regard. Regardless of where you live, the sun comes up, and as long as solar panels are legal, we can create solar farms. You can create all those type of things. And like I said, I've been going back and forth with talking to the county for a few years now, the state, the city, just to understand all the laws, everything I can hit, and now it's just go time. It's just about that. That's all I'm on. No, you get yes, you can still live well and have creature comforts and still live out in the boonies. Come on, y'all. Stop these. They done brought electricity, water, everything, all out the hell, bum. Excuse my language. And that's where we live. Not a camping trip. I ain't asked nobody. Is that it? Okay, well, I'll fuss about Trump then. I think that's what people want to hear. Y'all got it, gentlemen, please. I don't want to take over.
no, it's all good. Let's see. Philly. Somebody was talking about move. I think they got a $2 billion housing proposal on the voting thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what's just wild.
Oh,
Like these people.
30,000 different. Well, okay.
Why does it
So
have to be
so
called?
if it's 4 units, you're gonna say four, even if it's one building. So
Hmm.
30,000 units.
I got what you're saying.
Yeah.
So we've been
This is
okay. Now
4 years.
here's the other part of it.
Yeah.
But wait. The 3,000 acres, right? Let's get back to that. How you gonna get the 3,000 acres?
What?
Because you
Well,
gave us the plan once you get the property. But how you gonna get
no,
the
I
property?
have I have one piece of property already I paid for, and once I get, I'm waiting for some grant money and a couple other things, my other businesses, and I'm gonna use that money to buy the next piece. So it's not gonna be 3,000 acres yet. That'll be when. Right now, my goal is to buy between 20, maybe up to 100 in different parts of the state, and then the 3,000 acres comes after that because we're gonna start small. I'm not jumping out the window. He asked me what that's the
And so you
end
trying to
game.
buy this with grant money?
I can buy it with grant money, sir. That's what the government does. And like I said, I have other businesses so that I don't have to go get a loan. I don't have to go to the bank. I don't have to rely on donations. I don't have to politic with nobody. I can get done what needs to be done without that.
So how much is this land per acre?
Depending on where you are, Northern Arizona. Let me
I'm
see.
saying
I'll give
pick
you
a
the new
place.
numbers. You pick a place, Willie. Let's see. I live out in a rural area, which gives me opportunity. A lot of land to be purchased. So you pick your city. I'll give you the number that I have for mine.
Well, no,
So
I'm not doing the plan. I'm just asking about your plan.
yeah. So we've got 3,000 acres available. Let's see what they're charging. And I'm gonna just pick a state. Oh, thank you, Mr. A. Let's see. They've got a ranch for sale right now in New Mexico. It's running about $1,000 an acre. So, yeah, but the way they do things like that, like I can purchase the land, put something down on it as we move up the ladder. Like I'm not, like I said, every level has a plan. Every plan has a level.
You're not gonna put nothing down on property with the state. Like they're not giving you.
Where did you get that from, sir? What state are
From,
you speaking of? I'm talking about Arizona.
I'm talking about any state.
Well, you can't say any state
I
because
can
they don't
say any
all
state.
have the same rules and regulations. I'm trying to understand. Okay, so I've gotten the 3,000 acres. Then what?
The state
What is the
isn't in the business of giving mortgages, right?
Nobody said they was giving mortgages, and I
Well,
didn't
you
say that
said put money down, though.
I
That's where I
did
was
not say that
confused.
the land was owned by the state either. You can actually just buy it. You can buy it. It's online. You can go to land.com. You can go to realestate.com,
Well, you
Zillow.
moving fast, because yes, you can buy land if you have the money. Yes,
Right,
anyone will
exactly.
sell you
So,
land.
right.
You said putting money down. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
you
understand
can
who.
you can do that. There are I just like I said, like, you can go give you an example. The website land.com has been around for a long time. If you go, there's an option that is called owner financing. All that means is that there's no credit check, there's none of that. All it means is that you put a portion of the money down on whatever piece of property is available for you to do so. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hello. Is it my mic? Am I frozen or something? Is it the Twilight Zone? Where everybody go? You could get by. You could go wherever. Y'all is so ridiculous.
No,
I,
sir.
I ain't telling you nothing. Don't ask me nothing. Y'all see me a treat and I walk around like Daddy Rich. Don't say nothing to me. That's all I'm gonna tell you. I'm like, I tried it. I tried. No, I'm just playing. I just can't. Can I? I'm about to take a smoke break, but I'm still here though. I won't go nowhere if anybody got a question.
Nah, they ain't got no question.
When can we get started? That's my only question.
Say
What I
it
need,
again.
Whenever I work on it every day, sir. It's been started. Like I
I'm
said,
talking
I'm
about,
happy to send you
as
what?
far as what I can do. Talking about when I can
Yeah.
slide, get over there and get my hands dirty, so I can, you know what I'm saying? I want to do something too.
Okay, bet. I'm not sure what you want to do, but there are plenty of options, and
I
you
mean, I
don't
want to
have to
help
be
you.
get dirty. You don't have to get dirty. I ain't trying to make nobody do this. But like I said, I'm taking advantage of the fact that it'll be nice and cool. We'll be able to build a lot as we go into the fall. Because right now it's just working on the cabin and just getting this getting the other greenhouse up. I got some people that I just met and interviewed. Go ahead. It's like a echo real quick. Okay, I don't know what happened, but the beeping. Is everybody okay?
I'm glad. I think that's me.
That beeping, I feel like I'm on
Uh,
one life to live with somebody at the hospital.
no, I
I'm just
thought that I thought that
somebody's
was.
background.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Okay. But I will say, based on there's some other things too that I've been able to find out and create on, which is like I was telling you guys before, but Willie said it was stupid. But I did get the Trade Academy, the part of that started where we are planning to reach out to like one of the the companies that do the house checks, not house checks, but like the you know what I mean, like the handyman stuff. People be like, "Oh, I need recommendations for this handy guy or girl," and because there are plenty of like plumbers and electricians who have a fee, and which is the government now. That's what I was saying earlier. We were talking about Trump policy. That's something that I cannot necessarily shit on, but if it's about helping bring jobs here, I'm all for that. So that's what it's saying. Like they want more training, like job on the job training programs or online training programs. They're asking for those things, and they can be created. But yeah, so boom, that was it. Okay.
Chocolate, I'm glad to hear you're progressing pretty good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much for the update and report.
Well,
Are
thanks,
you,
Wally. Thanks,
yeah,
Wally.
this is what's up.
Well, I will. At least, like I said, I got a little. We gonna have this little setup so you guys can see the sprouts in this little
mhm,
thing we got.
mhm.
And like I said, as we get closer, I can slow down. Like as we get closer to the fall, and then I can really have the cameras where everybody can see what we doing. I won't lie to you. I get really like I get into what I'm doing, and I forget about recording it or be like, oh, I should go live on here. I'm just trying to get stuff done. But now I'm slowing down to do that now. Like,
It
before
sound a
that,
little carbonation though, man, because you're talking about what you gonna do with the land before you get the land.
I have land. What are you talking about, sir? I'm
He
confused
don't.
about you always make plans before you buy something. Wouldn't you
Anyway,
think? Wouldn't you think that would be better for me to have plans before I buy something? That's what developers do, right? They go first and go look and see what makes sense because I don't want people to live somewhere that I've recommended and now they sinking down in the sand, which is happening in some parts of Phoenix and where these developers have built these people's homes and they sinking in the sand. So stuff like that. Like I want again, you can have quality product. That's my main concern without having to break somebody's pocket. It's what do they call it? we used to say this on the floor. We used to be like, Macy's is affordable luxury, and Bloomingdale's is luxury. And it used to be like, that's just so dumb, but it is true. That's how it works. There's levels to, you want to pay more for some shoes, go to Bloomingdale's.
Yeah.
If you know you try to stretch your dollar, go to Dollar General. You know, we have those options. So that's it. Mm-hmm.
I heard that young man up here. He sounded like he whining to me, and it's very, irritating to my ears. But he was talking about this, the white man country, and he was, you know, licking up Trump's behind and stuff like that. That 1898, when the Wilmington coup, the coup of Wilmington, 1898, right? What happened after what they call the Civil War, 65, all that kind of stuff, is niggas started voting themselves into government and had taken over voted themselves into the House of Government in Wilmington, North Carolina. They had voted themselves to the top levels, you see. They were lawyers and doctors and all that kind of stuff in 1898. I don't know how they managed that with all this slavery they got in our head, but still, people were doctors and school teachers back in 1828, 1778. Niggas were doctors and lawyers in the continental America at that time. But you know, you have to work that out on your own, how that worked out through the narrative of slavery. Meanwhile, these people started in 1898 when the crackers did a 3 or 4 state coup like they doing now in Washington, D.C. They sent in their National Guard from 3 or 4 states to go in D.C.
Hey, yo, my nigga froze for a second. We was done, Wale. Go ahead, we listen.
Man, come on, bro. Like, I hate when you niggas story and probably read, and then you want to get up here and act like you didn't study this shit, nigga. What the fuck is you lying for? You don't know shit about what.
In 1898, they went ahead and performed a coup on Wilmington, and they called in. Called in the crackers, that the immigrant crackers that the other immigrant crackers had brought over in America. They came over, and they got from 3 different states, all 4
the red shirts. Those were citizens.
Yeah, they call themselves citizens. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, okay, fine. Crackers. They came from 3 different states to the 4th state in Marseille and took over the Capitol, burned it down, killed a whole bunch of niggas, threatened them out of the government. And when they saw the United States government did not respond, which was the game that as we understood it, the government, United States the federal government was supposed to assist the niggas should the crackers go rogue like that. But they did not. And as a result, the whole Crackerdome decided they just go buck wild. Yeah, they decided they would just go buck wild, and they started even on their way back from that first coup, they started attacking little Negro towns on their way back to their original states. They were already in bloodlust. And they did that for the next something almost like 50 years or something like that, to the point that people were talking about freedom rights, lynching and stuff like that. Yeah, lynchings and stuff like that. They were still into it right up until the 50s with their lynchings and all this terrorization, because they want all the niggas to remember or to inculcate that this is a white man's country. We took it, and they took it from the niggas, and then they gonna make it a white man country, like Madon say, long as they got weapons of force, that, you know, like that wins everything, that trumps everything. and that's how they play the game, and he's falling for it. And not only that, he's okay with falling for that. He loves, you know, the flavor of Trump shit on his tongue.
Do me a favor and share my screen right quick, bro, just for the record. This is this Trump and Trump and Trump and Trump. 1898 Wilmington was Democrats. That's for the record. Let's please get the record correct, because what ends up happening is people just keep using this shit as a one-sided Trump thing, but on the other side is the people you're actually talking about, man.
Trump.
Trump.
I wasn't talking about Trump or Democrats. I don't know what you're talking about right now. You're confusing the heck.
You're talking about Madon and how Madon overly does his Trump thing. And so you juxtapose to 1898 Wilmington, which did happen, but that's not Republicans. That's not Trump. That's not the right. That's the other side. That's the Democrats.
I have nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Well, if you're not talking about politics, how are you talking about Wilmington, Delaware?
Yeah, the point
Wilmington, North Carolina.
This is what you're talking about.
I know what his point is about it was Democratic, it was the Republic. Who cares? I'm not talking about
that's what I'm saying. You are just heard the story yesterday. This is a motherfucking video I did 5 years ago, nigga. What the fuck you talking about? That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas don't know this shit, bro, and y'all read shit and you don't accept it for what it is, bro. This is that history, bro.
Go ahead with your tangent. I'm gonna mute up while you do your tangent stuff.
It's not a tangent, bro. This is actual history, and it was all political. Democrats versus Republicans creating the fusion party.
Because the net don't have. Okay, let me know when you're finished with your rant. I thought you said you didn't have one, but go ahead, finish.
I'm not ranting. I'm just showing you some history. Go ahead, bro.
What I am speaking of has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. What I am talking about is niggas and crackers. And when I said Madonna's licking Trump's ass, I don't care. He could be licking Bill Clinton's ass. It don't matter to me. Cracker ass is the taste he likes. That's the point I was making. And that they said in Wilmington 4th, 1898, they said, which is the reason I brought it up, is because that's when they really got swung over into this is a white
man.
man's.
What was the reason it was done?
They put it in.
It was done because we had a place in the Republican Party. We actually were having a lot of seats, right? So you can't say it's not political. The whole thing was political. When the white broad wrote the message to white Democrats.
Cousin, I didn't say it wasn't political. I say I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about crackers and niggas. You talking about Democrats and Republicans. Don't bother me. It's fine. It's politics. You want to say it's politics. I want to say it's crackers and niggas.
You can't talk about Wilmington without talking about politics.
I ain't saying you're wrong. However you like to say I am. But we're talking about two different things here.
You can't talk about Wilmington without talking about politics.
It's political. The entire school that you're referring to politically based.
Cousin, okay, if that's how you want to put it, and that's your perspective, run with that. You notice I didn't say you were wrong. I just say my perspective is totally different because I'm looking not from a political point of view, but from niggas and crackers point of view. I'm looking for a survival into next year point of view. I'm not looking from a historical point of view that they talk about some political. I don't care about those things. Those things don't matter to me. What I care about is the children that's coming tomorrow, and how are we setting up a situation for them to thrive in? And that situation is what I'm getting to, is that a lot of people like Madon are caught up in that white propaganda about this a white man's country. They have to, me and you went through it. Me and that other boy went through it. They import over 3,000 crackers in every day for the past 50 years in order to keep our population at a minimum of under 20% because of the thing that happened over in Puerto Rico a long time ago. But this is when the niggas got over 14% and took over Puerto Rico. So this is where all this stuff is going to, and they want to say it's a white man's country the same way Trump them are saying it's a white man's country the same way all them boys, if you notice, all I said was they're doing the same tactic. They call it, them people came in from 3 different states into Washington, D.C. because Washington, D.C. is renowned as a chocolate city. I guarantee you.
It's in no way the same thing because the red shirts weren't even a government organization, right? This had nothing to do with executive order. Well, like Trump is talking about using the military.
Yeah, cousin, the thing is, there's a matter of the flow that I just described. And if you want to get into the small incidentals that are different and stuff like that, be welcome to do so. I will not say you're incorrect. Yes, it is small to me because the rhythm and the pattern of the thing is still the same. Our situation is still being curtailed and suppressed as a result of these things occurring. And that's all I'm referring to. If you want to talk about politics because you like talking crap, go ahead and talk that stuff. I ain't into it. I'll just let you know because I know from day to day you can't affect it. I can't affect it. What the hell are we doing? We just wasting our time.
With the beat and the rhythm of the night. What you say
This is
about
what I'm saying. This is what I think you have to consider this point. The term coup in itself is about political.
Right.
That's all I'm saying, bro. So like you can't remove politics. I get what you're saying though, but you can't remove politics from it. You have to understand why we're saying it's political.
And I do. I never argue with you. I said you were incorrect.
Okay. All right.
Not for one time did I say you were incorrect or you wrong and all that kind of stuff that I get all the time. But I'm just saying I never gave that to you, and so I do understand why you're saying that. Not necessarily why you're saying that, but the things you presented to me, explains it. Yeah, I ain't got no argument with none of it that you've explained. Matter of fact, I'm glad we could be congenial about our looking at things from different perspectives.
Now that white bitch, Rebecca Felton Latimer, I think her name was. I should have looked before I took it down.
Funky white bro.
She was the first woman senator in history, and a lot of people don't know that. Her
Really? I
husband
didn't know that.
She was able to get the seat or something like that. It was some old wild shit. But her real claim to fame is starting that incident in Wilmington. She was the one who complained about what Alex Manny wrote in his newspaper. And that's what got the white motivated to come and do the coup in the first place.
Okay.
Let me make Rebecca Latimer Felton. I'm almost positive she's senator. Yeah, she was the first woman to serve in the U.S. Senate for one day. Yeah, that's her.
You know what's the crazy part about it, Taz? Manley's article read kind of like it was almost making a case for swirling on the opposite side because they didn't want black men doing it.
He was talking that shit in the article though, bro. Like I read that shit, bro. To be honest, of course, I don't support swirling, but the way he framed it, in which ain't nobody got argument. Nobody got to rape no white bitch, dude. Cut it out. That's kind of how he framed it. You know what I'm saying? Like we can have
let his nuts hang on that article.
They ain't like that shit, bro. They ain't like it. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like talking that language, but in that time, yeah, they was sick because he basically told them, ain't nobody got to rape no fucking white woman. Are you serious?
Yeah, he definitely did.
Yeah, they used that shit.
That's what I was saying, Taz, when I had recounted my encounter with a Klansman. It was a a meeting with a Klansman. It was set up when I was in the military. We were both in the military, and the sergeant of the place that I was going to do the work I was doing, electronic stuff. He brought me in, introduced me to the people, and then everybody walked out because they had it planned. They were betting outside the door which one of us would fight first. And when they didn't hear no noise for about 20 minutes, me and the Klansman was in there. And by the time they came in 20 minutes later, we were sitting down having a beer laughing. Because almost the first thing the Klansman said to me, I don't like niggas. I say, good, I like niggas. So what's your problem? He said, oh, y'all want our women. I laughed so hard, I made him blush. I said, I don't want them little scrawny, paper thin crackers. What do you think I am? I don't bother with them. He said, you don't want our women. I said, no. You're the one trying to rape our women all the time. He said, we don't want them big ass, big lips. Shit. I said,
where you was at, Parlay? Where you was at?
I was in a military office. We did electronic repair.
Yeah.
And that's what he said. And he said, I thought y'all wanted our women. I said, no, I don't want your women. And we started laughing at each other. He said, you want a beer? I said, yeah. We sat down and started talking about other stuff. Because we realized what his thing was. I said, is that your big thing? He said, yeah. I've been told all this time, y'all want our women. And y'all raping them and this and that because y'all got the hard on for our women. And y'all beasting, the rest of the story that goes with that. And then by the time me and him finished talking and they came in the room ready to see who's fighting, did we knock each other out, all that shit, they were dumbfounded because they were taking bets on the outside of the door about us fighting each other. They had to figure out what to do with them dollars and bets they had made. Because the only thing we have to do is us. When we're not doing us, we trying to do them. They got a problem and we got a problem because we have a very low opinion of nigga shit. Crackers have a very high opinion of nigga shit. You can see that. They sell it all over the world. They take it and steal it, as they say, take it from us or whatever. We give it to them. Any chance they take, they can take it because they know the value of nigga shit. Niggas don't know the value of nigga shit. That's all that's happening. And when niggas realize the value of nigga shit and start bringing their self up, we in there. We in, because hey, like I said, the very first, almost 2 years ago, I said, if we would spend as much time on building and cleaning up our neighborhoods, teaching our own children and building up our own communities to where we're doing group work, we're working together, buying in bulk, we're teaching in bulk or something like that to where we are doing community chess, anything like that.
Did he ask you about Jesus? Did he ask you?
No, man, I don't know where that come from out of left field for you. But after
that's because that's one of the things that is the paramount of the KKK doctrine, right? Like a Christian white nation, more so than worrying about their hoes. I would think Christianity might come up in the conversation before y'all had a beer.
Do you know what a Gentile is?
I don't.
Someone who's not a Jew.
I know it's something to do with the Bible and God.
A Gentile is a cracker. They call them Gentile. That's a Gentile way of saying it. They call them golem, which means a slave cracker.
Africans are Gentiles too. Africans.
Maybe they are. I have no idea. I ain't no damn Gentile. I'm a pagan. I do voodoo.
That would make you a Gentile.
To call me a Gentile, that's insulting. You trying to insult me?
Well, I'm saying that would make you a Gentile.
No, I ain't no Gentile, cousin. I guarantee you I ain't no Gentile. I'm a pagan. I know what I am.
The definition of that word is simply not a Jew. That's like that word is literally based around the Jewish existence. A Gentile is simply not a Jew. That's it.
Let me ask you something about your statement just now. Is a Christian a pagan?
Different people will say different things.
Oh, now we're getting into dancing. Do you like to do the rumba or you prefer the waltz? You know why I like the waltz? Because it's in 3/4 timing. When the rumba is in a 2/2 like that, but then sometimes I like to do. You just a.
Don't dance, Nickel.
I mean, first off, pause. But second, some people would definitely consider the cross. Some people would definitely consider a lot of the things the Roman Catholic Church does in particular as pagan. Those people wouldn't. It's a part of their faith. So that's why I said it depends on who you ask.
Uh-huh. And I thought I was asking you, but now you're telling me it depends. So how many people am I talking to at this time? I don't know. It sounds like one, but I don't know because now it's depending on who you ask. And I ask you, but hey, you start telling me about somebody else. So I don't know exactly who I'm talking to or how many of you I'm talking to at this point.
I went in my mind to the authors of the scholars in that field. Like, I don't really care about that field. So I don't really have an opinion. I didn't understand what was the point of the question. But in trying to answer your question, I went to different scholars that I've read in that field.
Mm-hmm. And then you extrapolated upon that, right? And attempted to extrapolate upon this bits and pieces of it. I get it. Do your thing, man. Meanwhile, I ain't no Gentile.
So if you're saying you're not a Gentile, you're saying you're a Jew. Are you a Jew?
No, that's your collaboration with their their consideration. That's not my consideration. That's like stupid talk to me. But I'm just gonna say that's your consideration. It's not my consideration at all.
Well, you threw these words out there for me to even respond to. I didn't bring these terms up. You brought these terms up, so I'm dealing with the terms as they're used. There is no Gentile without first having a chosen people, the Jews.
I was talking about a Klansman. You started talking about Jesus.
Right.
And then
because one of the number one things that the Klan stands on is Christianity. That's why I asked before y'all had the beer, right? I think he would have been just as concerned with Christ as he was with his white brothers, right?
What about Christ? What that got to do with me? They ain't got nothing to do with me. What you think that got to do with me? Excuse me.
Talking
What
to
do
a
you
Klan.
think? Yeah, I got that. What do you think that got to do with me?
Nothing. I'm saying it would have had something to do with the Klan.
Okay, fine. It has nothing to do with me. So why should he and I discuss it? Don't make sense
Same
to
reason
me.
y'all was talking about white broads. You said they ain't got nothing to do with you either, right? You talked about that.
Wow, cousin, because he was saying that he said that his understanding is that niggas want cracker women, and I told him that that's not true. Maybe some dudes do, but I definitely don't, and I don't know anybody who feels that way. And he said, "Oh, okay. I thought that's how y'all all were."
Well, did you put voodoo on that cracker after y'all had the beer? That's
See,
all I want to know.
That's why I don't really talk to you, man. You're not serious.
It was a serious. Right.
Go ahead and talk to Taz, man. I'm gonna just put that again.
I was dead serious, man. Oh man.
So what I was really saying to Taz was all we need to do is stay on our job and what we are doing and concern ourselves with ourselves, and we can get over anytime we get ready. Because we started that at that time, and spend all the time that we spend into these make-believe conversations, we would have that all that energy put into productive stuff. We would be able to see our productivity at this moment. However, the way it appears to be in some levels and some locations as stagnating, and it picks up here and there and then stagnates here and there. So I'm just saying, as an effort to do more push-ups, because I can stop at 50, or I could keep pushing up to 75. You know what I'm saying? And I want to keep going up to 75. Like I said, I just stop here at 50. It's up to me. And so, being that I'm a person that likes to progress, I'll probably attempt to push it up. And that's what I'm saying about us. We attempt to push it up all the time, to push us up. And that's why I say speak the truth, so we can have confidence in each other and confidence in each other's words, so that we can build each other's up. They're very difficult, man. If that's what I'm saying to you, to be big, have confidence and unify with somebody that you think is lying to you all the time and looking to cheat you all the time, that's not going to work. That's what people say. We need to unify, but nobody says how to do that. How is that accomplished? How are we going to do it? And I'm telling you, the way that I've been able to deduce is that we formulate a system of telling the truth all the time. Back in the day, we used to be blood brothers. We would share blood back in the day. I don't know if y'all know about blood. I don't know. You know about blood brothers? I know I spoke to somebody on here before knew about blood brothers.
Bro, you tripping, fam.
Oh, I'm tripping. Okay. All right. So you don't know about it. Yeah,
No,
we
That's not what I.
It's like, bro, if you do some shit like that now, you risk getting AIDS, bro. Like that wild shit where you cut your hand and y'all swap blood and all that shit, bro. You crazy if you do some shit like that now.
Oh, that's so beautiful of you to point out. That's so wonderful, man. I'm glad you did point it out. Like relativity of you pointing it out, I don't know, but there you go. And I'm glad you pointed it out, man, because you participate.
That's why we need blood brothers today. We ain't swapping blood today. That's some shit y'all was doing.
And I agree. Yeah, that was some shit we were doing. And it made us have stronger bonds. And I'm suggesting that you don't have to do that today. I suggest, like I said, to speak the truth all the time and bind yourself on your word, man. I just said that as an offering for today's time. And I mentioned what we used to do back in the day. Like you said, that was all y'all niggas back in the day. And I agree 100%. You're 100% correct. Thank you very much.
No, I was just thinking of that concept though in relation to today. That would be like wild today. You know what I'm saying? But no, I know exactly what you're talking about. But it would be a wild thought today. It's a lot can change in that regard. Nobody swapping no fucking blood with nobody.
And I'm talking to a much more sophisticated
Better not
audience.
do that shit in Houston.
A much more sophisticated audience recognizes the value of being credible. Now we're talking about being credible. The value of being credible is in your word. There you go. What's this name of this country? The United States of America just got their credibility lowered last month, 2 months ago. Their credit rating went down 2 months ago because they didn't keep their word, and people know that, and their credibility is going down. Countries looking at other people to do business with. Why? Are they looking at other countries to do business with? Because the way that the United States is doing business is incredulous. It's not credible. You do a deal today, and he gonna raise your taxes tomorrow if you wipe your butt with your left hand instead of your right hand. That's how crazy this stuff is. You know what I mean? That's what's happening. And so People are losing. The United States is losing credibility. They can't even sell their bonds at this moment. They're trying to sell their bonds, the U.S. Treasury bonds, for Bitcoin. That's just insanity for crypto coin. The crypto coin is based on air, thin, not even thin air. I mean, fiat money is based upon the faith and taxes of the American people. So it is based on something, that you can point at. But crypto money is based on just not even air. It's just based on a thought in somebody's head. And they're going to try to say, that shit ain't working. That's just crazy. And that's where it's at today. Meanwhile, the big guys, like, the big money guys, are siphoning off billions of dollars, putting them in overseas accounts because they expect the United States to go out of business and claim bankruptcy. And they want to have their money in other forms like gold, whatever, offshore where they can't get taken. They already packaged up so there's no extradition, stuff like that. It's the setup when you have, millions of dollars, especially billions. Oh, you ain't set up. You ain't got billions. I don't know what you're doing. How you got, somebody just gave you billions if you ain't set up. Because having billions, you do that because that only costs a couple of thousand to set up. Who wouldn't do it? Right? And they expect the United States to go out of business, claim bankruptcy. You see, they're taking over the government is taking over the businesses. That's called totalitarianism. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called, totalitarianism. And they're instituting, and I was looking at all them National Guards and stuff like that they're sending to Washington, D.C., and almost to a man, they all crackers. I saw a couple of little colored girls here and there. They sprinkled out because colored girls are easy, That's the rumor. I just heard a crack on YouTube. Everybody know. Well, I think he came here one time. He mostly be on Chaotic Truth. He said, man, he get colored girls whenever he want to. And then another nigga on the YouTube same way say, I know that's them colored girls like y'all white guys. And then you can get a colored girl on here tell you the same thing. So it's not like somebody lying on them. They'll tell you they do themselves. Sure, we have to come up. And all we got to do is come up. Our children can be...
motherfuckers is lying, yo.
Oh, yeah, right.
They don't want the white boys.
Oh, no, that's why they got... Yeah, okay, do whatever you say, man. I could dig you saying that. And in truth, I agree with you because I don't think they really want them crackers, but the niggas ain't doing nothing. If niggas would come up and be superheroes, yeah, they would want niggas. But because niggas are laying down and being like, begging all the time, we need from them and we needed to, but let's ask them, that's just, ooh, that's not manly. I'm just saying it's not manly. Men, I mean, you're going to be manly. I'm not saying you got to be, but I'm saying when you're going to be manly. You live free and die well. You don't be crying and whimpering and begging. You live free every moment and you die well. This is what men and crying about what a white man got all the power and stuff like that. What woman wants a man that said, oh, please, that's not manly. Hot damn. You said he got... Huh?
Yeah, that was wild. Wale saying all women want the white man. That was wild.
I didn't say all women want the white man. See how you do stuff, because you're some kind of man. I
You
ain't gonna
said
what they
our
call you.
women want the white man. That's what you said.
I said some. I said some. Wow. I said some women, and I say some will tell you, so it's not a lie. And that's what I said. And now you're saying, because that's all you do is talk that nasty shit all the time and waste our time for years and years and months and days and hours.
I didn't even
And
say
our
that
time just get
crazy,
wasted.
Wale.
I wonder how you making money on that kind of thing. Who's paying you to do this? You got to be making some kind of money or some benefit off of you doing this, making sure we don't get no understanding, making sure we keep constant chaoticness and chaos in our conversations, making sure we don't get nowhere with just stupid, idiotic points of view and questions that lead to nowhere. That's not manly.
I mean, it's not my fault the questions lead to nowhere. The questions lead to nowhere because you can't answer them. You just be talking.
Cousin, the question
It's
in
my
the
fault
question.
the question goes nowhere.
Exactly, because in the question, every question, this is how questions are. The extreme value of a question is in the question is the answer. The answer always resides right there in the question.
Well, when it came to you saying that a coup wasn't political, yeah, the answer was you don't know what the fuck you talking about. The answer, yes, was in the question. Yes. You just be saying anything, Wale. Then you get mad at me for trying to slow you down and make it make sense.
So we spend all that same energy, that same amount of energy, like a bank account or something, and you can see how you're spending your money and stuff like that. You can see how you're spending your energy and stuff like that. All you have to do is pay attention to how you're spending your energy. Make that a priority. So because attention is a great power and it's worth a lot of value, because that's why they pay so high for Super Bowl commercials, because it's a lot of attention. They're paying for attention for whatever product, don't matter. But the attention is what they're paying for. And then they can get a lot of attention, and attention matters, and it's, is valuable. So whatever you give attention to, you're actually giving it power. At that time, like I say, give more attention to your children and see how powerful they become, because you're giving them attention. You're paying in that currency of attention. By paying attention to them, they become rich in power. So we could do that, or we can do all kind of these other things like debates and all that stuff about some stuff that happened in out of some book that we read, because we don't know nothing that happened no 15 anytime probably past 15 years ago. I hear people telling me all about shit that happened 3,000 years ago, and they can't tell me their own aunt's telephone number, but they can tell me about some shit that I know what I'm talking about, goddammit, kind of stuff, you know what I mean, that happened 3,000 years ago, and they can't tell me their own aunt's telephone number. So what I'm looking at is this. Okay, what's valuable is a story, huh? What's valuable is a story you were reading, because you damn sure reading, and ain't nobody telling it to you in your ear unless they read it. And now it's just 18, 25, 30 times removed from the original author. And we know how that goes. And they telling you a story, and you ain't even got a story from people who are right around you. You could ask questions, like this brother asked a question, that brother asked a question. We can answer them questions and move forward. All right, fine. But the stuff you read, and it's so long ago, you're arguing about an imaginary time. It's called make-believe, because nobody knows it. It's all make-believe. They told us a story, and we all believe it. It's make-believe. I mean, that's not the way to put it.
I don't believe it.
So now we got a chance. I mean, we're at a point where we can move into a real world that we create in our future. Because the make-believe world in the past is it's done. We can try to hold on to it, keep looking backwards, but I equate that to driving down the highway at 80 miles an hour, focusing in the rearview mirror. Something gonna have to, they ain't gonna work out too well. And that's how life is. Right now, we are going down a highway of life, and it's moving a lot faster than 80 miles an hour. However, our necks are all twisted back looking into our past. Like, we're gonna keep running into stuff. That's why we ain't getting nowhere. We ain't watching where we're going. We're watching the past. We got our necks in a crook looking backwards and complaining about that, instead of keeping our faces forward and keeping our attention forward and moving forward. That's all we got to do. It's not somebody else's fault. We could just turn our head and move forward. Was something stopping us from turning our head? I'm sorry. Yes.
No, I said that's a fact, man. I remember my mom used to say, "Turn your ass around and sit down and look forward," when we was in the car riding somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So you're right, though, bro. You can't never get back what's in the past. You all sitting back, looking all out the back window and all of that, fam. How you gonna get to your destination if you're still looking back there where you just left from? That's crazy.
It's crazy to me, And a lot of stuff we give away. Like that. That's what I was saying about Madonna with this a white man's country. Oh, Curtis Mayfield said, no, this is my country. No, this ain't your country. This is my country. You gonna act like that? Here, look at here. Almost all of the people that's in the government that, they be saying their names all the time, almost to a man, none of them mother or grandmother was born here in America. We've been here all this time, generations upon generations. Them crackers just came from Ukraine, and they already the attorney general. They just came from India, and they are already, you know what I'm saying, running the FBI. They just came from India and already have been the vice president. And a nigga ain't been a vice president yet. But them new immigrants and shit, Ukraine, the cop that beat up a nigga the other day, snatched him out of his car and beat him up. The dude was an import from Ukraine. He'd been in America 11 years. He's a policeman with a gun, and he has a bad record. And so they shipped him from one station to the other one. Fuck out of here, man. We see what's happening, and then we want to say, well, that's wrong. They shouldn't do that. That's illegal. Fuck all that. Don't you see? Don't care nothing about illegal. Illegal is whatever they pull out of their ass today. Trump writing laws by pulling them out of his ass cheeks. He pulled one out yesterday, and he called it a proclamation, and he signed it and shit. Yeah, that's a law. That's what law is. He make up some bullshit, sign it, and now it's law. And you got to follow the law, meaning you got to follow any garbage he pulls out of his butt cheeks. Yo, we got to call it's the Gulf of America now. And if you don't do that, we'll take your whatever. We'll fuck you over. We got might. We'll bomb you. I don't know, whatever. Because that's where laws come from. They pull stuff out of their butt cheeks. They write it down, documentation, and then for some reason, niggas say it is written, and you mean like it's law? Yeah, like it's law. Okay, well, it must be law. Must be. God, is this what we doing as adults. I mean, if we in a make-believe world like we be living in, because we live in make-believe. Everybody's living in a truly make-believe. We know better, but we don't live where we know. We live in the make-believe world where, oh, law means this and no, the law means some stuff he grabbed out his butt cheeks that day and signed. That's all it means. And tomorrow he didn't pull out over 100 things out of his butt cheeks and signed them into law. Yeah. So yeah, I could dig it. If that's I could dig it. Anyway, that's what I see, and I could dig it if people be like, damn, that's far out. You know, like I said, I don't blame you, man. We just moving forward. Right now, we can move forward at such a rate it just astound ourselves, man. We got all kind of stuff we can do. All we have to do is do it. Turn our heads toward the future and start doing whatever we want done. And not blaming other people like we are cripples and handicapped, invalids. We behave like we invalids. We can't do our own thing. I fail. Oh no, he knocked me down. And when I was walking through the corridor, he knocked me down. But I'm gonna just stay here until somebody pick me up because I can't pick up my own self. I gotta wait till somebody come and pick me. Now you pick yourself up and move on down the corridor. Weren't you doing something? But you no, I just gotta wait until somebody pick me up because they knocked me down, and if they don't pick me up, I ain't gonna pick myself up. Shit, fuck it, they the ones knock me down. That's their fault. It's your if that's what you're doing. I'm just saying that's not manly. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying to me it's not manly. And the world sees us. I mentioned one time before an Italian guy, I think he was Italian. He said, man, how y'all let that? Some stuff had just happened. Like they shot some young nigga in the back or something like that, beat him up, snatched him out of the car, whatever. But he wasn't accustomed to Americana. And he said, why y'all just let them do y'all like that, man? He said, if they did that to us, we'd be up there. But they can't. We don't let them get away with that. Why y'all let them get? Oh, it was the Trayvon Martin thing. He said, how y'all let them just get away with that? The man stalked the boy and then shot him and then gave us a story about it, saying that the boy was wrong and out of place. And he should, and that's how it behaved. That's how it went down. Niggas ain't do nothing. Not only did the whatever that cracker name, he got over $1 million in donations because we can see with our eyes that when you kill a nigga, you get paid. But the society, the cracker society, pays crackers to kill niggas. They've been doing it since I can't even remember when with the fugitive slave law. When were they talking about bringing scalps and all that kind of? Man, they've been hunting and killing niggas. Man, come on. They grab niggas from any place and bring them back and just force them into an enslavement camp or some kind of prison system like they're picking up people off the street now. When they picked that cracker up off the street the other day, and he talked about this is unfair to us. I wrote in the comments of NBC News, I think it was NBC, I wrote in their comments, it reminds me of 12 Years a Slave. So I'm just saying, I understand how the cracker behaves. Start picking you up off the street. You'd be like, what? Hey, I'm getting out of my car to go pick up my children from whatever. And then they just, next thing you know, 4 different crackers with masks on and guns and shit just grab you up and take you away. And that's what's happening. 12 Years a Slave. Dude, this is what we're going through, and we still got time to be talking, well, he's FBA. Well, he's this and that. And see, I don't like them. What the fuck? The cracker just sit there and say, when y'all finish, we'll just take whoever's left, we just take them to the prison. When y'all finish killing each other, we just take the leftover and run them on off to prison. Oh, we can take y'all one at a time since y'all hate each other. And I'm taking this guy, not you. Oh, that's right. You taking the Israelite, the Hebrew. Yeah, take it. Take that nigga. Yeah, take that nigga. And then they can just take that nigga because it's only 10 of them. And then they come back tomorrow and take you because it's only 10 of y'all. But the 20 of y'all could have stopped them in the beginning. But no, we can't work together. Oh, no. Banish that thought. Oh, hell no. See, I can't work with them niggas. That's what I hear all the time. And when I suggest working with each other, people say, oh, that's that kumbaya shit. I'm like, kumbaya shit, and you telling me you're a human? Which is, you know, the epitome of kumbaya shit. So, yeah, there you go, my man. So today, just like every day, is the first day of the rest of our lives. Today is the first day of the rest of our lives. That's important. Today is the first day of the rest of our life. We make a decision of how we want our lives to go. We'll have to keep saying to people, okay, sovereignty. We all are born in sovereignty. Which is we all are the authors of our own life until we get taught otherwise. And then we thought about, I ain't sovereign. I ain't got no sovereignty. I ain't got no power and shit. Yes, we do. We have power over our decisions. No, I can't. Because they make me do this and they make me do. Don't nobody make you do nothing, man. You deciding. Well, I'd rather do this than that because they done put a couple of decisions. You want this or that? No, and this or that, let me tell you, is ultimatum. This or that is an ultimatum. That's not a choice. This or that is an ultimatum. That's why I say I don't care about politics because the Republicans or the Democrats. That's how they sell it to you, this or that. When you go this or that, there ain't no choice. A choice is I do what I want to do. Fuck them, this and that. Now I'm going to get into choice, and then I realize there's a lot of things I could do. But if I go for the this or that, then I'm allowing myself to be limited. I'm allowing myself to limit myself, and I don't have to do that. And we don't have to do that. We don't have to allow ourselves to be limited just because somebody offers us a this or that. That's a complete limitation to accept that as a reality. And we don't have to accept that as a reality. It's not something we have to do. And so I suggest, I'm just suggesting, I'm not trying to be mean to nobody or tell people exactly what to do, that kind of thing. I'm just saying, I'm suggesting that we hey, did I kill it? No, I'm still here. I'm suggesting that we face forward and walk into our future as of right now. Walk into our future, not keep looking back at our past. Walk into our future because we determine each step of the way. We determine tomorrow. We determine whether we wake up and wave to the next person we see, whether we are happy, whether we smile, whether we show love to our children. We determine that. And we keep saying, oh, they got me doing this, they got me doing. No, you doing that. You're making them decisions. Ain't nobody got a grown person doing nothing. You're an adult. You making decisions. Nobody got you doing nothing. Nobody making you doing nothing. Be an adult. That's what men be manly. Men don't be. Come on. You make a decision, and then that's your decision. You stand on it. The thing about control is you cannot have control without responsibility. So you're shunning control. I ain't got no control. What's that doing? Saying you ain't got no responsibility for your own existence? Yes, you have control. and you have responsibility. Take that and use it. You're scared of being in control of your own life. And so you say somebody else making you do something like this and that and then the other. Because with control comes responsibility. Sir, are you responsible for this whatever thing it is? And you say, no, I'm not responsible for it. Well, it's under your control, right? Yes. Yes, it's under my control, but I ain't responsible. Make that make sense. How is it going to be under your control, yet you ain't responsible? Is it a corporation where you got a corporate license where it's a zombie? You done made up a zombie. Otherwise, you're responsible for whatever you're in control of. And that's how that goes. That's why they're talking about putting adults in jail for the crimes of their children. You say you're in control of the child, and the child is committing crimes, you're responsible. Pay for the damages or something. That's what they do mostly, pay for the damages, the parents or the guardians or the wards or whatever you want to call yourself. People different have children. And that's what we have to get into, to be willing to take the responsibilities of our own existence and stop blaming the world for us. Or they didn't made us what we are. Get the hell out of here. Just because a woman was gangbanged, well, whatever. I don't want to get. I'm just saying you can't take something else and make it responsible for the decisions that you make in your life. You have to be responsible for your own decisions and decide to change whatever you think needs to be changed. You're the one that has to do it. There's a saying they used to say, if not me, who? When you see something that needs to be done, if not me, who? If not now, when? Those are the only two questions when you see something that needs to be done. If it's not you, who? But let them deal with that. Move off to what you do. And if it is you and you're not going to do it now, when are you going to do it? And that's what I'm saying. Let's get busy here, man. We got all this time, energy. We got money. We got availability. We got associations. We got a worldwide web and everything available to us. We got Google, and we got no more excuses is what we got. We got no more excuses. That's what we really have. No more excuses. And I rest my case. And I'll rest my bag, and I'll rest my mouth, my mind, and all that kind of stuff. Right? Bravo.
Anybody else want to finish off? Niggas can't do shit out. Well, I think Psycho is live right now. He's doing an MMA fighter. best of it is not only ain't they ain't shit now, they ain't gonna never be shit. That's all that was. You saying all this shit about motherfuckers now and in the past. What makes you think they're gonna do something tomorrow, next year, next decade, next century, next month? Just by you saying that.
Right, because I'm optimistic, and I've seen it happen just by me saying that, and so I'm optimistic and encouraged to continue saying that we have an idea of our future. All we have to do is turn and face it and build it and create it. It's in our hands. Our future is in our hands, no one else's. Our decisions are in our hands, and so is the authorship of our life. And so, therefore, I suggest we utilize that ability, capability to our benefit. And as I say, it's just a suggestion, man. Not an order or none of that noise, man. I'm not even saying people should do it. I'm just suggesting that we do it. And my say, more mass every day is already happening. More mass every day is already happening. And just at some point, it's just going to be like a wash. But right now, it's a bit every day. It's a certain amount of mass every day that's already happening. And people are building up, like this woman is building up the community. She was talking about chocolate. That every day it's moving forward, moving forward. People are doing their bit over here, doing their bit over here with what they can do. And we all move forward. We can't see what everybody else is doing all the time to be encouraged. We have to encourage ourselves to follow our own dream, our own vision of a future we want to create, and then start creating it. Not manifesting it and all that kind of boohoo stuff. I'm talking about creating, where you have to, actually get the work done. I'm just talking and my mic is muted. I will say though that I have a channel with broadcasts on it. I call them broadcast videos and stuff like that, because I put out what I call concepts and ideas, things for you to consider, and sometimes suggestions like I do. And some of the stuff I explain more or not more or whatever. And I'm starting to do live shows right now. I don't think anybody has come up on the StreamYard when I'm doing a live, but I know some people were asking me questions about things I was saying. And I say, hey, well, come on up on the StreamYard and talk. Ask your question, make your statement, whatever, like Willie be doing. He come up on the StreamYard and start saying stuff. He's anti whatever, but he come up and he engages. And that sometimes makes a good thing, because some of the ideas are responded to in different forms. And just because you respond to it one way, I think you're representing all kind of people who respond to it that way, not just the one person that asks a question. A lot of people have that same question on their mind, but they, reluctant to voice it. So I try to answer all questions because I know those are representatives of different people's mindsets, and not just the individual, like, oh, you always coming up, try to stay away from that kind of personal stuff, because I see it as a representation of a mindset that maybe even millions of people have. So I address it in that form because I realize that's how I realize it for what it is. But I have those videos. That's what I was just saying. I put the thing on there. Just put that in YouTube and la-di-da. It's over 300 of them on there covering different things. But they all pretty much say the same thing, truth, speak the truth all the time. Truth, to me, truth is the creation. The creation is truth. And the creation is being created every millisecond. Creation is being created so fast, I don't know what you call it. Creation's just happening so fast. The creator is creating all the time. The real creator, the one that's really a real creator, don't take no night off and stuff, like a day off and all. The creator is always creating. The creator is always creating. Creation is always taking place. It didn't happen and then now it's over. Creation is happening right now. Every moment is every moment is creation happening. The only time that exists is now. And then you wait a minute, and then it's now again. And then you wait a minute, and then it's now again. Because what? The now is the only time that we live in. We don't live in the past. We live in now. All the time. We always live in now. You could say you're living in the past, but that's just you in your mind. The past is all in your mind. It don't exist nowhere else. We live in now. Right this moment is where we live. And every moment preceding. That's why I say stay forward, looking forward. Let's do these things we want to get done and not be having our neck cringe backwards trying to look at what happened before. What we passed by, maybe all that stuff is in our minds. Somebody told us a story. Now we're imagining it to the point of getting hyperventilating. Come on. That's being caught up in make-believe. Get caught up in reality and what's actually happening and experience your life. And your life right now is right now, and then what you can create into your own future. You can create your own future, man. You ain't got to just accept somebody else's idea of a future and be like, I guess we just got to go along with whatever they say, unless you're not going to be manly. I have to keep going. You can do that, but I can't call it manly. And I won't say you're wrong for doing it. Being like, okay, well, whatever they say, we can't do nothing because they run everything and we ain't got no power and all that kind of stuff. If that's what you want to do, please do it. I beg you. I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying it ain't manly. And so when others behave the way they do toward you, you're talking about why they treat us like this. That ain't manly. Men don't get treated. Men behave. When people behave badly toward you, that's what they're doing. They're not treating you. You sound like a little woman. They treat me. Look how they treat us. Oh, that ain't manly. I'm just saying that ain't. I ain't saying do this, do that. I'm just saying that ain't manly. Men behave. Men don't get treated. The moment you know you ain't being manly is when you think somebody's treating you. They just behaving. They behaving and hope you go with their behavior and fall in line with whatever character they trying to get impressed upon your mind and psyche, and you start going with it, and the next thing you know, they treating you like you're a little punk. Why they treat us so bad? There's more than one of y'all, and then y'all still being treated. No, men behave, man. Come on. They behave, you behave. They behave, you behave. They behave like this, you behave like that. That's why people like all of these people like Blade and superheroes niggas, because the superhero nigga be like, hey man, you don't treat me. You behave. Now you can behave badly if you want to, but you don't treat me. I'm a super nigga. I ain't one of them play niggas. And that's how I did that's manly. That's just manly. That really ain't super, but it is in a way, but it's just being manly. I watch cowboy movies and stuff. They be like, yeah, well, I'll do this and do that. They say, well, I'll shoot you up. And the guy say, okay, well, I'll leave town. That's manly. I'll leave town. I ain't going to have you punking me out. I'll just leave town. Well, be manly. I agree. So to some degree, be manly. I'm suggesting. That's what I'm suggesting. It's a suggestion, not something you got to do. So you can live with yourself and feel proud of yourself. Just don't lie to your children. Say, look, I punked out, and that's what I'm doing. And tell your children the truth. I like that. Always tell your children the truth. Tell your children, look, I'm gonna be manly, and I want y'all to be man. Whatever the truth is, tell them the truth. Always speak the truth to your children. That's where the respect comes in. They can take your word as credible. You're making yourself credible when you speak the truth to the child. Tell them, no, hey, I ain't do that because I was scared. The child be like, okay, now I can feel like some relationship to dad because he understand. I understand what he doing. He ain't lying to me. No, I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared. I was just pissing on myself because see, I had to pee. Come on, children know, man. Don't lie to them. Just tell them the truth. Let that go. And our children will start respecting us more, and we'll respect ourselves more. You'll be surprised how the truth cures high blood pressure. Are you familiar with this? I'm telling you, the truth cures high blood pressure. Yes, it cures high blood pressure. Speaking the truth cures high blood pressure. Because mostly high blood pressure is a suppression of the truth, backed up in the body function, and which creates the high blood pressure because that's where it's backed up from the suppression. And so now that high blood pressure, the more lies you tell, suppressing the truth, then the higher your blood pressure gets. And then after a while, you just explode. You get an embolus of the mind or explosion in the heart. Something's going to explode. Because truth, you're suppressing truth. And that suppression, you're doing it yourself. See, I ain't gonna do that because see, if I do that, my oppressor is gonna do this. You're talking about your oppressor gonna do it, so now you ain't gonna do it. So the oppressor don't do it, but you ain't gonna do it either because you ain't gonna get it. These just sound crazy. That's crazy talk. It's better to just do the thing, whatever it is you want to get done, and speak the truth and whatever the rest of that stuff is. Then to slowly kill yourself by building up the pressure of suppressing truth. That don't make no sense. So yeah, Dev got me back up. I was done, man, because I really am done. Something have to encourage me again to speak again. But I'm done, so I'm gonna be quiet for a while.
Yeah, we might as well just end it. Anybody else coming up? I'll put the link to Psycho in the chat.
Hey, Dev, I appreciate you as always, man. No problem.
All right.
All right. Be good to yourself.
All right.